Book 4, Agra, Chapter 16. Nadir Sharif leaned uneasily against the rooftop railing of his sprawling riverside palace, above the second-floor zenana, and absently watched his Kabuli pigeon's wing past the curve of the Jamuna. Hoover headed toward the Red Fort. They swept over the heavy battlements at the river gate, and then veered precisely upward, along the sheer eastern wall of the fort, until they reached the gold minaret atop the Jasmine Tower, the private quarters of Queen Janahara. They circled her tower once, then coalesced into a plumed spear driving directly upward toward the dawn-tinged cloud bank that hovered over Agra from the east, imported Kabuli pigeons, with their flawless white eyes and blue-tipped wings, were Nadir Sharif's secret joy. Unlike the inferior local breeds of the other devoted pigeon flyers along the west bank of the Jamuna, Agra's palace-lined showplace, his Kabulis did not flit aimlessly from rooftop to rooftop on their daily morning flight. After he opened the shutters on their rooftop grillwork cage, they would trace a single circle of his palace, next wing past the Red Fort in a salute to the Queen, then simply disappear into the infinite for fully half a day, returning as regally as they had first taken wing. Nadir Sharif was the Prime Minister of the Moghul Empire, the brother of Queen Janahara, and the father of Prince Jadar's favorite wife, as, even in the first light of dawn, there was no mistaking he was Persian and proud. The early sun glanced off his finely woven gauze cape and quickened a warm glow in the gold thread laced through his yellow cloak and his pastel mourning. Urban, his quick eyes, plump face, and graying mustache testified to his almost 60 years of life, 30 spent at the Moghul court as close advisor to Arangbar, and before that to Arangbar's father, the great empire builder Akman. In power and authority he was exceeded only by the Moghul himself. Nadir Sharif's palace was deliberately situated next to the Red Fort, just around the broad curve of the Jamuna. The Red Fort, home of the Moghul, was a vast, rambling fortress whose river side towered over 100 feet above the western curve of the Jamuna. From Nadir Sharif's rooftop, the view of the river side of the fort and Arangbar's darshan window was unobstructed. Darshan was the dawn. Appearance Arangbar made daily at a special balcony in the east wall of the Red Fort, next to the river gate. It was strict custom that the chief officials of Arangbar's court also appear daily, on a high platform just beneath the darshan balcony, where along with the Moghul, they greeted the well-wishers who streamed in through the river gate and provided visual confirmation that India's rule was intact. The square below the balcony, a grassy expanse between the side of the fort and the river wall, where Arangbar held noontime elephant fights, and on Tuesdays, executions by specially trained elephants had already filled almost to capacity. Agra's most prominent noblemen were there, as prudence required, and today there also were clusters of important visitors. Several Rajput chieftains from the northwest, astride prancing Arabian horses, passed regally through the river gate and assumed prominent positions. Then a path was cleared for a large embassy of Safavid Persian diplomats, each of whose palanquins was borne by 4 slaves in gleaming velvet liveries. Next, several desert Uzbek Khans in leather headdress rode into the square, and finally 3 Portuguese Jesuits in black cassocks trooped through the river gate and moved imperiously to the front of the crowd. Nadir Sharif watched as his pigeons were swallowed by the morning haze, and then settled himself onto a canopied couch to observe darshan. The eunuchs of the zenana had whispered that this morning would be different, that there would be a precedent-shattering occurrence. For once, a zenana rumor seemed all too plausible, and late the previous evening he had sent a dispatch through a qazi, a high judge, pleading illness and excusing himself from darshan, and now he had stationed himself to watch. How would the court officials react? Had they too heard the rumors? And what of those who had gathered below to salute Arangbar with the traditiona? Teslim, Most importantly, what of Nadir Sharif? This day could well be a turning point in the course of India's history and in the 3 decades of his preeminence at court. If the rumors were true, Nadir Sharif was easily the most accomplished courtier in India, a skill that had earned him the most splendid palace in Agra after the Moghul himself. His position brought with it not merely a palace, but also the mansab rank and jaghir wealth required to maintain it. Only enormous wealth could sustain the hungry host of slaves, eunuchs, concubines, musicians, dancers, and wives who thronged his Agra palace. Success for Nadir Sharif had always seemed so effortless, so inevitable, he often marveled, that so few others had ever grasped the elementary secret. His simple formula for longevity, in a court where favorites daily rose and fell, was first to establish with certainty which side of a difference would inevitably triumph, and to unveil his own supporting views. He had made a lifelong habit of seeing everything, and saying almost nothing. He understood well that thoughts unsaid often served better than those voiced too hastily, whereas the way of others might be flawed. It'd buy a penchant for the zenana, or jewels, or those intoxicants the Prophet has so futilely prohibited. Nadir Sharif's sole worldly obsession was power from which nothing, absolutely nothing, had ever turned his head. For a decade he had ruled the Moghul Empire in all but name, forwarding to Aurangzeb only those petitions he favored, holding in advisement any he opposed, counseling the Moghul at every turn but always through other, unsuspecting voices if the advice was anything save disguised flattery. His meticulous attention to affairs at court did not exclude foreign trade. For years, his voice had been raised against any who counseled Aurangzeb in directions adverse to Portuguese interests. This attention did not pass unnoticed in Goa, and when a kingly jewel was sent to Aurangzeb, another of only slightly inferior dimensions always found its way into the hands of Nadir Sharif. The first rays of sun struck the hard Ashur sand stone of the Red Fort's east wall, and suddenly it glowed like an inflamed ruby, throwing its warmth across the face of the Jamuna River. Moments later, the heightening sun illuminated the rooftops of Agra, a sea of red tile and thatch that spread out in a wide arc west of the fort. Agra, the capital of Moghul India, was one of the great cities of the East. It was home to over 500,000, more than lived in any capital of Europe, and some said a man on horseback would scarcely circle it in a day. Yet most of the city was far from grand. It was a jumble of 2-story brick and tile merchant houses, clay-faced homes of Hindu tradesmen, and a spreading sea of mud and thatch one-room hovels that sheltered the rest. But along the river on either side of the Red Fort had been created a different world. There glistened the mansions of Moghul grandees like Nadir Sharif, magical and remote, behind whose walls lay spacious gardens, ruled by marble fountains and gilded rooms filled with carpets from Persia, porcelains from China, imported crystal from Venice. Their zenanas thronging with exquisite, dark-eyed women, and their tapestried halls with hosts of slaves and eunuchs. Nadir Sharif inhaled the clean air of morning and surveyed the palaces on either side along the riverbank. They were all sumptuous, but none more than his own. A vainer man might have swelled with pride at such a moment, but Nadir Sharif knew from years of court experience that vanity always led, inevitably, to excess and finally to debt and ruin. To keep one's place, he often told himself, one must know it. He also knew that to hold one's ground, one must know when to shift. His reverie was abruptly dispelled by the noise of shuffling feet, and then a hesitant voice. "A man is at the outer gate, Sharif Sahib, asking to see you." Nadir Sharif turned to see the eunuch's spotless white turban bowing toward him. He flared inwardly that his orders for absolute privacy had been ignored, and then, as always, he waited a few seconds for composure before speaking. "I'm too ill to receive. Have you already forgotten my orders? Forgive me, Sharif Sahib." The eunuch bowed ever lower and raised his clasped palms in involuntary supplication. "He has demanded an audience. He claimed he has arrived last night from the Deccan. He was with the prince." Nadir Arif's body tensed perceptibly. What name did he give? A Rajput name, Sharif Sahib. He said he was requested by Her Highness, the Princess, to report to you immediately on arriving. Nadir Sharif's heart skipped a beat. Does this mean the English Feringhi has arrived? Allah, on this of all days, tell him I am at home. The voice was coolly matter-of-fact. The eunuch bowed again and disappeared without a word. As Nadir Sharif watched his skirt vanish past the doorway tap. Pastry, he tried to clear his mind and decide quickly what now must be done. Instinctively, he turned once more to monitor the Darshan balcony. Still nothing. Then he smiled fleetingly, realizing that the fate of the Englishman would depend very much on what happened at Darshan this very morning. The visitor appeared in freshly brushed red turban and jeweled earrings, and wordlessly strode past the eunuch at the doorway, pushing the partially open tapestry aside as though a foe. Battle. There was about the man the haughty carriage and contemptuous eyes always encountered among Rajputs in high places, and Nadir Sharif recognized him immediately. The Prime Minister also knew this particular Rajput had never trusted him and never would. Nimast Sharif Sahib, Vasant Rao's salam was correct but cold. It's always a pleasure to see you. When did you arrive? Last evening. Have you arranged lodgings for the English Feringhi, even before informing me you were here? He has no lodgings yet, Sharif Sahib, only rooms at a guest house. The Feringhi insisted no one be informed of his arrival. He did not say why. Vasant Rao returned Nadir Sharif's expressionless stare. The prince's orders were to honor the Feringhi's requests whenever possible. Nadir Sharif's face betrayed none of his anger as he turned again toward the Darshan balcony. A flock of vagrant pigeons darted overhead, following the line of palaces along the river. How is the child? He is well formed, Sharif Sahib. Your daughter, Her Highness, was also well when I left Burhanpur. She gave me this dispatch for you. Nadir Sharif accepted the bamboo tube and, controlling his expression, tossed it aside as though it were of no more consequence than a gardener's report brought by a eunuch. I've received no pigeons from her for 4 weeks, only official dispatches from Ghulam Adil's secretary in Burhanpur. Ich tell nothing. Why isn't he in the field with Jadar? What is happening? I'm not with the army now, Sharif Sahib. Vasant Rao casually stroked his mustache. Perhaps the prince has ordered secrecy to protect his movements toward the south. Nadir Sharif started to reply, but immediately thought better of it. Instead, he traced his finger along the railing of the balcony in silence, and seemed to listen to the distant pigeons as he rotated the answer in his mind. No. It was a lie, and quickly evaluating the possible reasons why. In the north, dispatching pigeons in the field might be a risk, but never in the south, where the infidel Dakhanis always know the deployment of our army better than its own Manders, no. There's something planned that Jadar does not want me to know, which can only mean His Impulsive Highness. Prince Jadar has undertaken something foolish. I know him too well. After a moment, Nadir Sharif broke the silence. Without turning his face from the Darshan balcony, tell me about the Feringhi. Do you mean what he says, or what I think about him? Both. He claims to be an ambassador for the English king, but his only credentials are a letter he brings, said to request a trading firman from His Majesty. What are the intentions of this Feringhi king? Trade or eventual meddling? No one has seen the letter, Sharif Sahib, but the Englishman says his king merely asks to trade yearly at Surat, which means the English must again contest with the Portuguese. Until one of them eventually abandons our ports, they cannot both trade. The Portuguese viceroy would never allow it. What you say seems true. It said the Christians in Europe are having a holy war. I don't understand the cause, but the English and the Portuguese seem to be historic enemies because of it. However, the Englishman claims their disputes in Europe are now over, and that the Portuguese attack on his ships was in violation of a treaty of peace recently signed. Whether this is actually true, no one knows. The English ships are gone now, but if they come again, who can say what will happen? Will they come again? Nadir Shah. Rif's eyes told nothing of his thoughts, but his voice sharpened. Soon, the Englishman has not said. Perhaps next year, perhaps before that. Vasant Rao caught the inflection in Nadir Sharif's voice, and it triggered a chain of improbable possibilities. Goa will never allow them open access to Surat. There must be war on our seas if the English return. Nadir Sharif paused for a moment and then continued. Who do you think will triumph? Ask those who claim the gift of prophecy, Sharif Sahib. I'm only a soldier. That's why I asked you. I can only say that if other English are like this man, then they are a determined race. He seems to seek the new because it is there, yet perhaps not knowing what he will do with it once it is his. What do you mean? The Englishman, Hawksworth. He claims to be here for his king and his king only, but I sense this is only partly true. He is a man of complex desires. Then why is he here? I think he is here also for himself. He wants something. Perhaps it's to make war on the Portuguese. He will not shrink from it. But I think his own coming to India is to find something. He is searching for what I cannot say. He is a man of curious parts. He spoke once of spending time in prison, and he is devoted to playing a small stringed instrument. He understands the tongue of the Moghuls, and he questions all he sees. He is beginning to know Ind. Yeah, because he has made it his purpose to know India. If he stays, he could become very troubling for the Portuguese. And will that bring no good to affairs here? Nadir Sharif paused. Will it? I do not follow matters of state, Sharif. Ehib, Nadir Sharif let the silence swell, then in a voice brittle as ice he spoke. Why did the prince meet with him? Vasant Rao tried without success to mask his surprise. Lord Krishna, they know everything in Agra. There was a meeting. Vasant Rao hesitated, then decided to maintain discretion. But neither spoke of it afterwards. Nadir Sharif studied him, pondering if it were true. Then he turned to glance at the Darshan balcony as he spoke. The Moghul has demanded that the English Feringhi be brought to Durbar immediately after he arrives. Does that mean today? Vasant Rao shifted with surprise. His Majesty will hear soon enough he has arrived. There is no choice. Then the Feringhi must be told to prepare, Sharif Sahib. He has a chest containing gifts and the letter. I know what he has. Tell him he must bring the gifts to Durbar. For his sake I hope they're not trifles. His Majesty is most anxious to see them. And the Queen is even more anxious to see the letter, Nadir Sharif told himself. Then he smiled as he realized he would see it first. It will be an interesting afternoon. A fanfare of drums sounded faintly from the ramparts of the Red Fort, and for a moment the morning sun seemed to glow even brighter against the gleaming panels of the Jasmine Tower. Nadir Sharif turned toward the Darshan balcony. From the shadow of its embroidered satin awning, a figure had suddenly emerged. It was just possible to make out the man's glistening robe and his elaborate, patterned turban. Then the heavy jewels of his earrings momentarily caught the morning sunshine and sent streams of light flashing outward. All the waiting crowd bowed low, each man touching the back of his right hand to the ground and then bringing the palm to his forehead as he drew erect. It was the formal teslim given the Moghul, signifying each man's readiness to give himself as an offering. Nadir Sharif scrutinized the scene carefully and drew an almost audible sigh of relief. Then he turned to Vasant Rao. Have you ever seen the Moghul at morning darshan? He continued on distractedly, neglecting to pause for an answer. You know, it's actually a custom began by Akman, who worshipped the sun as one of the gods. But Arangbar appears in order to maintain his own authority. If he missed darshan for a day, rumors would begin he was dead. 3 days and there would be Anar. Suddenly, the cheers from the courtyard died abruptly. In the silence that followed, a single pigeon's cry could be heard from overhead. Nadir Sharif whirled to see a second figure now standing on the balcony beside Arangbar. It was a dark-haired woman. He could not tell if she wore a veil, but her tiara of jewels glistened in the early sun. The color drained from Nadir Sharif's face as he watched, so the rumor was true. For the first time in history, she has appeared beside him at darshan to be worshipped equally. Vasant Rao found himself staring in astonishment. Queen Janahara. This is truly the beginning of the end for the prince. He will never see Agra again, unless he's at the head of an army or in chains. What does it mean? Vasant Rao could think of nothing else to say. Times and fashions change. Perhaps it's a whim of His Majesty. Nadir Sharif did not turn his gaze from the balcony. He did not want Vasant Rao to see his eyes. Escort the Feringhi to Durbar today. He's not safe here alone. As you wish, Sharif Sahib. Vasant Rao paused and studied the back of Nadir Sharif's turban. You have a message for the prince when I return. Official channels will serve for any message I have to give the prince. The Prime Minister whirled with uncharacteristic abruptness. That will be all. You would be wise to be out of Agra when the sun rises tomorrow. As Vasant Rao made his way past the waiting eunuchs, Nadir Sharif turned once more to examine the darshan balcony. He watched in growing dismay as the courtiers on the platform began salams to Queen Janahara, who now stood boldly at the forefront of the canopied marble portico. Then he recalled the dispatch from Mumtaz. A line of mounted imperial guards cleared a pathway through the narrow street. Now a midday throng of bullock carts, dark-skinned porters, ambling cattle, and black-veiled women balancing heavy brass pots atop their heads. Along both sides of the street, tan awnings shielded lines of quick-eyed, bearded merchants who squatted on their porches beckoning all to inspect their unprecedented bargains in cloth, reeds, batel leaves. Vendors sizzled flat bread in charcoal-fired round pans and dropped balls of brown dough into dark pots of smoking oil, seasoning the dusty air with piquant spice. Above the clatter of their horses' hooves came a cacophony of street Hindi, squeaking cart wheels, children's discordant piping. Between the open shops were ornate doorways, framed in delicate plasterwork scallops, leading upward to overhead balconies supported by red sandstone brackets. Behind the latticework screens that fronted these balconies, some carved rosewood, some filigreed marble Hawksworth could see clusters of idle women chewing betel and fanning themselves as they leaned forward to inspect the procession below. Hawksworth studied the helmeted guard around him, whose ornate shields bore the monarch's personal seal, and reflected on his introduction to Agra. His caravan from the south had arrived at the city's outskirts the evening before, after the sun's light had died away. He requested, Vasant Rao had found a traditional guest house for them. It was near the center of town, inconspicuous, and its primary amenities were a rainproof thatch roof and a stone floor. Tomorrow, the Rajput had told him he must find a house befitting an ambassador. Guards accompanying them into Agra had not even dismounted, had turned back immediately for the south, and only Vasant Rao stayed to share the evening meal. They had dined quickly on fried bread and lentils, and afterward the Rajput had retrieved his saddle from the stable, and pillowing it under his helmet, immediately fallen asleep, curved sword in hand. Hawksworth had lain awake listening to the night sounds of Agra, wondering what his next move should be. Sleep finally overtook him just before dawn broke. He awoke to discover Vasant Rao already gone. But the Rajput had mysteriously returned in time to share a breakfast of more fried bread and spiced curds. After eating, Vasant Rao had announced that Aurangzeb expected him in Durbar that afternoon. The rest of the morning had been spent hastily procuring bearers for his chest of gifts and cleaning the mildewed doublet and hose he had been instructed by the company to wear. Just after noon, a contingent of the Moghul's personal guard had arrived unexpectedly with orders to escort them through the center of Agra, directly to the Moghul's private entrance to the Red Fort. There, horses emerged abruptly from the narrow, jostling street, and Hawksworth realized they had entered a wide, sunlit plaza opening outward from the fort's south gate. The close, acrid smells of the town were immediately scourged by the searing midday heat. Hawksworth reined in his horse and stared at the fort, incredulous at its immensity. They were facing two concentric walls of polished red sandstone, the outer easily 40 feet high and the inner at least 70. Both are obviously thick, with battlements loopholed for musketry and crowned by rampart ways. A wide wooden drawbridge leading to the entrance spanned a 30-foot, water-filled moat that followed the outer wall in both directions as far as the eye. could see it had to be the largest, most powerfully built fortress Hawksworth had ever seen. No story he had heard, no imagined grandeur had prepared him for this first view. The sight was at once awesome and chilling. No wonder the Moghul frightens all of India. It's impregnable. The outer blocks of the walls seem to be linked by massive iron rings, and the round towers spaced along them have slots designed for heavy ordnance. With two thick walls, which probably also have a moat between, it would be impossible to storm, and cannon would be almost useless. Vasant Rao monitored Hawksworth's reaction, and his dark eyes betrayed his pride. Do you understand now why the Moghul is held in such regard? No king in the world could have a palace as grand as this. Did you know that the distance around the walls is over 1 kos? What would that be? Around 2 of your English miles? Hawksworth nodded assent as their guards led them directly across the wide drawbridge and through a passageway. The outer edge of the drawbridge was connected by heavy chains to rollers at the top of the entryway. The 2 rollers worked in a stone channel cut upward into the steep walls of the passage and were held in place by iron bars inserted into the channel. The bridge would lift automatically by simple removal of the iron bars. Around them now was a small, heavily defended barbican, and ahead, between the outer and inner wall, was a gate. Set in a towering portal almost 80 feet high that was faced with gleaming blue enamel tiles. How many gates like this are there? The Red Fort actually has 4 gates, 1 on the river and 1 on each of the other sides. This is the southern gate, which the Moghul recently renamed the Amar Singh Gate. Vasant Rao lowered his voice, after a defiant Rajput who he murdered. I have never seen it before, but it is even more beautiful than the public Delhi Gate, on the north, which is inlaid marble. The Red Fort is truly astonishing. Tell me, Captain, is there anything in your England to compare? Nothing. Hawksworth searched for his voice. Why is it so large? This is the place where India is governed. And the Moghul does not live alone. He has to house over 1,000 women, an army to protect him and his treasury, and more servants than man can count. The Rajput seemed momentarily puzzled by the question. Then he continued, with a sly smile. The fort was built by the Moghul's father, the great Akman. People say it required over 8 years to complete. He also built another complete city in the desert a few kos west of here, but later he abandoned it and moved back to Agra. Surely your English king governs from a palace. His Majesty, King James, has a palace at Hampton Court. Hawksworth paused. But England is governed by laws made in Parliament, which has its own place to meet. It sounds like you have a very weak king, Captain Hawksworth, if he cannot rule. Vasant Rao glanced nervously at the guards. You would do well not to tell that to Aurangzeb. In India there is only one law, the word of the Moghul. As they entered the portico of the Amar Singh Gate, Hawksworth glanced behind him, relieved to see that their porters still followed, one at each side of his sea chest. Vasant Rao had cautioned him not to deliver all the gifts at once. Aurangzeb would expect a new gift each time they met. King James's letter he carried personally, carefully secreted inside his doublet. Inside the archway of the gate were sets of thick wooden doors, opened back against the sides. These doors bristled with long iron spikes, and as Hawksworth puzzled over them, Vasant Rao caught his questioning look. Those spikes embedded in the doors are to prevent war elephants from battering them in with their foreheads. It's common in a fortress, he smiled. But then, I keep forgetting your England probably has no elephants. Ahead, at the terminus of the archway, the path was blocked by a heavy chain and armed sentries. The guards reined in their horses and began to dismount, while their leader passed brusque orders to Vasant Rao. We ride no farther, Vasant Rao translated as he swung from the saddle. He says no one except the Moghul himself, his sons, or his women is allowed to ride through the Amar Singh Gate. It's strictly enforced. Hawksworth paused one last time, feeling about him the weight of the thick walls and the ornate tower rising above them, a great blue jewel in the afternoon sun. For a moment he had the curious sensation of entering a giant tomb. He took a deep breath and slowly dismounted, feeling suddenly conspicuous in his formal silk hose and ruffled doublet. Vasant Rao passed the reins of his horse to a waiting servant and drew alongside, his eyes Does it seem strange to you that the Moghul would name one of the 4 gates to the Red Fort after a Rajput? He stroked the curl of his mustache and lowered his voice. It's a story you should hear. It's not meant as an honor. What day? Who you mean? It's intended to be a warning to all Rajputs of what happens when he is defied. There was, several years ago, a Rajput adventurer named Amar Singh. He sought to rise to position in Aurangzeb's court. He eventually did rise to the rank of 1,000 horse, and along the way he asked, and received the help of an old courtier who had influence. Only later did the Rajput find out that this man expected his younger daughter in payment. Vasant Rao's smile wry. They say she was incredibly beautiful. Well, Amar Singh was a true Rajput and he was outraged. Naturally, he refused. So the courtier who had helped him decided to have revenge, and he went to Aurangzeb and told him about a certain beautiful Rajput girl who would make an excellent addition to the Zenana. The Moghul immediately sent some of his personal guards to Amar Singh's house to take the girl. When Amar Singh realized why the guards had come, he called the girl and stabbed her to death before their eyes. Then he took horse and rode to the Red Fort, even riding through this gate. He rode into the audience hall and demanded that Aurangzeb appear and explain. Such things, Captain, are simply not done in Agra. The moment he dismounted, he was cut to pieces by a dozen of Aurangzeb's guards. Then the Moghul decided to name this gate after him to remind all Rajputs of his fate, but he need not have bothered. No Rajput will ever forget. Leaving the servants with their horses, they proceeded on foot up a wide, inclined path that led through an enclosed square. Around the sides of the square were porticos and galleries, where horsemen with swords and pikes aided. Those men are on their chowki, their 7th-day watch. Vasant Rao pointed to the porticos. Every soldier in Agra must stand watch once every 7 days, either here or in the large square inside where we're going. It's the Moghul's law. They passed through another large gate, and suddenly a half-dozen turbaned guards, in leather armor and wearing long curved swords, drew alongside as though expecting them. Now, with a double escort, they began the ascent of a long walkway. Perhaps 20 paces wide, situated between 2 high brick walls. Hawksworth's leather shoes padded against the square paving stones, which had been striated to permit easy footing for the Moghul's horses and elephants. As they reached the and they emerged into another large court, comprising the southeast corner of the fort. Ahead was yet a 4th gate. As they passed through, Hawksworth realized it was protected by more mounted horsemen in the recessed lower porticos, and archers in elevated galleries. They walked past the wide wooden doors and into a vast milling square. It was several hundred feet on the side and ringed with arcades where still more mounted horsemen waited. A wide roadway divided the square. This is the quadrangle. I only saw it once before, but then I entered from the public side. Vasant Rao indicated an identical gate directly opposite. Over there. The guards directed them toward a large, multicolored canopy fanning out from the tall buildings on their right. The area beneath the canopy was cordoned off from the square by a red velvet railing, and porters with cudgels stood around the perimeter. Vasant Rao seemed increasingly nervous as their escorts led them forward, past the guards at the entry to the canopy. Hawksworth noticed that the air beneath the canopy was heavy with incense ambergris and aloe burning in gold and silver censers hanging from poles. The arcade ahead is the Anayam, the hall of public audience, where the Moghul holds his daily durbar. Vasant Rao pointed toward the steps that led upward to a large open pavilion at the far end of the canopy. It was several stories high and over 100 feet on each side. The roof was borne by marble arches supported by rows of white columns. No man with rank under 500 horse is allowed to enter inside the railing. I think that's why we have a special escort above. The crowd at the far end of the hall was a raised platform of white marble, standing about 3 feet from the floor and covered by its own tapestried canopy. The platform was surrounded by a silver railing, and several turbaned men holding rolls of documents were now struggling to gain a position at the rail. All around them the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Behind and above the platform, in a marble gallery set in the wall, rested an immense throne carved from black marble. At its 4 corners were life-sized statues of rearing lions, each spangled with jewels, which supported in their silver paws a canopy of pure gold. The walls on either side of the throne were latticework marble screens, through which the Zenana women could watch. Never seen the throne this close before. It's famous. Vasant Rao paused. And there are some in Agra who would sell their brother to have it. The imperial guards suddenly saluted, fists against their leather sheath. Ulds turned and marched down the steps of the Diwanayam and back into the square. Vasant Rao watched them disappear into the crowd, and then he shook the left sleeve of his riding cloak and a naked katar, the deadly tiger knife, all rod. Put's carry dropped into his hand. Its handle was a gold-plated grip between 2 prongs, designed to be held in the fist and thrust directly forward. Without a word, he slipped it into a sheath secured in the sash of his belt. Hawksworth tended not to notice and instead turned to examine the crowd. Next to them, an assembly of Persian diplomats, wearing heavy robes and jewel-encrusted turbans, eyed Hawksworth's plain doublet and hose with open contempt. The air was thick, with sweat and incense, and the sparkle of gold and jewels. Uniformed servants sounded a drum roll on 2 large brass kettles at the back of the throne, and the velvet curtains behind the throne parted. 2 guards with gold-handled swords entered briskly and stood at attention, one on either side of the parted curtains. Hawksworth felt his pulse surge as the next figure entered through the curtains. He was of middle height, with a small mustache and glistening diamond earrings. He wore a tight patterned turban, a blue robe secured by a gold brocade sash, jeweled rings on both hands, and a massive string of pearls. A golden-handled sword and dagger were at his waist, and 2 feline cubs frisked by his side. Hawksworth studied them in confusion, and after a moment realized they must be baby lions, an animal famous in English folklore, but never actually seen firsthand by anyone in England. At that instant, a din of kettledrums erupted from galleries at the sides of the square. Almost as one those waiting called out a salam, bent forward and touched the back of their right hand to the ground, and then to their forehead as they drew erect. The durbar of the Moghul had begun. It did not perform the teslim. Vasant Rao turned to Hawksworth with dismay in his voice. He may have taken note of it. That was unwise, my friend. An ambassador for a king doesn't prostrate himself. You're new to India. That may be taken as an excuse. The other ambassadors here know better. As they watched, 3 other men slowly emerged from behind the throne and took their places on the marble platform, standing beside the Moghul. They all wore jeweled turbans and each had a sash of gold cloth about the waist. Hawksworth turned to Vasant Rao in time to see a look of hatred flash through his eyes. Who are they? The 2 younger men are his sons. I saw them once before in Agra. It's traditional that his sons join him at the durbar when they are here. The younger one is Aladdin. He will be married next month to Queen Janahara's daughter. The other one is his drunken brother Parwaz. The older man is Zainul Beg, the Moghur's wazir, his chief counsel. He's the father of Nadir Sharif, the prime minister, and he's also the father of Queen Janahara. Hawksworth watched as yet another man emerged through the curtain, walked casually past the throne, and was helped onto the marble platform directly in front. He turned to the silver rail, where a dozen petitions were immediately thrust up to him. Vasant Rao nudged Hawksworth and pointed. And that's Nadir Sharif, the prime minister. Remember him well. No one reach. Is the Moghul without his consent? The prime minister paused to study the faces below, and then reached out for a petition. He unrolled it, scanned it quickly, and turned to Erengbar, passing it upward with a comment only those by the throne. But here, the business of the day was underway. Erengbar listened with obvious boredom as one petition after another was set before him. He held counsel with his sons and with the Wazir, and frequently he would turn to the marble screen off the right side of the throne and discuss a petition with someone waiting behind it. Below the platform, several ambassadors shuffled, trying to mask their impatience. Hawksworth suddenly realized that the jewel-encrusted boxes they held, many of beaten gold, contained presents for the Moghul. He looked at his own leather-bound wooden chest, shabby by comparison, and his heart began to sink. After a short while, the Moghul seemed to lose patience with the petitions and, ignoring the waiting, nobles abruptly signaled for a review of the day's elephant troops. Moments later, a line of war elephants entered through the public gate and began to march single file across the back of the square. Their tusks were wreathed with gold bands, and they wore coverings of embroidered cloth which were strung with tinkling bells and tassels of Tibetan yak hair. As each reached a spot directly in front of the Diwanayam, it stopped, kneeled, and trumpeted to Erengbar. When the last elephant had passed, drums were sounded again, and a group of 8 men came into the square leading a snarling beast by heavy chains attached to its iron collar. It was tawny, with a heavy mane and powerful paws, and it roared out its displeasure as it writhed and clawed at the chains. Hawksworth took one look and realized it was a fully grown male lion. That seems to be His Majesty's new toy. Vasant Rao pointed nervously. He collects lions as pets. That one must have just been capped. Sure. Erengbar studied the lion with obvious delight. Then he bent down and stroked one of the cubs by his side, lifting it to better view the new prize. The assembly watched spellbound for a moment, then burst into cheers. As Hawksworth watched, Erengbar set down the lion cub and spoke with his Wazir. Zainal Beg stared into the crowd and then pointed. Moments later, the black cassock of a Jesuit appeared at the railing. With a start, Hawksworth recognized Father Alvarez Sarmento, last seen in the courtyard of Mukarab Khan's palace in Surat. The Jesuit listened to the Wazir's instructions and then turned to the crowd. His announcement was in English. His Majesty orders the ambassador from England to come forward. Vasant Rao touched Hawksworth's arm and reached out to clasp his hand. This is your moment, my friend. By the time Durbar is through, I will be far from here. Why are you leaving? Hawksworth turned and looked into his eyes, suddenly realizing that Vasant Rao was the closest thing he had to a friend in India. It's impossible for me to stay longer. Vasant Rao paused, and Hawksworth sensed his warmth was genuine. Suddenly, the Rajput reached into the sachet, his belt, and drew out his sheathed katar. You saved my life once in the village, and I've never found the words to thank you. Perhaps this can say it for me. Take it as a token of friendship from a Rajput. It was given to me by my father, and it has tasted blood more times than I can count. You're a brave and honest man, and I think we'll meet again. Before Hawksworth could speak, Vasant Rao embraced him warmly and melted into the crowd. A pathway was clearing through the glaring nobles, and Hawksworth quickly slipped the katar into his doublet as he leaned over to secure the chest. When he reached the silver railing, Sarmento was waiting. Let me welcome you to Agra, Captain. The Jesuit spoke, idly in English, his face a hard mask. I pray God gave you a pleasant journey. I thought you were bound for Lahore. In time, Captain, in time, but we have an Agra mission as well. Our flock here grows. It must be tended. Ooh, you remember what we agreed that night in Surat? Translate for the English ambassador. Erengbar's voice interrupted, speaking in Persian. I would know his name. He asks your name. Sarmento spoke quietly to Hawksworth in English. You must bow when you give it. I am Captain General Brian Hawksworth, Ambassador of His Majesty, King James I of England. Hawksworth replied in Turkish, trying to remember the speech he had been told to deliver. A look of delighted surprise flashed through Erengbar's eyes. Hawksworth bowed and then continued. His Majesty, King James, has asked me to convey his friendship to His Most Noble Majesty, Arangbar, Moghul of India, together with certain unworthy tokens of his regard. Hawksworth tried to think quickly of a way to explain the unimpressive gifts King James had sent. Those trifles he sends are not intended as gifts deserving of your Majesty, for that would be a bounty no single man could deliver. Instead, he has asked me to bring certain common products of our country, not as gifts, for they are too unworthy, but as samples of English workmanship that your Majesty may examine personally, the goods he offers your merchants in trade. These are the first of many more worthy gifts he is now assembling for your Majesty to be sent on future voyages to your land. You speak the tongue of the Moghuls, ambassador. Already your king does me honor, I welcome you in his name. Arangbar leaned forward to watch as Hawksworth opened the clasp on the chest. The first items were samples of English woolens, lace, and brocade, crafted into doublets. Hawksworth laid these aside and took out a silver-trimmed brace of pistols, a gold-handled sword, an hourglass in carved ivory, and finally a gold whistle studded with small diamonds. The Moghul peered down from his marble throne impassively, and then called for them to be brought to him. While he examined each gift briefly, assessing it with a quick glance and calling for the next, Hawksworth reached into the corner of the box and withdrew the next present, a three-cornered English hat topped with a feather. When Arangbar saw a hat, his eyes brightened. At last I can look like a topiwala. He pushed aside the other gifts and called for the hat. He turned it in his hand for a moment, then removed his jeweled turban and clapped it on his head with delight. The Firing hat is a puzzling invention, Ambassador Hawksworth. Arangbar stumbled over the pronunciation of the name as he signaled for a mirror. What purpose it serves I have never understood. You, I observe, do not wear one yourself. Hats are not to my taste, may it please your Majesty. Hawksworth bowed again and then continued. His Majesty, King James of England, also has asked me to deliver a portrait of himself to your Majesty, together with letter expressing his desire for friendship between your land and his. Hawksworth produced a small, framed watercolor from the wooden chest. It was a miniature on vellum, scarcely more than an inch square, by Isaac Oliver, a celebrated artist from the school of Nicholas Hilliard, who had been fashionable under Queen Elizabeth. While Arangbar examined the painting, scrutinizing the workmanship as might a connoisseur, Hawksworth reached into his doublet and withdrew the letter. It was passed to Nadir Sharif, who presented it to Arangbar. The Moghul reluctantly handed the portrait to Aladdin, then inspected the leather binding of the letter. Finally, he broke the red wax seal and began to study the writing, a quizzical expression spreading over his face. The seal and script are worthy of a king, but it is in a language of Europe. There are 2 copies, your Majesty, one in English, the language of my king, and one in Spanish, a language something like the Portugals speak. Then we'll have Father Sarmento translate. Sarmento moved to the silver railing and took the leather-bound letter with a distasteful expression. He examined it for a moment, and then began to read it silently, the color slowly draining from his face. What message does your king send, ambassador? His admiration for your Majesty, whose reputation has reached even Europe, and his offer of full and open trade between your nation and his. The letter is basely penned, your Majesty. Sarmento's face was red with dismay as he turned to Arangbar. Its style is unworthy of a great prince. Arangbar examined the Jesuit with a troubled gaze and shifted on his throne. May it please your Majesty, this man is the enemy of England. Hawksworth pointed at Sarmento. How can my king's letter be ill-penned when he entreats your Majesty's friendship? Arangbar paused a moment, and then he smiled broadly. A reasonable reply. The English, I see, are a unspoken race. He glanced at Sarmento, and we have already seen their seamanship. Your words honor my king, your Majesty. Hawksworth found himself bowing again and wondering how to respond. We would hear more of England. Is it large? Not nearly as large as India, your Majesty. It is an island, but the queen of all the islands of the West. It is a rocky, barren speck in the great seas of Europe, your Majesty. Sarmento interjected himself, straining to hold his composure. A breeder of drunken fishermen and pirates, its king is a heretic, a sovereign of lawless privateers and an enemy of the Holy Church. It is a noble land, your majesty, ruled by a free king, not by a Spanish tyrant or an Italian pope, like the land of the Portugals. Our cannon are the best in the world, our ships the swiftest, our men the bravest. No flag but our own has ever flown above our soil. Our ships have sailed all the seas the world, from the east to the west. My king's seamen have explored the seas north of England, searching for a northeast passage to the Indies, and the Americas, searching for a northwest passage. Off your own shores we have met the galleons of Portugal, as your majesty must know, and in the West Indies we have challenged and overcome the carracks of Papist Spain. Their brave English captains named Hawkins and Drake stood off Spaniards 10 times their number. The very name of England strikes fear in the heart of a Portugal or a Spaniard. Arengbar toyed with the jeweled whistle as he listened. Your England interests us, Ambassador Hawksworth. He paused for a moment and reviewed the small, dispiriting assemblage of gifts. We would know when your king's next voyage will be. Very soon, may it please your majesty. Hawksworth squirmed and noticed Nadir Sharif suddenly edge closer to listen. But your king must send out voyages regularly. We have heard of the English traders in our southern seas. Do you not know when the next voyage will be, or what gifts your king is preparing? Surely he will send them this year. May it please your majesty, Hawksworth fumbled with the railing, trying to gain. I. Prince Parwaz suddenly plucked at Arengbar's arm and pointed into the crowd. A tall, bearded man with a vast turban and 2 ornate swords at his side had moved next to the silver railing near Hawksworth, holding a petit ishan in his hand. He is the man I spoke of yesterday. Parwaz spoke in Turkey, and his words seemed slurred. Hawksworth realized he was tipsy. I told him to bring his petition today personally. He's a commander with the rank of 1,000 and horse. His stipend is 8,000 rupees a month. He claims he has served honorably, most recently in the siege of Kandahar, but that he must resign his mansab and dismiss his men and horse unless his stipend is increased. Arengbar examined the man for a moment, then addressed him in Turkey. What is your name and rank? I am Amanat Mubarak, your majesty. I maintain 1,000 horse, the finest Arabian blood in India. The man stood straight and spoke with a loud, clear voice. Is not your stipend the amount prescribed any man who maintains that number? It is, your highness, but I am not any man. I am a Pathan, and my father was Fath Shah. No enemy of your majesty has ever seen the back of my shield. His Highness, Prince Parwaz, saw me defend the royal encampment 5 years ago when he moved south of the Narbada. With my cavalry, I held position when all others called for retreat. I challenge any man here. A day to do me battle in your presence, with any weapon, on horseback or on foot. Then you may decide if I am as other men. The Moghul examined him carefully for a long moment. If you are not like other men, then I will let you prove it. Arengbar pointed beyond the marble porticos. Will you fight with the lion? The Pathan commander turned and stared blankly into the sunlit square, where the captured lion was snarling and pawing at its chains. A lion is a wild beast. Your Majesty, what trial is it for a man to contest with a lion? I think it would be the best trial of all. Arengbar's eyes began to glow. A beast has no understanding, Majesty. He shifted nervously as he realized Arengbar was not jesting. It's not a fit thing for a man to fight. You will joust with him. The fancy seemed to flood Arengbar with pleasure, and he turned abruptly to one of the guards. Give him a glove and a truncheon. That should suffice for a man, who claims bravery above all others. Hawksworth watched in disbelief as the dazed commander was led from the Diwanayam and into the quadrangle. A murmur of amazement passed through the crowd. The square cleared quickly as the lion was brought forward by its keepers. Still incredulous, the Pathan slowly pulled the heavy glove onto his left hand. Then he took the truncheon, no more than 1.5 feet long, in his right. Guards took his swords and turban, and in moments he and Ian were faced off in the afternoon sunshine. Hawksworth forced himself to watch as the commander began to spar with the lion, a young male with powerful claws. He managed to cudgel the lion several times, with the effect that it became more enraged than harmed. Then with a roar it sprang, pulling free of its keepers, and they went down together, rolling in the dust of the square. The Pathan continued to bravely cudgel the lion, even while its claws ripped across his face and arms. Hawksworth watched the lion's hard tail whip for balance as it pawed again and again at the truncheon. Suddenly, the man pulled free of its grasp, and with a wide arcing swing, brought the truncheon directly across the crown of the lion's head. Its rear haunches clawed upward spastically, and then it pitched unconscious into the bloody dust, its body still twitching. A cheer rose from the crowd of onlookers as the Pathan slowly drew himself erect. Hawksworth realized that the right side of his face had been completely ripped away by the lion's sharp claws. He made a few halting steps toward the Duanayam, wheeled dizzily, and collapsed in a pool of blood. He was dead by the time the guards reached him. Arangbar had watched in spellbound delight. He clapped his hands and turned to Parwaz, whose glazed eyes seemed not to have fully comprehended the spectacle. Astounding. I never knew a man could kill a lion with a mere club. He was braver than he knew. If he has sons, I will allow them to keep half his estate. Arangbar turned to the guard captains standing by the curtained entrance. Tomorrow select 10 of your best men and we will bring more lions. What better test of bravery? The uniform. Armed men standing at attention around the perimeter of the Duanayam, all blanched, but their eyes remained fixed straight ahead. Then Arangbar suddenly remembered Hawksworth. Does England have men as brave as ours, Ambassador? Hawksworth felt a cold sweat in his palms. No man in England would dare challenge one of your Majesty's lions. Arangbar laughed loudly. Before he could respond, the Wazir was whispering in his ear. He glanced at the marble screen directly behind his throw and nodded. Then he turned to Hawksworth. We are called away, Ambassador. I'm told I must take my afternoon rest. This is the time of day I retire to the Zenana for one pahar. He winked and gestured toward the marble screen. Her Majesty rules our time, but I want to speak more with you today about this island of England, and about your king's schedule for trade. You will attend me in the Diwanai cause this evening. As your Majesty pleases. As Arangbar rose, his eye caught the painting. He picked it up and scrutinized it, then turned to Hawksworth. Is this a fair example of English painting? It came from the school of a celebrated artist, your Majesty. His Majesty King James sat to have it painted especially for you. Hawksworth sensed that Arangbar had taken more interest in the painting than in any of the other gifts, except perhaps the hat. The painters of England are the finest in the world. The Moghul stirred slightly and then summoned a small, wiry man with heavy brows from the first row of courtiers. He briskly moved to the front and salaamed to Arangbar. The Moghul passed the painting to him, and together they studied it, conversing quietly in Persian. Arangbar turned to Hawksworth. We have a school of artists here in the palace, Ambassador Hawksworth. This man who directs the school says this portrait's background is too dark, the eyes lifeless, and it is neither three-quarter nor full face, as is our proven convention. Consequently, it gives no sense of your king's depth of character. Arangbar smiled. He also says the portraits he and his men execute are far more difficult. They catch the soul of the man, not merely his physical likeness. May it please your Majesty, I cannot accept what he says. Arangbar translated to the artist, who replied quickly in Persian, casting a quick, contemptuous glance at Hawksworth. He declares he could easily duplicate this simple portrait of your king, in a likeness so exact you could not tell his copy from the original. Such a thing is not possible, your Majesty. No man in the world could execute this exact painting, save the man who first put it on paper. Arangbar again translated for his painter, who replied animatedly. My chief painter says he and his workshop could easily produce 4 copies of this, any one of which would pass for the original. May it please your Majesty, I say it is impossible. European painting is a centuries-old tradition. requiring years of apprenticeship and study. The men around Hawksworth had begun to shift uncomfortably. The Moghul was never contradicted. Yet he seemed to relish the dispute. Then we'll set a wager. What will you wager me, ambassador, that I can make this one painting of your king into 5? I know not what to lay with so great a prince, nor does it befit me to name. A sum to your majesty. Hawksworth shifted uneasily, unsure of the protocol of betting with kings. And if you'll not wager with me, wager with my painter. Begging your majesty's pardon, your painter is no more suited to wager with an ambassador than I am to wager with your majesty. Then wager with my prime minister. He turned to Nadir Sharif. What will you lay? 5,000 gold mohurs, majesty. Hawksworth swallowed hard, realizing the amount was almost 10,000 pounds English sterling, more money than he had ever seen. Money is not an honorable bet among those who speak for great princes, your majesty. Hawksworth glanced about wildly, then an idea came. But perhaps I could wager your prime minister a horse, a fine Arabian stallion. Done. Erengbar beamed. I'll have the paintings tonight. The painter stared at Erengbar in dismay. It's not possible, majesty. There's not time. You'll find a way, or you'll owe Nadir Sharif a horse. Erengbar passed the painting back to the painter and whirled with a flourish to leave. Around Hawksworth, the nobles all bowed to the ground. Hawksworth turned quickly to scan the back of the crowd, but Vasant Rao had disappeared. Then guards surrounded him, and before he knew what was happening, he was swept past Sarmento, whose eyes still glowed with hatred, toward a marble doorway at the corner of the Diwanayam. Book 4, Agra, Chapter 17. Ambassador Hawksworth, His Majesty has asked me to ensure you are wanting in nothing while you wait. Nadir Sharif was standing on the wide marble balcony when Hawksworth emerged from the stairs that led upward from the Diwanayam to the interior courtyard of the palace. He salaamed with practiced dignity, even as his darting eyes assessed Hawksworth in a quick sweep. As Prime Minister for His Majesty, it is my duty, indeed my pleasure, to end your comfort and acquaint you with our protocol. I thank you on behalf of His Majesty, King James. Hawksworth awkwardly tried to salaam in return, careful not to bend as low as the Prime Minister. Perhaps I can begin by acquainting you with the palace. He gestured toward the open courtyard, where workmen thronged installing marble fountains and the rest of the encircling second-story balcony. The stalls below us are where the wives of merchants sometimes come to offer finery to the women of the Zenana. Now they are being readied for His Majesty's birthday celebration. And there, across the way, he pointed to a massive silk canopy covering a pavilion opposite the square, on the riverside of the palace, is the Diwanai Cause, where His Majesty holds his evening gatherings. To the left are His Majesty's baths, and on the right, projecting out over the river, is the Jasmine Tower of Queen Janahara. Now please follow me. His Majesty has honored you by inviting you to wait for him in the Diwanai Cause. The only other Firinghis ever to see it are the Jesuits he sometimes invites here to debate with the mullahs. Around them, the marble porticos had been carved in relief, a profusion of flowers and vines, creating a monochromatic garden in stone. The floors were patterned marble, and the walls decorated with hanging tapestries. As they entered the Diwanai Cause, Hawksworth noticed its floor was covered with a Persian carpet, over which had been scattered bolsters and pillows for lounging. On the side nearest the interior square was a foot-high platform in white marble, and on the opposite side, facing a gallery overlooking the arena below and the Jamuna River beyond, was a similar platform in black marble. Both were padded with rich carpets. His Majesty uses the white throne in evenings and the black in the afternoons, when he sometimes comes here to watch elephant fights in this square below. The doorway there leads to Her Majesty's apartments. Where is His Majesty now? He has retired to the Zenana for 1 pahar, 3 hours, where he dines on roasted meats, some wine, and passes the time agreeably. Each Afternoon, Her Majesty selects a woman for him. Moghul smiled. Naturally, it's never the same one. Her Majesty is always first in his heart, but she never allows his wanton affections to wander. Afterward, he comes here for his eve. Ning gathering. Nadir Sharif walked to the gallery and looked down on the river. Far below, on the opposite bank, a caravan of heavily loaded camels passed silently. By the way, His Majesty has asked me to inquire if you have a lodging. Ambassador. I have references for brokers, and tomorrow I'll begin to look. And personal servants? I'd hoped they'd be provided with the house. His Majesty may wish to arrange lodgings for you. Nadir Sharif turned back toward Hawksworth and paused for a moment before continuing. In Agra, ambassadors must acquire their lodgings and servants with care. There is, regrettably, a certain amount of intrigue in our city. Trustworthy and efficient servants are not always the easiest thing to find. Perhaps I should raise the matter of your lodging and servants with His Majesty. There's no reason to trouble His Majesty. I'll contact the brokers tomorrow. Hawksworth's tone was level but firm, suspecting that the servants picked for him would be spies, and if they turned out to be trustworthy and efficient rather than lazy and begrudging, there would be no doubt. The matter rests with His Majesty. Nadir Sharif watched as a eunuch entered bearing a tray with glasses of sharbat. A sarangi player followed him and settled in the corner, striking up a mournful-sounding tune on an instrument that looked like a bloated violin and sounded, to Hawksworth, like a distressed cat. Have you engaged an agent yet, ambassador? Nadir Sharif directed the tray toward Hawksworth. What do you mean? If your king wishes to trade large quantities of commodity, he will certainly require an agent here in Agra. To ensure that documents and approvals are handled efficiently, Nadir Sharif sighed. Officials here naturally prefer to work with someone who understands their requirements. An agent will be essential if your king expects to trade heavily. Nadir Shah. Rif paused. I presume that is his intention, assuming His Majesty approves the firman? Hawksworth examined Nadir Sharif for a moment, assuming he was offering to be the agent for King James. Or was he merely hoping to elicit trade? Information to pass on to the Portuguese. I'll engage an agent when the time seems proper. For now, I have no firman. Then a light suddenly dawned somewhere in Hawksworth's brain. But I suppose I'll need an agent for that as well? Could prove useful. His Majesty can be distressingly absent-minded. And what would be this agent's fee? It depends on the difficulty involved. Nadir Sharif's face remained impassive. I would say it also depends on whether he's successful. So it would, but he would need more information on English trading intentions than you have divulged so far. That will come in time when I know more about the agent, naturally. Nadir Sharif cleared his throat. But enough affairs. Permit me to toast your arrival. When your request for a safe conduct pass arrived from Surat, we all wondered if a Feringhi new to India could successfully travel our bandit-infested roads, even with the Moghul's pass. He took a delicate sip of the beverage. I trust your journey was without mishap. For the most part? A diplomatic answer, but you seem to have survived all parts well enough. Did you take the Burhanpur road? I did. Then perhaps you pay. Prince Jadar, I understand he was there recently. Nadir Sharif smiled disarmingly. I always welcome news of him. You may know he's married to my first daughter, Mumtaz. I hear she just presented him with his first son. He was in Burhanpur when I arrived, but I was only there for 3 days. Not a very interesting city, I'm told, but they say the Deccan itself is quite beautiful in harvest. I envy you your trip. I, alas, rarely can escape Agra, except when His Majesty goes to Kashmir in the heat of summer. Nadir Sharif signaled the eunuch to refill Hawksworth's cup. The sarangi player had been joined by a drummer, who took up a slow, even rhythm. Did I understand you to say you met the prince while you were there? Hawksworth hesitated and studied Nadir Sharif, not remembering he had mentioned meeting Jadar. Actually, I did see him briefly once. He was in the fortress where I stayed. Ah yes, the fortress. That was wise of you, considering the situation now. I'm pleased he invited you to join him. As it happened, I traveled from Surat with men from his guard. Their destination was the fortress, his guards. Then you were most fortunate. Nit indeed. Nadir Sharif seemed to listen absently to the melody for a moment. I'm always a bit stupid about military campaigns. What would men from his guards be doing in Surat? Hawksworth heard an inner alarm suddenly sound. I think they were there to accompany a convoy. A convoy from Surat. Odd, but then I rarely understand these things. What was it bringing? Nadir Sharif chuckled congenially. Barrels of Persian wine for the prince, I would venture to guess. I understand it was lead for shot. Nadir Sharif gave Hawksworth a quick, troubled glance. I see. Yes, lead would require a guard, but Prince Jadar's Rajputs virtually scorned to use muskets, so I assume it was rather a all number of carts. Hawksworth straightened his doublet, shifting the location of Vasant Rao's Qatar. I don't recall the precise number. Naturally, I'm confused by numbers myself. Probably something like 20, I suppose. Certain. I would presume no more than 50. I didn't count the exact number. Too many to count? I see. Nadir Sharif seemed to be only half attentive to the conversation as he swung his head from side to side in appreciation of the exhilarating tempo of the drummer. Doubtless it was some of the very lead I'm told you brought for trade. It wasn't English. Then I suppose it was Portuguese. I assume you must have noticed. Not actually. Hawksworth paused. It was. It really my concern. Yes, quite so. Nadir Sharif walked again to the gallery and stood silent, still swinging his head absently to the time of the music. The pieces of the puzzle had already dropped into place. So that's how Jadar did it. And only one man in Surat could have provided the prince the silver he needed, that contemptible son of a Moneylender Mirza Nuruddin. He's uncontrollable. But even if the prince survives the Deccan, what can he do? The Imperial Army. Allah, it's obvious. There's only one way he can ever march north with enough men to meet Janahara's army. By the merciful prophet, he's mad. Nadir Sharif coughed lightly and turned back toward the room. Ambassador Hawksworth, would you care for some wine? You need not be squeamish. His Majesty has always admired men who drink. I would join you, but regrettably I cannot. While His Majesty retires, the rest of us must labor on. A glass would be. Elcome, a glass, Ambassador. Did you say a glass? Nadir Sharif laughed. You'll need more than a glass if you drink with His Majesty. I'll send the servants. He bowed again at the doorway of the vestibule. I'll rejoin you when I can, in them. Meantime, summon the eunuchs if you require anything. He turned and was gone. In what seemed only moments, 2 turbaned servants appeared, smiling as they placed a large chalice of wine on the carpet next to Hawksworth's bolster. It's awe. Well, too incredible. Queen Janahara slumped onto a velvet divan and distractedly took a rolled betel leaf from the silver tray offered by a hovering eunuch. Behind her, a female Zenana slave fanned a plume of peacock feathers against the afternoon heat. As she spoke, she brushed back her gold-threaded scarf, revealing gleaming dark hair. The few gray strands had been perfectly dyed, pulled back tightly against her head and secured with a golden band. Her only jewels were in a necklace, diamonds with a massive blue sapphire that complemented her dark eyes. She was nearing 50, but still possessed of a beauty that had, with the years, evolved to magnificent dignity. Her face was statuesque, and her Persian was both elegant and mellifluous. He's still marching south. I think he actually enjoys living in the field, surrounded by mud and Rajputs. How much longer can he continue? Be assured this time the prince will bring his own undoing. Nadir Sharif accepted a betel leaf from the tray, a gesture, and absently rolled it between his thumb and finger. He wondered nervously why she had summoned him to the Jasmine Tower the minute he left the English Feringhi. He normally enjoyed meeting her there, amid the marble screens, where they could recline on the carpeted terrace and admire the broad Jamuna. As her brother and prime minister, it was not unseemly for him to visit her in her quarters. The campaign in the Deccan will change everything, Your Majesty. It cannot end as did the last one, with Malik Ambar surrendering out of fright. The Abyssinian surely suspects by now that Jadar is isolated. Queen Janahara was no longer listening. Her thoughts were seething over the two surprises of the day. The first was Nadir Sharif's absence from her historic appearance at the Darshan balcony. She had already been informed of his absence by 4 separate eunuchs. All assumed it was Dil. Iburit, Nadir Sharif, my own brother, can he be wavering? Or merely bargaining? Why? Has something happened with Jadar? The march south should have been the end of him. The Mansabdars and their troops south of the Narbada were in shambles. But somehow Jadar has managed to recall enough cavalry to continue his campaign. What is he planning? That question called to mind the second problem of the day, the Englishman. She knew, as Arangbar did not, that the Englishman had already met. If Jadar, why had Jadar contrived such a meeting? The prince must know that both she and Nadir Sharif had full support of the Viceroy of Goa. Did he also know that the Viceroy had even offered secretly to help arm the Deccani's egg? Against him, an arrangement she was now negotiating. What of the English Feringhi, his letter, his meeting with Jadar? She had studied him carefully through her screen when he appeared at the afternoon durbar, and she had ordered a Persian translation of his letter prepared immediately, and what she read was disturbing. The English king had, it was true, asked merely for a trading firman. But who knew what sea power waited behind the English appearance at Surat? She knew Jadar despised Christians, but he would not scruple to use them one against the other. Where would it lead, if Jadar could enlist English sea power in the struggle that loomed ahead, and somehow neutralize the influence of the Portuguese? Maddeningly, the Moghul seemed amused by the Englishman, by his rude manner. Why did His Majesty invite the Feringhi to the Diwan-i cause tonight? My esteemed sister, you were at today's durbar. You know His Majesty's whims far better than I. Perhaps he was fascinated by finding a Feringhi who speaks his barbarous Turkey. For His Majesty, the new Feringhi cannot be anything more than merely a new toy, like a new dog or horse. He will amuse himself with the Feringhi Dangle Prom. Is before him and wait to see if more gifts are forthcoming. You know he is the same with all ambassadors. This one I think is different. Did you see him refuse to Teslim? I think His Majesty is already awed by him. I fear for India if the English ever gain influence here. Do you really believe the English king wants nothing more than trade? Janahara found herself searching for the key to Nadir Sharif's thoughts. What do you suppose would happen if these English defy the Portuguese and one day decide to blockade Surat, to allow trade only to those who have supported them at court? She paused as she studied him. Could there be some here already who are fearful enough to pretend friendship to the Englishman? Who could know these things? Nadir Sharif walked to the white marble railing and gazed along the side of the fort, where the Jamuna lapped gently against the thick red walls. He remembered his pigeons, and then he remembered them. Orning Darshan and Janahara's unprecedented appearance. The Englishman is hardly a problem, my dear sister. He is already tamed. You are the problem now, you and your newfound power. But if you fear this harmless Feringhi more than you, hear me, then I have at last found a way to manage you as well. At long last. Tonight I will drink with the English Feringhi, and then we may learn something useful. A man lounging with a wine cup in his hands says things he would never utter. Standing at Durbar, I think His Majesty may also be wondering about the intentions of his king. Janahara chewed silently on the betel leaf and eyed him, knowing he had met that morning with the Rajput who brought the English Feringhi. He to Agra and wondering why. Whatever the reason, she told herself, Nadir Sharif would never be so foolish as to side with Jadar. Not so long as the prince was isolated and weak. Nadir Sharif did not gamble. The Feringhi must be watched closely, find a way. We need to know what he is doing, what he is thinking. Do you understand? To hear is to obey. Nadir Sharif bowed lightly. And you will be at Darshan tomorrow morning, even if you were not there. A day. Naturally, had I but known, Majesty. Father made you Prime Minister. You can be just as easily removed. Your Majesty. Nadir Sharif bowed, and with an unseen flick, sent the rolled betel leaf spinning past the railing. Award the dark waters of the Jamuna below. Hawksworth sipped from the new cup of wine, his third, and watched the musicians begin to retune. Around him, the members of Arangbar's inner circle were assembling in the Diwan cause. This must be evening dress in Agra, he marveled. Silk turbans studded with rubies and sapphires, diamond earrings, swords trimmed in gold and silver, pearl necklaces, cloaks of rich brocade, velvet slippers. The faces around him all betrayed the end. Alint eyes and pasty cheeks of men long indulged in rich food, hard spirits, sensuality. It was, he now realized, the fairyland that Sims had described that freezing day so long ago in the offices of the Levant Company. What man? Not a papist monk could resist the worldly seductions of the Moghul's court. Then he remembered the brave Pathan who had been torn apart by a lion that very afternoon, while all Arangbar's nobles watched unprotesting, on the signal of a U. In standing by the doorway, the drummer suddenly pounded out a loud, rhythmic fanfare, and then the sitarist took up a martial motif. The brocade drapery hanging inside a marble archway at the back of the room was drawn aside by a guard, and a moment later Arangbar swept into the room. The courtiers all bowed in the teslim, rising with their hands on their forehead. Arangbar had changed to evening dress. He wore a dark velvet turban encrusted with jewels, tight-fitting patterned trousers beneath a transparent muslin skirt, and a gold brocade cinch at his waist. He clapped his hands in delight when he saw Hawksworth holding a wine cup. The ambassador has already tasted our Persian wine. How do you find it, Ambassador Ka? He stumbled over the name. Wait, the first thing we must do is rename you. Henceforth we will call you English. Now, have we pronounced that properly? Perfectly, Your Majesty. And so please Your Majesty, the wine is excellent, though perhaps not as sweet as the wines of Europe. Every Ferengi says the same English, but we will civilize you, and also teach you something about painting. He seized a glass of wine from a waiting eunuch, and then shouted to Nadir Sharif, who had entered moments before from the back. Where are my 5 paintings? I'm told they will be ready before Your Majesty retires. The painters are still hard at work, so please Your Majesty. It does not please me, but then I have no wager. He roared with amusement. Your stables will be reduced by a prize stallion come morning if the paintings are not ready soon. Look to it. As Nadir Sharif bowed in acknowledgement, Arangba. Our world to Hawksworth. Tell me something about your king, English. How many wives does he have? We have hundreds. He has but one, Your Majesty, and I believe she is mostly for show. King James prefers the company of young men. Like most Christians I've met. And you, English, have you any wives? Arangbar had already finished his first glass of wine and taken a second. I have none, Your Majesty. But you, I suspect, are not a Jesuit or a eunuch. Oh, Your Majesty. Then we shall find you a wife, English. He took a ball of opium and washed it down with wine. No, we will find you too. Yes, you shall be well wived. May it please Your Majesty, I have no means to care for a wife. I'm here for only a season. Hawksworth shifted uncomfortably. You will only leave Agra, English, when it is our pleasure, but if you will not have a wife, you must at least have a house. I am arranging it now, Your Majesty. Arangba looked at Hawksworth sharply, then continued as though he had not heard. Now tell us more about your king. We would know what he's like. Hawksworth bowed as he tried to collect his thoughts. The wine was already toying with his brain, although most of what he knew about King James was hearsay. He knew he did not care for England's new king overly much. No English subject did, and idle seamen had reason to dislike him the most of all. He was not the sovereign Elizabeth had been. He's of middle stature, Your Majesty, not overly fat, though he seems so since he always wears quilted stiletto-proof doublets. Arangbar seemed surprised. Is he not safe? Has he no guards? He's a prudent man, Your Majesty, as befits a sovereign. And Hawksworth thought also a coward, if you believe the talk in London. What all men know for fact, though, is that he's a weakling, whose legs are so spindly he has to be helped to walk, leaning on other men's shoulders while he fiddles spastically with his codpiece. Does your king wear many jewels, Ambassador English? Of course, Your Majesty. Hawksworth drank calmly from his wine cup, hoping the lie would pass unnoticed. What would the Moghul think if he knew the truth? Hawkesworth asked himself. That King James of England only changes his clothes when they are rags, and his fashion never. He was once, they say, given a Spanish-style hat, and he cast it away, swearing. He loved neither them nor their fashions. Another time he was given shoes with brocade roses on them, and he railed at the giver, asking if he was to be made a rough-footed dove. Is your king generous of nature, ambassador? We are loved by our people because we give of our bounty on every holy day. Baskets of silver rupees are flung down the streets of Agra. King James is giving also, your majesty. With the monies of others, he'd part willingly with £100 not in his own keeping before he'd release 10 shillings from his private purse. And it's said he'd rather spend £100,000 on embassies abroad, buying peace with bribes, than 10,000 on an army that would enforce peace with honor. He is a man among men, your majesty, admired and loved by all his subjects. As are we, ambassador. Erringbar took another ball of opium and washed it down with a third glass of wine. Tell me, does your king drink spirits? It is. Said he drinks often, your majesty, though many declare it is more out of custom than delight. He drinks strong liquors, Frontenac, Canary, High Canary wine, tent wine, Scottish ale, but never, it's said, more than a few spoonfuls. Then, he could never drink with the Moghul of India, ambassador. We have 20 cups of wine a night, and 12 grains of opium. Erringbar paused as he accepted yet another glass. His voice had begun to slur slightly. But perhaps your king can trade with me. When will the ships from your king's next voyage arrive? And how many of your king's frigates will we see yearly if we grant him the trading firman he requests? Hawkesworth noticed out of the corner of his eye that Nadir Shah Rif had now moved directly beside him. The Prime Minister held a glass of wine from which he sipped delicately. Around him, the other courtiers were already drinking heavily to the obvious approval of Erringbar. He'll not finish a single glass of wine, if my guess is right. Nadir Sharif will find a way to stay stone sober while the rest of the room sinks into its cups, and they'll all be too drunk to notice. King James will one day send an armada of frigates, your majesty. Keep Erringbar's mind off the next voyage. He just may try to hold you here until it comes, or refuse to grant a firman until he sees the next batch of presents. His Majesty, King James, is always eager to trade the seas where his ships are welcome, even if other nations of Europe would quarrel with his rights to those seas. England has no quarrels in Europe, your Majesty. If you refer to the engagement off Surat, you should know that was caused by a misunderstanding of the treaties that now exist in Europe. England is at peace with all her neighbors. A skeptical silence seemed to envelop the room. Erringbar took another cup of wine and drank it off. Then he turned to Hawkesworth. The matter, Ambassador English, does not seem to us to be that simple, but we will examine it more later. Nights are made for beauty, days for affairs of state. Erringbar's voice had begun to slur even more noticeably. You may have heard. There will be a wedding here soon. My youngest prince is betrothed to the daughter of my queen. The wedding will be held 1 month after my own birthday celebration, and it will be an event to remember. Tonight, I begin the always pleasant task of selecting the women who will dance. Do you know anything of Indian dance? Very little, your Majesty. I have only seen it once, in Surat, at a gathering one evening at the palace of the Shahbandar. Erringbar roared and seized another glass of wine. I can well imagine the kind of entertainment the Shahbandar of Surat provides for his guests. No, Ambassador, I mean the real dance of India, the dance of great artists. Perhaps you have classical dance in England. No. Your Majesty, we have nothing similar, at least similar to the dance I saw. Then a pleasant surprise awaits you. Erringbar examined Hawkesworth's cup and motioned for a servant to refill it. Drink up, English. The evening is only beginning. Erringbar clapped drunkenly, and the guests began to settle themselves around the bolsters that had been strewn about the carpet. An ornate silk pillow was provided for each man to rest against, and a number of large hookahs, each with Several mouthpieces were lighted and stationed about the room. The servants also distributed garlands of yellow flowers, and as Nadir Sharif took his place next to Hawksworth, he wrapped one of the garlands about his left wrist. With the other hand, he set down his wineglass, still full, and signaled a servant to replenish Hawksworth's. Erringbar was reclining now on the throne, against his own bolster, and the oil lamps around the side of the room were lowered, leaving illumination only on the musicians and on a bare spot in the center of the carpet. The air was rich with the aroma of roses, as servants passed shaking rosewater on the guests from long-necked silver decanters. The musicians were completing their tuning. And Hawksworth noticed that now there were 2 drummers, a sitar player, and a new musician holding a sarangi. In the background, another man sat methodically strumming a simple upright instrument. Shaped like the sitar save, it provided nothing more than a low-pitched droning against which the other instruments had been tuned. Next a man entered, wearing a simple white shirt, and settled himself on the carpet in front of the musicians. As silence gripped the room, Erringbar signaled to a seated man with his wineglass, and the man began to sing a low, soulful melody that seemed to consist of only a few syllables. Ga ma pa, the voice soared upward. Da nai sa. After a few moments, Hawksworth guessed he must be singing the names of the notes in the Indian scale. They were virtually identical to the Western scale, except certain notes seemed to be a few microtones higher or lower, depending whether approached from ascent or descent. The singer's voice soared slowly upward in pitch and volume, growing more intense as it quavered around certain of the high notes, while the sarangi player listened attentively and bowed the exact notes he sang, always seeming to guess which note he would fly. Next, the song was melodic, and gradually what had at first seemed almost a dirge grew to be a poignant line of beauty. Suddenly, the singer's voice cut the air with a fast-tempo phrase, which was brief and immediately repeated, the seka, in time to the accompaniment of the drum, as both players picked up the notes. On the third repetition of the phrase, the curtains on Erringbar's right were swept aside, and a young woman seemed to fairly burst across the room, her every skipping step announced by a band of tiny bells bound around her ankles and across the tops of her bare feet. As she spun into the light, she whirled a fast pirouette that sent her long braided pigtail so long the end was attached to her waist whistling in an arc behind her. Her flowered silk tunic flew outward from her spinning body, revealing all of her tight-fitting white trousers. She wore a crown of jewels, straight pendant earrings of emerald, and an inch-long string of diamonds dangled from the center of her nose. She paused for an instant, whirled toward Erringbar, and performed a salam with her right hand, fingers slightly bent, thumb across her palm as she raised her hand to her forehead. The movement was possessed of so much grace it seemed a perfect dance figure. May I take the liberty of interpreting for you, Ambassador? Nadir Sharif ignored the hookah mouthpiece that another, slightly tipsy, guest was urging on him and slid closer to Hawks. Earth, Kathak is an art like painting or pigeon flying, best appreciated when you know the rules. He pointed toward the dancer. Her name is Sanjita, and she has just performed the invocation. For the Hindus, it is a salute to their elephant-headed god Ganesh. For Muslims, it is a salam. Next, she turned slowly toward the guests and struck a pose, one foot crossed behind the other, arms bent as though holding a drawn bow. As the sarangi played a slow, tuneful melody, she seemed to control the rhythm of the drums by quietly stroking together again and again the thumb and forefinger of each hand. The explosive tension in her body seemed focused entirely in this single, virtually imperceptible motion. And almost as a glass marshals the power of the sun to a tiny point. Then her eyes began to dart from side to side, and first one eyebrow, and then the other lifted seductively. Gradually, the rhythm was taken up by her head as it began to glide from side to side in a subtle, elegant expression that seemed an extension of the music. She had possessed the room almost as a spirit of pure dance, chaste, powerful, disciplined, and there was nothing of the overt suggestiveness of Anauch dancers of the Shabandar's courtyard. She wore a low-cut, tight vest of brocade over a long-sleeved silk shirt, and of her body only her hands, feet, and face were visible. It was these, Hawksworth realized, not her body, that were the elements of Kathak dance. Now she'll begin the second section of the dance. It's the introduction and corresponds to the opening of a raga. It sets the atmosphere and makes you long for more. I know of no Feringhi who has ever seen Kathak, but perhaps you can understand. Do you feel it? Hawksworth sipped his wine slowly and tried to clear his head. In truth, he felt very little, save the intensity that seemed to be held in check. It appears to be rather subtle. Very little seems to be happening. Hawksworth drank again and found himself longing for a lively hornpipe. Great deal will happen, Ambassador, and very soon. In India you must learn patience. Almost at that moment the drummers erupted with it. Ent's rhythmic cycle, and the sarangi took up a single repetitive phrase. Sanjita looked directly at Hawksworth and called out a complex series of rhythmic syllables, in a melodic if slightly strident voice, all the while duplicating the exact pattern of sounds by slapping the henna-reddened soles of her feet against the carpet. Then she glided across the carpet in a series of syncopated foot movements, saluting each of the guests in turn and calling out strings of syllables, after which she would dance a sequence that replicated the rhythm exactly, her feet a precise percussion instrument. The syllables she recites are called balls, ambassador, which are the names of the many different strokes on the tabla drum. Drummers sometimes call out a sequence before they play it. She does the same, except she uses her feet almost as a drummer uses his hands. As Hawksworth watched, Sanjita called strings of syllables that were increasingly longer and more complex. He could not understand the balls or perceive the rhythms as she danced them, but the drunken men around him were smiling and swinging their heads from side to side in what he took to be appreciative approval. Suddenly, Arang shouted something to her and pointed toward the first drummer. The drummer beamed, nodded, and as Sanjita watched, called out a dense series of balls. Then she proceeded to dance the sequence with her feet. The room exploded with cries of appreciation when she finished the sequence, and Hawksworth assumed she had managed to capture the instructions the musician had called. Then, Arangbar pointed to the other drummer, and he also called out a string of balls, which again Sanjita repeated. Finally, the singer called a rhythm sequence, the most complex yet, and both dancer and drummer repeated them precisely together. As the tempo became wilder, Sanjita began a series of lightning spins, still pounding the carp. It with her reddened soles, and in time she seemed to transform into a whirling top, her pigtail loose now and singing through the air like a deadly whip. She had become a blur, and for a brief moment she appeared to have two heads. Hawksworth itched in wonder and sipped from his wine cup. Now she'll begin the last part, ambassador, the most demanding of all. The rhythm became almost a frenzy now. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the whirls ended. Sanjita struck a statuesque pose, arms extended in rigid curves, and began a display of intensely rhythmic footwork. Her body seemed frozen in space as nothing moved save her feet. The bells on her ankles became a continuous chime, increasing in tempo with the drum and the sarangi until the rhythmic phrase itself was nothing more than a dense blur of notes. Suddenly, the drummer and instrumentalist fell silent, conceding the room to Sanjita's whirring bells. She seemed, at the last, to be treading on pure air, her feet almost invisible. When the intensity of her rhythm became almost unbearable, the drummers and sarangi player re-entered, urging the excitement to a crescendo. A final phrase was introduced, repeated with greater intensity, and then a third and final time, ending with a powerful crash on the large drum that seemed to explode the tension in the room. Several of the musicians cried out involuntarily, almost orgasmically, in exultation. In the spellbound silence that followed, the nobles around Hawksworth burst into cheers. Sanjita seemed near collapse as she bowed to Arangbar. The Moghul smiled broadly, withdrew a velvet purse of coins from his cloak, and threw it at her feet. Mome. Later several others in the room followed suit. With a second bow, she scooped the purses from the carpet and vanished through the curtains. The cheers followed her long after she was gone. "What do you think, Ambassador? You know half the men here will give 1,000 gold mohurs to have her tonight." Nadir Sharif beamed mischievously. "The other half 2,000. Come forward." Erengbar motioned to the singer sitting on the carpet. He was, Hawksworth now realized, an aging, portly, and with short white hair and a painful limp. As he approached Erengbar's dais, he began removing the tiny symbols attached to the fingers of one hand that he had used to keep time for the dancer. "He's her guru, her teacher. Nadir Shah?" Arif pointed to the man as he bowed obsequiously before the Moghul. "If His Majesty decides to select Sanjita to dance at the wedding, his fortune will be made. Frankly, I thought she was good, though there is still a trifle too much flair in her style, too many tricks. But then she's young, and perhaps it's too soon to expect genuine maturity. Still, I noticed His Majesty was taken with her. She could well find herself in the Zenana soon." Erengbar flipped another pair of coins to the man, and then spoke to him curtly in Persian. "His Majesty has expressed his admiration, and says he may call him again after he has seen the other dancers." Nadir Sharif winked. Choosing the dancers is a weighty responsibility. Naturally, His Majesty will want to carefully review all the women. The lamps brightened again, and servants bustled about the carpet filling glasses and exchanging the burned-out tobacco chillum, clay bowls at the top of each. Hookah. When they had finished, Erengbar took another glass of wine and signaled for the lamps to be lowered once more. A new group of musicians began filing into the room, carrying instruments Hawksworth had never before seen. First came the drummer, who carried not the two short tabla drums but rather a single long instrument designed to be played at both ends simultaneously. A singer entered next, already wearing small gold symbols on each hand. Finally, a third man entered, carrying nothing but a piece of inch-thick bamboo, less than 2 feet in length and perforated with a line of holes. Erengbar looked quizzically at Nadir Sharif. As though reading the question, the Prime Minister rose and spoke in Turkey. "This one's name is Kamala, Your Majesty. She is originally from the south, but now she is famous among the Hindus in Agra. Although I have never seen her dance, I assumed Your Majesty would want to humor the Hindus by auditioning her. You're a sovereign of all our subjects. I have never seen this Hindu dance, nor these instruments of the south. What are they called?" "The drum is called a murdanga, Majesty. They use it in the south with a type of sitar they call the veena. The other instrument is a bamboo flute." Erengbar shifted impatiently. "Tell them this should be brief." Nadir Sharif spoke quickly to the musicians in a language few in the room seemed to understand. They nodded, and immediately the flautist began a haunting lyric line that bathed the room in a soft, echoing melody. Hawksworth was startled that so simple an instrument could produce such rich, warm tones. The curtains parted, and a tall, elaborately jeweled woman swept across the carpet. She took command of the space around her, possessed it, almost as though it were part of her being. Her long silk sari had been gathered about each leg so that it seemed like trousers, and her every step was announced by dense bracelets of bells at her ankles. Most striking, however, was her carriage. Hawksworth had never before seen such dignity of motion. As he stared at her, he realized she was wearing an immense, diamond-encrusted nose ring and long pendant earrings, also of diamonds. Not even the Moghul wore stones to equal hers. Her face was heavily painted, but still he suspected she might no longer be in the first bloom of youth. Her self-assurance was too secure. He knew exactly who she was. She turned her back to Erengbar as she reverently gave an invocation, both hands together and raised above her head, to some absent god. The only sound was the slow, measured cadence of the drum. Suddenly it seemed as though her body had captured some perfect moment of balance, a feeling of timelessness within time. Hawksworth glanced toward Erengbar, whose irritation was obvious. How can she be so imprudent as to ignore him? Aren't Hindus afraid of him? What was her name? Kamala. His eyes shot back to the woman. Kamala, can she be the woman Kali spoke of that last night in Surat? The Lotus woman. Nadir Sharif said she was famous. Just who are you? Aringbar's voice cut through the carpeted room toward the woman's back. He was speaking Turkey and he was outraged. Kamala whirled on him. One who dances for Shiva in his aspect as Nataraj, the god of the dance. For him and for him alone. Do you call this dance for your infidel god? Bharatanatyam, the dance of the temple, the sacred tradition as old as India itself. The god Shiva set the world in motion by the rhythms of his dance. My dance is a prayer to Shiva. Kamala's eyes snapped with hatred. I dance for no one else. You were summoned here to dance for me. Aringbar pulled himself drunkenly erect. Around the room the nobles began to shift uneasily, their bleary eyes filling with alarm. Then, I will not dance. You have the world in your hands, but you cannot possess the dance of Shiva. Our dance is prescribed in the Natya Shastra of the ancient sage Bharata. Over 1,000 years ago, he declared that dance is not merely leisure. Dance is the blending of all art, religion, philosophy. It gives mankind wisdom, discipline, endurance. Through dance we are allowed to know the totality of all that is. My dance is not for your sport. Aringbar's anger increased, but now it was leavened with puzzlement. If you will not dance your Shiva dance, then dance Kathak. The dance Muslims call Kathak is the perversion of yet another of our sacred traditions. Perhaps there are some Hindu dancers who will, for Muslim gold, debase the ancient Kathak dance of India, will make it a display of empty technique for the amusement of India's oppressors. Muslims, and she turned and glared at Hawksworth, now Feringhi. But I will not do it. The Kathak you want to see is no longer true Kathak. It has been made empty without meaning. I will never debase our true Kathak dance for you as others have done, any more than I will dedicate a performance of Bharatanatyam to a mortal man. The guards near the entrance of the Diwanai Cause had all tensed, their hands dropping uneasily to their swords. I have heard enough. A man who dared speak to me as you have would be sent to the elephants. You, I think, deserve more, since you speak to your through dance you do not need a tongue. Aringbar turned to summon the waiting guards when, at the rear of the Diwanai Cause, the figure of the chief painter emerged, his assistants trailing behind. They carried a long, thin board. Nadir Sharif spotted them and immediately leaped to his feet, almost as though he had been expecting their entrance. Your Majesty. He quickly moved between Aringbar and Kamala, who stood motionless. The paintings have arrived. I'm ready for my horse. Let the English ambassador see them now. Aringbar looked up in confusion, his eyes half closed from the opium. Then he saw the painters and remembered. Bring them in. Suddenly his alertness seemed to return. I want to see 5 English kings. The paintings were brought to the foot of Aringbar's dais, and he inspected them drunkenly, but with obvious satisfaction. Ambassador English, have a look. Aringbar called toward the hushed shadows of the seated guests. A path immediately cleared among the bolsters as hookahs were pushed aside, wineglasses seized. Hawksworth walked unsteadily forward, his mind still stunned by the imminent death sentence waiting for the woman. As he passed her, he sensed her powerful presence and inhaled her musky perfume. There was no hint of fear in her eyes as she stood waiting, statuesque and defiant. By the time he reached the throne, eunuchs were waiting with candles, one on each side of the board, bathing it in flickering light. On it was a line of 5 English miniatures of King James, each approximately an inch square. Good Jesus, they're identical. Am I so drunk I can't tell a painting of King James? He looked up shakily at Aringbar, whose smile was a gloat. Well, Ambassador English, what say you? Are the painters of my school equal to any your king has? One moment, Majesty, until my eyes adjust. Hawksworth grasped one edge of the board to steady himself. Behind him there were murmurs of delight, and he caught the word Feringhi. As he walked along the board, studying each painting in turn, he suddenly noticed that the reflection of the candlelight was different for one. The paint is still wet on the new portraits. That's the difference. Or is it? Are my eyes playing tricks? Damn me for letting Nadir Sharif fill my wineglass every chance he had. Come, Ambassador English, we do not have all night. Aringbar's voice was brimming with triumph. Hawksworth studied the pane. Tings more closely. Yes, there's a slight difference. The colors on the one painting are slightly different, duller, they didn't use varnish, and there are fewer shadows. Theirs are more two-dimensional. I'm astounded, Your Majesty, but I believe this is the one by Isaac Oliver. Hawksworth pointed to the painting second from the right end. Let me see them again. Erringbar's voice was a husky slur. I will tell if you have guessed correctly. The board was handed up. Erringbar glanced at the paintings for only an instant. You have guessed right, Ambassador English, and I realize how you did it, the light from the candles. The portraits are identical, Your Majesty, I confess it. So we have won our point, and you won the way? Idger English. Still, you won only because of my haste. Tomorrow you would not have known. Do you admit it? I do, Your Majesty. Hawksworth bowed slightly. So, you did not really win the wager after all. We lost it. But I am an of honor. We will release Nadir Sharif from his pledge. I am the one who must pay. What would you have? Perhaps a diamond? The wager was only for a horse, Your Majesty. Hawksworth was stunned. No, that was the wager of Nadir Sharif. You have won a wager from a king. Yours must be the payment of a king. If not a jewel, then what would you have? Before Hawksworth could reply, Nadir Sharif stepped forward and bent toward Erringbar. If I may be allowed to suggest. Or Majesty, the Feringhi needs a woman. Give him this dancer. Let him amuse himself with her until you can find a suitable wife for him. Erringbar looked toward Hawksworth with glazed eyes. It was obvious he had already forgotten. About Kamala, the Kathak dancer who was here? She was excellent. Yes, that would be perfect. Your Majesty, of course, means the woman standing here now. Nadir Sharif directed Erringbar's groggy gaze toward Kamala, who stood mutely. Eyes flashing. There she is, of course. What do you say to her, English? Hawksworth was astounded by Nadir Sharif's quickness of wit. He saved the woman, he's a genius. Of course I'll take her. Good Jesus, there's been enough bloodshed today. The woman would be the gift of a great prince, Your Majesty. So there's manhood about you after all, English. I had begun to think you were like your king. Erringbar laughed in delight. So it's a woman you would have, Ambassador? Merciful Allah. I have too many now. Perhaps you would like two. I recall there's an Armenian Christian somewhere in the Zenana, perhaps several. They're said to be as lusty as the Portuguese harlots in Goa. He choked for a moment on laughter. Let me the eunuchs. This one will do for now, Your Majesty. Think how to phrase this, merely to serve me. Yes, she will serve you, Ambassador, or we will have her head. If she would amuse you, she's yours. Kamala's look met Hawksworth's. Strangely without emotion. Then, Erringbar suddenly remembered Kamala's defiance and turned to study her again with half-closed eyes. But not this one. It must be the other one you want. This one will be hanged tonight in a room far beneath the Zenana. After she has answered for her words, tomorrow her carcass will pollute the Jamuna. A man in her place would already be dead. May it please Your Majesty, it would satisfy me even more to have this one. Hawksworth paused. Perhaps it's what the English call honor. We both know I did not win our wager fairly. Only by taking something of no value like this woman could I maintain my honor and my king's. You are persuasive, English, and I am drunk. But not too drunk to suspect you've taken a fancy to this infidel. But if you prefer her to the other, then so be it. We offered you whatever you wished. She's yours. But never let her be seen on the streets of Agra again. We will have her. Cut down, as please Your Majesty. It's done. Erringbar turned to Nadir Sharif. Is it true you found a house for the English? I have, Your Majesty. Then send her there. He turned to Hawksworth. Allah protect you from these infidel Hindus, English. They have none of your English honor. I humbly thank Your Majesty. Jesus Christ, I've just been imprisoned in a house staffed by Nadir Sharif's hand-picked spies. Enough. We've been told to retire early tonight, Her Majesty. He thinks we drink to excess. He laughed a slurred chortle. But we will see you tomorrow, English. To talk more, we have much to discuss. We want to hear what gifts your king is preparing for us. We would very much like a large mast. If from Europe, we hear they hunt game like a cheetah. Erengbar drew himself up shakily, and 2 eunuchs immediately were at his side, helping him from the white marble throne. None of the guests moved until he had passed through the curtains. Immediately, the eunuchs began moving about the room, extinguishing the lamps. By the time the guests assembled to leave, the room was virtually dark. Kamala and the musicians had been escorted from the room by Erengbar's guards. Suddenly, Hawksworth felt Nadir Sharif's hand on his arm. "That was a noble thing you did, Ambassador. We all owe you a debt of thanks. I have rarely seen His Majesty so out of temper. The repercussions could have been distressing for many of us." "It was your idea. Merely a quick fancy, an act of desperation, but without your cooperation it would have been impossible. I do thank you." "There's nothing to thank me for." Hawksworth drew his arm away. "Where's this house you found for me?" Nadir Sharif sighed. "Finding a secure lodging these days is more difficult than you might first imagine, Ambassador. But you were in luck. I remembered there's a small lodge in my palace grounds that is unoccupied. I did not reckon on. Quarters for 2, but of course the woman will be living with your servants. The house should serve until something more fitting can be found." "My thanks." "Damn you. When do I move there?" "Your effects have already been moved on His Majesty." "His authority, you can come tonight. My men will show you there. Your dinner is probably waiting." At that moment, the last lamp was extinguished. Along with the other guests, they groped their way out of the Diwan-i-Khaz in total darkness. Book 4, Agra, Chapter 18. Many years ago I was a Divadasi. Kamala sat pillowless on the carpet, watching as Hawksworth ate. Her musicians, the flautist and the drummer, knelt silently behind her. Nadir Sharif's servants stood by, nervously attentive, pretending to ignore everyone but Hawksworth. The white plaster walls of the lamplit room fairly flashed with Kamala's diamonds. "Do you know what that is?" Hawksworth shook his head, his mouth gorged with roast. The room was filled with its aroma. It was his first lamb since Burhanpur, and he was ravenous. "Does that mean yes?" Kamala's turkey was surprisingly good. Hawksworth suddenly remembered the curious Indian convention of swinging the head from side to signify concurrence. He had meant to say no, which in Indian body language was an almost unreproducible twist of the neck. He swallowed the lamb and reached for another shank. "No, I meant no. Is that a kind of dancer?" "It means a servant of the gods. In South India, there's a special caste of women who serve in the great stone temples, who are married to the god of the temple. When we are very young, we have a marriage ceremony, like any wedding. Except, we are a bride of the temple, and then we serve its god with music and with our dance." Hawksworth examined her quizzically. "You mean you were like a nun?" "What is that?" "They're something like papist priests, women who give themselves to God, or at least to the Pope's church." Hawksworth paused awkwardly and claimed to be married to Christ, so they never lie with a man. Kamala looked at him with surprise. "Not even the high-caste men who come to the temple. But how then do they serve this Christian god? By dance only?" "Nuns aren't known to do much dancing. They mainly, well, I don't really know what they do except claim to be virgins." "Virgins?" Kamala exploded in laughter. "This Christian god must be a eunuch. We Divadasis serve the temple with our bodies, not with empty words." "Then what exactly did you do?" Hawksworth looked up and examined her. "I was at the famous Shiva temple of Brihadishwari in Tanjore, the great fountain head of Bharata Natyam dance in India. There we danced for the god of the temple, and we danced too at the courts of the Dravidian kings of the south." She hesitated, then continued. "Divadasis there also honor the temple god by lying with men of high caste who come to worship, and by wearing the jewels they give us. It's all part of our sacred tradition." She laughed as she watched the disbelief flood Hawksworth's face. "I gather we must be quite different from your Christian nuns. But you know Divadasis are honored in the south. Many are granted lands by the men they know, and though they can never marry, Devadasis sometimes become attached to a man and bear his children. But our children always take our aim and are dedicated to the temple. Our daughters become Devadasis also, and our sons temple musicians. Our dance gurus are part of a hereditary guild, and they are esteemed above all men. They are the ones who preserve and pass on the sacred Bharata Natyam dance. You may not believe me when I tell you we are highly revered by the kings who reign in the south, lands where the Moghuls fear to tread. They know we are special among women. We are cultivated artists and among the few Hindu women in India who teach our daughters to read and write. I'll believe you. Hawksworth studied her, not quite sure it was true. But if you're dedicated to a temple in the south, why are you here in Agra? Mala's dark eyes grew lifeless, and then she turned away. I'm no longer a true Devadasi. In truth, I have not danced at my temple for many years. The first time the Moghul's army invaded the south, a Rajput officer who had deserted came to our temple to hide. He fell in love with me and forced me to come with him when he returned to Agra, telling me I must dance for him only. Her voice hardened. But I never danced for him, not once. And 3 years later he was killed in a campaign in Bengal. Since that time I have had to live by my own hand. For many years now I've lived by teaching dance to the Tavaifs in Agra. Who? Tavaifs. Muslim dancing girls, courtesans who live in beautiful houses here and entertain men. There are many in Agra and in the city of Lucknow to the east. Kamala's tone grew vague. And I teach them other things as well. But why did you insult the Moghul tonight? Do you really believe? Of all the things you said, what I said was not a belief. I don't understand what you mean by that. Things either are or they are not. What does it matter whether we believe them? But what I did was foolish, I agree. Impulsive, I so despise the Moghuls. You know, I told the Moghul's prime minister this afternoon I would never dance for Arangbar, that nothing could make me, but he forced me to come anyway. Hawksworth's eyes narrowed, and he dropped the shank of lamb he was holding. What did you say? Nadir Sharif knew all along you would refuse to dance for Arangbar. Of course he knew. And I knew Arangbar would order me killed. That's why I wore all my diamonds. I thought if I was to die, it must be my dharma. She paused. And you know, it's strange, but I felt nothing, except perhaps pity for my pretty little courtesans. Some of them are only girls, and I wondered who would teach them after I was gone. Hawksworth was no longer listening. He was trying to remember the exact sequence of what had happened in the Diwan-i cause. He arranged it, the bastard. Even the paintings. Nadir Sharif played with me like a puppet, just so he could send her here. He knew I'd try to save her. But why would he do it, and in such a way I was never supposed to know? Is this so-called dancer supposed to be another of his spies? You said you worshipped a god named Shiva. I thought Hindus worshipped Krishna. Kamala looked at him with surprise. You know of Krishna? Yes, he is the god worshipped by the Rajputs of the north, but he is a young god. Lord Shiva is the ancient god of South India. He presides over the generation of life. His lingam symbolizes the male half of the force that created the universe. And I suppose you're about to tell me that's the part of him you worship. Hawksworth kept a straight face. He is revered in many aspects, including Nataraj, the god of the dance. But yes, his lingam is worshipped. Have you seen the round stone pillars wreathed in garlands of flowers? As a matter of fact. Hawksworth paused, then looked at her sharply. There was something of that sort in the porter's lodge of the customs house at Surat, where my men and I were kept the morning we arrived. Those pillars symbolize Shiva's lingam. Let me tell you about it. Once, back in the time of the gods, Lord Shiva was burdened with unhappiness. He was bereaved of his consort and weary with his being, and he wandered into a forest where there were sages and their wives. But the sages scorned Lord Shiva because he was haggard, and they forsook him in his time of sadness. So he had to make his way through the forest begging alms. However, the women of these sages felt love for him, and they left the beds of their men and followed him. When the sages saw their wives leaving to follow Shiva, they set a curse on him. Their curse was that his lingam would fall to the ground. Then one day Shiva did shed his lingam, and he was gone. Only his lingam remained emerging upright from the earth. It had become stone, and it was of infinite length. All the other gods came to worship it and told mankind to do likewise. They said that if it was worshipped, Shiva's consort, the goddess Parvati, would come to receive the lingam in her yoni, and the earth would be made fertile. And even now we worship the stone lingam. It erect with a stone yoni as its base. We honor them with flowers and fire and incense. Shiva and Parvati are a symbol of the creation of life. She looked at him, puzzling. Don't Christians have such a symbol? Not quite like that. Hawksworth suppressed a grin. I guess the main symbol for Christians is the cross. What do you mean? Christians believe the son of the Christian God came down to earth and sacrificed himself on a cross. So the cross became a symbol. For that act? Yes, I've seen that symbol. Jesuits wear them, covered with jewels, but I never knew its meaning. Kamala paused, seeming to ponder the idea. Somehow, though, it seems very static. Surely there are other symbols the Christians have, symbols more dynamic and powerful. I suppose Christians think it's pretty powerful. But don't Christians have any symbols like our bronze statues of the dancing Shiva? Lord Shiva, in his aspect as Nataraj, the god of the ants, embodies everything in the world. That's what you said to Erangbar. Hawksworth examined her and tried to clear his mind of the wine. But I don't understand why you think symbols are so important, whatever their meaning. Symbols are a visible sign of things we know but can't actually see, like an idea. Kamala's voice was soft and warm. All right. But it's hard to imagine how one symbol could contain everything, no matter what it is. But the dancing Shiva. My handsome Feringhi. Perhaps you have not seen it. It came out of the great civilization of the South. Let me explain it for you, and then perhaps you will understand why dance is the deepest form of worship. Kamala rose, bells, inkling, and assumed a dance posture, arms outstretched, one foot raised across the other. Nadir Sharif's Muslim servants paused to stare in amazement. The bronze statues of dancing Shiva have 4 arms, so you will have to imagine the or 2. One leg is crossed over the other and raised, as you see now, and the figure stands inside a great circle of bronze. She made a momentary sweep around her body with her hands. On this circle are flame tips everywhere pointy outward. The circle signifies the world as we know it, the world of time and of things, and the flame tips are the limitless energy of the universe. Lord Shiva dances within this great circle because he is everywhere. In fact, the universe itself was created through his dance, and our world here is merely his Leela, his sport. You mean he created both good and bad? Christians believe there's evil only because woman tempted man into sin somewhere along the way. Sin? What do you mean by that? Kamala stared at him blankly for a moment. Whatever it is, Shiva created it. His dance created everything in nature. What does he look like besides having 4 arms? First, he has long hair. It represents the hair of the yogi, the contemplative one, and this long hair streams out from his head to the very ends of the universe, since he has all knowledge. And each of his 4 arms has a different meaning. In this one, the upper right arm, he holds a small drum, signifying sound, music, and words, the first thing that appeared in the universe. And in his left hand, he holds a burning fire, his symbol of destruction. He creates and he also destroys. His lower right hand is held up in a sign. She held up her hand, palm out as though in a blessing. This is a mudra, part of the hand language we use in the dance, and it means fear not. It is his benediction of peace. The 4th hand paw ints down toward his feet. One foot is crushing a repugnant, powerful dwarf, who represents man's willfulness, and the other is held up against the forces of the earth, signifying man's spiritual freedom. Kamala paused and looked at Hawksworth hopefully. Do you understand? You see how the dancing Shiva symbolizes everything: space, time, creation, destruction, and also hope. Hawksworth scratched his head in silent confoundment. Kamala watched him, then eyed and resumed her seat on the floor. Then just try to feel what I am saying. Words really cannot express these ideas as well as dance. When we dance, we invoke the energy and the life force that moves through the world, outside its cycles of time. Hawksworth picked up his wineglass and drew on it. To tell the truth, I find your Hindu symbols a trifle abstract. But they're not, really. They merely embody truths already within us, like the life force. We do not have to think about it. It's simply there, and we can reach out and experience this force when woman and man join together in union. That is our Leela, our play. That's why we worship Lord Shiva with dance and with Kama. As Hawksworth watched, sipping his wine and scarcely understanding her words. He realized he had begun to desire this bizarre woman intensely. You haven't told me what Kama is. That's because I'm not sure you can understand. She scrutinized him professionally. How old are you? I'm closer to 40 than 30. Time, I think, has treated you harshly. Or is it the spirits you drink? What's wrong with a bit of grog now and then? I think you should not drink so much. I drink nothing. Look at me. She pushed back the hair from both sides of her forehead. Her face was flawless. You know, most Muslims despise their women after 30, usually before, but many young officers still ask to visit me. Can you guess how old I am? A woman only asks that if she thinks she looks younger than she is. I'm over 50. She examined him directly, invitingly. How much over you must only speculate. I don't want to. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly happened tonight. He studied her. But whatever it was, I'm not sure I care anymore. Hawksworth shoved aside his plates of lamb and rice pilaf and watched as the servants began hastily clearing the carpet. In a quiet that followed, he reached behind him to his chest, opened the latch, and took out his lute. Kamala watched with curiosity. What instrument is that? Someone in Surat once called it an English sitar. Kamala laughed. It's far too plain for that, but it does have a simple beauty. Will you play it for me? For you and for me. Hawksworth strummed a chord. The white plaster walls echoed back the wave of notes, a choir of thin voices. It brings back my sea legs when I'm ashore. Now I do not understand you, but I will listen. He began a short, plaintive galliard. Suddenly his heart was in London, with honest English faces, clear English air. And he felt an overwhelming ache of separation. He played through to the end, then wistfully laid the lute aside. After a moment, Kamala reached for his wineglass and held it for him, waiting. The music of your English sitar is simple, young ambassador, like the instrument itself. But I think it moves you. Perhaps I felt something of your loneliness in the notes. She paused and studied him quietly. But you yourself are not simple. Nothing about you comes easily. I sense you are filled with something you cannot express. She looked at him a moment longer, and then her voice came again, soft as the wine. Why did you say what you did to Erengbar tonight? I was nothing to you. You violated my dharma. Perhaps it is true, as many tell me, that I have mastered the arts of Kama more fully than any woman in Agra, but still there is less and less pleasure in my life. What will you do now? Perhaps you think I belong to you like some courtesan you have bought. But you are wrong. I belong to no man. You're here because someone wanted you here. Hawksworth glanced around them. The room was empty now save for Kamala's 2 musicians. I don't know why, but I do know you're the first person I've met in a long time who was not afraid of Erengbar. The last one was a woman in Surat. Hawksworth paused suddenly. I'm starting to wonder if you know her. I don't know anyone in Surat. She swept him with her eyes. But what does some woman in Surat have to do with me? Perhaps someone thought I should meet you. Who? Someone in Surat, but why? Perhaps she thought I needed, I don't know exactly. Then tell me what you mean by need. That's an odd phrase, a Feringhi expression. Perhaps you mean our meeting is part of your dharma? You mean like it's a Rajput's dharma to be a warrior and kill? Dharma can be many things. It's what each of us must do, our purpose. That's something I've heard before. But do you know what your dharma is? I'm still trying to find it. Maybe it's to be here. And then what? I guess I'm still working out the rest. Well, for Hindus, there's a second aim in life besides our honoring our dharma. We call it artha. That aim is I have things. Knowledge, wealth, friends. Is that part of why you're here? Kamala smiled scornfully. Some merchants seem to believe artha is their primary aim. It can't be for me. I somehow always manage to lose whatever I have. Does also believe there's a third aim in life, my handsome Feringhi, and that's kama. It's to take pleasure in the senses. I think I like the sound of that better than the other two. Do not speak of it lightly. For Hindus it is just as essential as the other two aims. Kama is taught by Lord Shiva and his consort Parvati. It means love, pleasure, the primal force of desire. She stared at Hawksworth for a long moment, and then at the lute standing in the corner. Music is part of kama. It's one way we experience beauty and pleasure. That's the kama of the heart. But there's also kama of the body, and I do not think you yet know it. Your music betrays you. You are a man of sensuality. Kamala looked at him regretfully. But not of the sensuous. Do you even understand the difference? How do you know what I am? Remember, I was once a Devadasi. It's my dharma to know the hearts of men, who they are and what gives them pleasure. She silent for a moment, then continued. The sensualist is one who only knows his own feelings. The one who is sensuous knows also how to give. Hawksworth shifted uncomfortably, uncertain how to reply. Do you, Ambassador Fearing? Touch a woman with the same feeling you touch the strings of your English sitar? I don't see any connection. The arts of kama are not unlike the mastery of your sitar. You can spend a lifetime learning to sound its notes, but you do not create music unless your hand is in touch with your heart, with prana, the breath of life. It's the same with kama. She paused discreetly. Have you ever known it with a woman in India? Well, I knew a courtesan in Surat who... Kama. La's eyes hardened, but her voice remained dulcet. Is this the woman you spoke of? No, this was a different woman. Her name was Kali, and she was thrown out of Aringbar's Zenana. Ah, she was probably badly trained, but still. Did you feel the force of kama with this Surat courtesan? Hawksworth shifted again, uneasily. That's not the type of thing we normally talk about in England. Don't be foolish. You judge the skill of a musician, why not of a courtesan? She earned and said something Hawksworth did not understand. Both musicians immediately rose and moved a screen across the corner of the room where they were sitting. Then, from behind the screen came the first notes of a simple, poignant melody, the soft tones of the bamboo swelling slowly to envelop the room in their gentleness. I have asked him to play the alap, the opening section, of a South Indian raga for you, to help you understand. His music has the life breath of prana. He speaks to Lord Shiva with his music. Kama too must come from the heart. If we are worthy, we evoke the life-giving power within us. Her eyes snapped back to Hawksworth. But tell me more about this Surat courtesan. Perhaps I'm not entirely qualified to judge. She certainly knew more tricks than most women in England. That's not surprising. It's well known Feringhi women know nothing of pleasure. Kamala paused and studied Hawksworth carefully with her dark eyes. But I've never known a Feringhi who could move my senses with music. You did that just now, even though I don't understand how. I cannot dance for you, that is for Shiva, but I want to touch you. She shifted on the carpet until she was at Hawksworth's feet. With a gentle motion, she removed a boot and quickly ran a finger across one toe. Nerves throughout his body tingled unexpectedly. What did you do just then? The secret of kama is touch to touch. Touched by one we desire always gives pleasure. Do you understand what I mean? Is that kama? A very small part. You know, the courtesan in Surat actually told me about you. She said you had a book, an ancient text. Kami. Allah laughed and began to remove the other boot. And I've always heard that Feringhi think everything can be put in books. You probably mean the Kama Sutra. Whoever told you about it has probably never seen it. Of course I have it, and I can tell you it is one of the great frauds of India. It was compiled by a musty scholar named Vatsyayana, who obviously knew nothing about giving pleasure, and simply copied things here and there from much older books. It's amusing, perhaps, but it's also pedantic and ignorant. It's certainly not sensuous, and the reason is he knew nothing about desire. He probably had none. He only knew how to make lists of things, like ways of biting and scratching during of play, but he had no idea why these are exciting. She stroked the other foot very lightly along the arch with her long red fingernail, and again a bolt of sensation shot through him. I'm beginning to see your point. I don't think you understand anything yet. Did you know the pleasure, the power, the beauty possible in your music on the very first day you touched a string of this instrument? I knew there was something in music that moved me, but I wasn't sure what it was. And now, many years later, you know. She shifted next to him and began unfastening the bells on her ankles. They chimed gently as she carefully laid them aside. Then she opened a small silver box she had brought and placed a red aught in the middle of her forehead, just below the pendant jewel. I sense the first stirrings of Kama inside me now, the awakening of desire, and because I feel it, I know you must feel it too. She loosened his doublet and pushed him gently against the bolster. The notes of the flute wound through the dark air around them. Kamala listened a moment in silence, then slowly rose off the bolster. She stood before him, holding his gaze with her eyes, and pulled away the a jeweled belt at the waist of her dance sari. She dropped it at his feet, never averting her eyes. Then she made a half-turn and twisted her hip gracefully into a voluptuous bulge. The silk clung even tighter to the statuesque curve of her legs as she crossed her feet with an almost ceremonial deliberation. Wordlessly, she slowly drew the silk end of the sari from across her shoulder and let it drop before her, revealing the curve of a perfectly spherical breast. Seen from behind, her body was fixed in a perfect double curve, a sensuous S whose top was the full line of her half-revealed breast and whose bottom was the rounded edge of her hip. In those few simple motions she had transmuted her body, as though through some deep cultural memory, into an ancient fertility totem, a prayer for the bounty of the human loins. It was, Hawksworth suddenly realized, a pose identical to that of a statue he'd seen in a mossy temple in Mandu, on the way north from Burhanpur. It was the essence of the female principle, sharing with the earth itself the power of life. That stone goddess had automatically stirred his desire, as it had the desire of man thousands of years before, as it was meant to do. Now it stood before him. Before he could move, she turned again and swept up the pleats of silk that comprised the front of her sari. She whipped the loose ends of silk about her head once, twice, and magically it seemed to evaporate from her body. All that remained was a small drape of silk about her waist, held in place by a thin band of jade. Her body was like ivory, perfect from the band at her neck to the small rings on her toes, and her breasts billowed full and geometrically round, a long necklace of pearls nestled between them. As Hawksworth stared at her dumbfounded, the drummer commenced a finely metered rhythm timed exactly with his heartbeat. She moved to Hawksworth's side and slid her left hand beneath his open doublet. The very first note of a raga can contain everything if it is sounded with prana. And the first touch between a man and a woman can become the om, the syllable that carries the totality of creation. Her hand glided over his body with the gentleness of a feather, and in moments his ambassador's ensemble slipped away like some superfluous ancient skin. He looked at her again, still overwhelmed by her physical perfection, and reached to touch the curve of her breast. Her hand stopped his in midair. Shiva, in his dance, had 4 hands, but he did not use them for touch. Do you want to feel the touch of my breasts? Then feel them with your body. She guided him over across the round bolster, then rose above him. Your body is hard and firm like the stone lingam of Shiva, but your skin still has a hidden softness, like a covering of raw silk. He felt the hard touch of her nipple as it began to trace the crease of his back. It moved slowly, tantalizingly, trailing just at the skin. Now the musk of her perfume had begun to hover about his head, fogging his mind even more. But the sensation of her touch and the knowledge it was the breast he wanted exquisitely to hold attuned his starved senses to everything around him, even the quiet rhythm of her breath. Suddenly, without warning, she slid the tip of her long red fingernail sharply down the same crease in his back where his nerves strained for sensation. He felt a delicious burst of pain and whirled to meet her smiling eyes. What? Do you see now how your sense of touch can be awakened? Now you may touch my breasts, but only with the nails of your fingers. Here. She drew him to his feet and twined one leg about his body, her heel in the small of his back, enveloping him with her warmth as though it were a cloak. Then she embraced him with her thighs and took his hands in her own, forcing a pattern of scratches on each of her breasts with his nails. Each was different, and each time she pressed his hand, she named the shape of the mark. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid from the pain, and soon both her breasts were decorated with a garland of hard red lines. At last, Hawksworth tried to speak, but she seized his lower lip between her teeth while her nails quickly imprinted a pattern of identical scratches across his own chest. He found the pain oddly exhilarating. It seemed to flow between their bodies, attuning them deeply one to the other. Instinctively, he moved to take her, but she twined herself even tighter about him, unattainable. Then, and he thought he could endure it no longer, she lowered herself easily against the bolster. He scarcely noticed as the pace of the drum intensified. Remember, you cannot touch with your hands. Anything else is allowed. The wine had saturated his mind, but now he found the pleasure of desiring of her body overwhelming. He moved across her lightly with the tip of his tongue, first tasting her lips, then her dark nipples, then the ivory-smooth arch beneath her arms. There her skin was soft as a child's, and so sensitive he caused her to shudder involuntarily. He teased her slowly, languorously, until she erupted with cries of pleasure. Then he moved his tongue slowly down her body, trailing the circle of a navel lightly to find the few light wisps of down she had failed to banish. These he teased lightly with his breath until he sensed she could endure it no longer. Then he traced his sex along the inside of her thighs, upward to the fringe of her silk wrap, until at last they were both lost in desire. With a quick motion, she rose and drew astride his body, still scarcely touching him. The silk at her waist came away in her hands, and without a sound she twined it into a moist rope. Kneeling above him now, she drew it slowly across the tips of her own nipples, then across his. Then she pulled the binding of jewels from her hair, and with a toss of her head spread the dark strands across his chest. As he watched, she seized the ends of her hair and began to draw them slowly, expertly, against the sensitive underside of the phallus that stood beneath her. Her breath came in short bursts, as she drew close enough to tease her own sex as well. He knew he had lost when he felt his last attempts at restraint dissolve. Then her breath told him she had lost as well. With their eyes joined, each exquisitely aware of the other's imminent resolution, she quickly slipped her left hand beneath her and caught the uppermost tip of the phallus with her nails, holding it taut, the pain intensifying his pleasure. She had directed the pulse at the point of her own ecstasy, guiding the warm seed exactly as she wanted, against her own heart. Bud. As it struck her, she gave the secreta cry of release, and with a hard shudder fell across him, loin against loin, exquisitely replete. As the drummer pounded the final sum of the raga, Hawksworth realized she used his resolution and to bring her own, without their bodies touching. The room lay silent about them, as though enfolded in their content. Only their hard breath remained. I never knew love-making could be so intense. He startled himself by his own admission. Because I loved you with more than just with my body. She smiled at him carefully and reached out to touch the marks on his chest. But that was merely the first stage of coma. Are you ready now for the second? Book 4, Agra, Chapter 19. Nadir Sharif studied the pigeon as it glided onto the red sandstone ledge and rustled its feathers in exhausted satisfaction. It cocked its white-spotted head for a moment as it examined the prime menace. Then waddled contentedly toward the water cup, waiting just inside the carved stone pigeon house. He immediately recognized it as one of the birds he kept stationed in Gwalior, his last pigeon stage en route to Agra from the sow. The cylinder bound to its leg, however, was not one of his own. Imprinted on its silver cap was the seal of the new Portuguese viceroy of Goa, Miguel Vejantes. Nadir Sharif waited patiently for the pigeon to drink. He knew well the rewards of patience. He had waited patiently, studying the Feringhi for a full week. and he had learned almost all he needed to know. The Englishman had been invited to Durbar every day since his arrival. Arangbar was diverted by his stories and bemused by his rustic gifts. The only gift that had not entertained Arangbar was the book of maps he had wheedled out of the Englishman, which upon inspection showed India as something far less than the greatest continent on the globe. But Arangbar found the map's rendering of India's coastline to be sufficiently naive to cast the accuracy of the entire book into question. This was the first Feringhi Arangbar had ever met who could speak Turkish and understand his native Turkey, and the Moghul rejoiced in being able to snub the Jesuits and dispense with their services as translators. But most of all, Arangbar loved to challenge the Englishmen to drinking bouts, as night after night they matched cups in the Diwanai cause until near midnight. As Arangbar and the Englishmen drew closer, the Jesuits had grown distraught to near madness. The hard-drinking Englishmen bragged of the East India Company and its bold plans for trade, the old Levant Company, and its disputes with Spain over Mediterranean routes, of English privateering in the West Indies. Of everything except when the next voyage would come. Nadir Sharif had listened closely to their expansive talk all those nights, and he had finally deciphered to his own satisfaction the answer to the question uppermost in Arangbar's mind. The Englishman is bluffing. England has no fleet, at least no fleet that can ever hope to threaten Portuguese control of the Indian Ocean. There'll be no more voyages and no more presents for at least a year. The Englishman is living a fool's dream when his European presents are gone, and he spent what's left of his money buying jewels and gifts. For the Moghul, he'll be dropped from court. Arangbar plays him like a puppet, always hinting the firman will be ready tomorrow. But there'll be no firman unless Arangbar can be convinced the English king is powerful enough to protect Indian shipping from Portuguese reprisals at sea. And this the English clearly cannot do, at least not now, not without a fleet. The Englishman is living on borrowed time, and I'm beginning to think he suspects it himself. He drinks more than a man in his place should. He's always able to stay in control, but just barely. If Arangbar were not always drunk himself, he would have noticed it also. Nadir Sharif glanced at the silver cylinder and smiled to himself. Oh, His Excellency, Miguel Vajantes, is worried. Undoubtedly, he's demanding I contain the Englishman, isolate him from Arangbar. It will hardly be necessary. The Englishman is destined to be forgotten soon. How much longer can he hold the Moghul's attention? A month, 2 months. I know his supply of trifles for Arangbar is already half depleted, but why burden the Viceroy with this insight? Bargain with him. Let him pay enough, and I will guarantee with my life that the sun will rise tomorrow morning. The end of the Englishman is no less sure. Nadir Sharif stroked the pigeon lovingly as he began to unwind the silk binding holding the cylinder, and it reminded him again of the Deccan. Still no pigeon. It's from Mumtaz. How curious that her one dispatch in the last month, the one brought by the Rajput, was merely to request that small accommodation for the Englishman. Who knows why she asked it? Perhaps it was a joke of the prince's. Nadir Shari congratulated himself on how easy it had been. The Englishman had never known, and it was obvious the woman Kamala had changed him, smoothed him. Was the prince grooming him for something? If so, why send the request through Mumtaz? Whatever. Or the reason, it had been a pleasure to grant this one favor for the daughter he doted on. He also realized it might well be the last favor he could ever do for her. It was clear now that Prince Jadar would be banished from Agra forever. The events of the next 4 weeks were inexorable. Today, Arangbar's birthday celebrations begin. Next week, Aladdin will be guest of honor at a shikar, a royal hunt. 2 weeks after that, the wedding formalities begin, and the following week is the wedding itself. 4 weeks and Jadar will be finished. Even if he returned to Agra today, he could not forestall the inevitable. Nadir Sharif took the pigeon on his wrist and offered it a few grains of soaked dal from his own hand as he gently slipped off the silver cylinder. When the bird was pecking contentedly, he eased it onto the ledge, twisted away the silver cap of the cylinder, and settled against the rooftop divan to translate the cipher. The morning wind from the Jamuna grew suddenly chill against his skin. Then, as the message slowly emerged, the wind from the Jamuna became ice. Nadir Sharif translated the cipher again, to be sure. But there could be no mistaking what it said, or what it meant. He would have declared its contents an absurd hoax, perhaps even a hoax inspired by the Englishman, had not the message been intercepted by the Portuguese by capture of one of Jadar's own pigeons. The cipher did not say so. But doubtless, a copy had also been sent to Aranbar. Even had it not, the Moghul still would hear the news within the day. His own intelligence network was the best in India after that of the Queen. He closed the door of the pigeon house, picked up a small silver bell beside the divan and rang lightly. Almost before he had replaced the bell, a eunuch was waiting. "Your pleasure, Sharif Sahib." The Englishman, "Where is he now?" "In the garden, Sharif Sahib. He's always there." "At this time of day?" "With the Hindu woman." "What's he doing there?" "Who can say, Sharif Sahib? All we know is he goes into the garden every day around noon. I think the Hindu woman may be teaching him to play the sitar there before. Going to Durbar in the Red Fort, but he will be leaving soon now, as you must, to be present for His Majesty's birthday weighings." The English Feringhi was invited? Nadir Sharif was momentarily startled. He received an invitation. "Sharif Sahib, bring him to the reception room. I will see him now before he leaves." The eunuch snapped around and was gone. Nadir Sharif paused to translate the cipher one last time before ringing for his turban. "Ambassador Hawk? Sworth, please forgive my preoccupation these past few days." Nadir Sharif was bowing. It seemed unusually low. "We're not always privileged to entertain our guests as we might wish. Preparations for today's birthday ceremonies have kept me rushing about the palace. But please be seated." Hawksworth's gaze swept the room. It was cavernous, hung with thick tapestries on every wall and lightly perfumed with rose incense. Before he could reply, a bowing servant was proffering a chalice of Persian wine. As Nadir Sharif watched a glass being poured, his voice continued silken. "Have you found anything here to pass the time? They tell me you've developed an interest in the sitar. A marvelous instrument, really. And in my garden. Tell me, what do you think of it?" "I can't decide." Hawksworth felt his caution rising automatically, as it did any time he found himself alone with Nadir Sharif. "It reminds me of some of the Tudor gardens. Connected with English castles, but still it's different. I like the precise geometry of the walkways and hedges and the running water. It's a soothing place to sit and practice." "So you find the Persian garden soothing?" "It is Persian, you know." "Oh, the whole idea of a symmetrical garden comes from Persia, not from this barbarous wasteland." Nadir Sharif motioned him to a bolster and paused until he was seated. "Yes, it's soothing, I agree with you, but of course that's one of the purposes of a garden." Nadir Sharif eased himself against a bolster and accepted a glass of sharbat. "It pleases me that you enjoy my garden. You see, ambassador, to a man in the desert, an oasis, a spot of water and green. It's like a paradise. So we sometimes believe we are creating a bit of Allah's paradise when we create a garden. You know, the Holy Quran itself tells us that paradise will be something like a garden. But whose idea was it to build Persian gardens here? When the first Moghul conqueror arrived in India, almost a century ago, he declared the land here around Agra to be particularly barren and depressing. So he immediately built a Persian garden. But we must all do our share. So today there are many gardens all over India. The garden, you see, is our tribute to nature. But why so geometrical? Your garden uses water, stones, and plants to create designs that seem almost like the marble floors of your palace. Mathematics, ambassador, principles of law. Islam is the rule of law. Why do you think we have so many mathematicians? I deliberately designed this garden with calculated geometric divisions. It provides me great satisfaction to impose order on the willfulness of nature. But why are the stone pathways all elevated above the level of the garden? In English gardens, they're at ground level and lined with shrub. But surely that's obvious as well. Our gardens are really concealed waterways with water constantly flowing from one end to the other. We must put the walkways above the water. Nadir Sharif waved his hand, but all of that is me. Really mechanics. The garden is where we find peace. It's where we wait to greet the spring, whose arrival we celebrate at the Persian New Year. Nadir Sharif strolled to a window and looked out on the garden. Spring in India seems to come. Up from the south, it's said that buds appear each day a few kos farther north, like a tender army on the march. But we Persians believe that spring must have a haven if she is to stay, and that's another reason we build gardens. I don't understand. There's a famous poem in Persian by the poet Faruqi about gardens and spring. He once wrote of a place where spring always arrived feeling lowly and despised, because there was no land for her save desert, a place of ox and thistles. But then a rich man, actually the patron of Faruqi, whom he was writing to flatter, built a garden for her, and the next year spring came forth from the south and found a home there. Nadir Sharif smiled. In fact, the poem begins by comparing spring's original arrivals to that of a bankrupt Feringhiz, who appeared with no carpet, no livelihood. But after spring discovered the garden, she brought from the south turquoise for the willows, rubies for the rose. Nadir Sharif smiled. What do you think of Faruqi's poem, Ambassador? What do you mean? Curiosity. I was wondering what are the chances that spring will come again from the south this year. Did the bankrupt Feringhi merely come to see if the garden was ready? Was the first arrival of spring false, with the real arrival yet to come? Hawksworth studied Nadir Sharif's face. I don't understand what you're trying to say, but I would like to know if you've spoken to His Majesty out the firman. Please believe I mention it daily. I think now he'll soon agree to terms. Then there's nothing yet? Hawksworth set down the glass of wine. I assumed that was why you wanted to speak to me, but you just wanted to talk about Persian gardens and Persian poets. Ambassador, I'm not a man for idle talk. Surely we know each other better than that. Nadir Sharif turned and banished the servants and eunuchs with a wave of his hand. Tell me, I know you. At Prince Jadar once. Give me your honest opinion. Do you think he's a clever man? Hawksworth nodded non-committally. I can assure you, Ambassador, that he's very clever indeed. Even his staunchest detractors would agree on that. And he's also resourceful. Not many here are aware he has a full intelligence network of his own. He does not, of course, have access to the dispatches of the official court reporters in the provinces, the Wakianavis, or the dispatches of his Maj. Isti's confidential reporters, the Harkaras. Nadir Sharif paused. At least we do not think he has access to their reports, but in a way he doesn't really need them. You see, he has his own system of reporters, which we know he began creating over 2 years ago. Spies whose identity is carefully guarded. We do not know any of their names, but we do know he calls them his Swananiggers, and they prepare detailed information on anything in the provinces. He asks them to. His network is extensive and, I understand, quite effective. Hawksworth suddenly found himself remembering Shirin, the papers in the observatory, and wondering. Naturally, he has agents along the southern coast, but at times, they can be a bit too careless about the information they gather. For example, a cipher intended for the prince sent by one of Jadar's secret Swananiggers stationed in Cochin, on the far southern end of the Malabar coast, was just intercepted by a Portuguese shipping agent at the port of Mangalore, down the coast south of Goa. The message was of great interest to the Portuguese, and they saw fit to forward it to me. What do you suppose the message contained? Hawksworth pulled himself alert. I have no idea. Tell me, Ambassador. The East India Company does trade on Java, am I correct? 6 years ago, the company established a factory, a trading station at Bantam, the main port. On the island. Was there a voyage to Bantam this year? The Discovery was bound for Bantam this year, with cargo from Surat. Ambassador, the time for games is over. Your charade has made things very difficult for those of us who would try to help you. Nadir Sharif studied Hawksworth deliberately. almost sadly. "It would have been helpful if you had told me everything sooner. It's embarrassing that I must receive my information through captured intelligence when I'm authorized to serve as your agent. I'm sure it will not surprise you that the Portuguese Viceroy, His Excellency Miguel Vajantes, is most disturbed at the news. There will be consequences." "What are you talking about?" The cipher for Jadar. "You could have told me sooner of your king's plans. It would have made all the difference." Nadir Sharif stared coldly at Hawksworth. "There's no longer any need to pretend you don't know. The fleet was sighted off the Malabar coast by Costa fishing barks only 3 days ago. 4 armed frigates, showing English colors with a course north by northwest, which means they will stand to sea and avoid the Portuguese patrols along the coast. It was only by the slightest chance that they were seen, and then another accident that the cipher intended for Jadar was intercepted. Otherwise, no one would have known. It was very resourceful of your East India Company ambassador to have a second fleet sail up our west coast from the English factory at Java. Unless the Portuguese had intercepted and decoded Jadar's cipher, they would have been taken completely by surprise. Now they estimate the English fleet is scheduled to reach Surat within the month, unless they are met and engaged, which they most assuredly will be. The perfumed air of mid-morning still seemed to hover above the inner courtyard of Arangbar's palace as Hawksworth approached its towering wooden gates. The astonishing news of the English fleet had sent his spirits soaring, and he had donned his finest doublet and hose for the occasion. As scimitaired eunuchs scrutinized his gilded invitation and bowed obsequiously for him to pass, he suddenly felt he was walking through the portals of a Persian dreamland. For the past 2 months, servants and slaves had toiled through the crisp autumn nights, transforming the courtyard of the Red Fort's inner palace from an open-air marble arcade into a vast, magnificent reception room for Arangbar's 5-day lunar birthday fete. The surrounding galleries had been softened with rich carpets, their walls cloaked in new tapestries. And in the central square, a flowering garden, freshened by interlocking marble fountains, had appeared out of nothing. In this new garden, time had ceased to flow. Night and day knew not their passage one into the other. For the sky itself was now a vast canopy of imperial red velvet, embroidered in gold and held aloft by silver-sheathed poles 40 feet high and the size of ships' masts. The horizons of this velvet sky were secured to protruding stone islets along the second-story galleries by multicolored cotton cords the thickness of cable. The centerpiece of the upcoming celebration was an enormous balance, the scale on which Arangbar's yearly weight would be taken. By that weight, his physicians would foretell the future estate of his body, and if his weight had increased since the previous year, there was universal rejoicing. But greater or less, his weight always seemed to augur well for India. His physicians inevitably found it reason to forecast another 100 years of his benevolent rule, nor was the balance itself suggestive of anything less than a portentous occasion. The measure of a king demanded kingly measures. Its weighing pans were 2 cushioned platforms, gilded and inlaid with jewels, suspended from each end of a central beam by heavy gold chains interwoven with silken cords. The beam itself and its supports were carved from rosewood, inlaid with jewels, and plated with gold leaf. This event of universal joy was never witnessed by more than a few of Arangbar's closest circle. The first tier of court officials were permitted in watch, family members, favored officers with rank over 5,000 horse, and a minuscule list of select foreign ambassadors. Hawksworth tried to look formal and attentive, but his mind was still reeling from the news. All the way to the Red Fort he had tried to sort out the implications. That crafty bastard Spencer. He well deserves to be director of the East India Company. It's perfect. He timed it perfect. Why did he decide to send a second voyage? Did they accidentally rendezvous with the Discovery at Bantam? Or was it no accident? Could Elkington have ordered them north? Or maybe it's some sort of scheme with the Hollanders. Who could the Captain General B. Spencer, you deceiving whoremaster? You double-crossed Elkington, never told him about the letter from King James, and now you, or somebody, has double-crossed me, or saved the mission. There's sure to be a bounty of gifts for Arangbar, if they can make it around Goa and avoid the Portugals. Ambassador, this way. Nadir Sharif was standing near the balance, motioning him to the front. Ambassador, His Majesty is overjoyed at the news of the English fleet. He has asked that I seat you here next to me, so I may translate the Persian for you and allow you to prepare a full report to your king. The Prime Minister had changed to formal dress, with a tapestried turban and cloak, under which are skin-tight, pastel-striped pants. He wore a necklace of enormous pearls, and in the sash at his waist was a gold-handled guitar set with emeralds. He was barefoot. This is an ancient yearly custom of all the great Moghuls, Hawksworth. Ickley unbuckled his shoes and tossed them by the edge of the vast carpet, near the arcade. Seat yourself here next to me, and I will explain everything to you. His Majesty thinks the news of your trading fleet is extremely auspicious, coming, as it did on the first day of his birthday celebration. He wants to return the honor by allowing you to join him in the royal circle at the wedding of Prince Aladdin and Princess Layla. That's very gracious of His Majesty. And when do you think he's planning to sign the firman approving English trade? Your firman should be little more than a formality now, Ambassador. He has already accepted in principle the terms you requested, but you must realize he is quite preoccupied. I think you will have what you want in a few more weeks. His Majesty has assumed a natural fondness for you, but I still foresee various encumbrances from our friends in Goa. Much depends on the fleet, and what happens if the Portuguese intercept it. Nadir Sharif moved closer and lowered his voice. You know, Ambassador, the appearance of your fleet bring nearer the time we should work more closely together. Someday soon perhaps we can discuss the price of English wool. I have 5 jagirs in northern Gujarat that produce superb indigo. They are convenient to the port of Cambay, just a few costs north of Surat. And as it happens, I have a private understanding with the Shahbandar of Cambay. It may be possible to make arrangements that would help us both avoid some of the normal customs duties. I suggest we explore it. Hawksworth looked at him and smiled. I'll trade with you the day after hell turns to ice, you unscrupula. Son of a whore. Kettledrums sounded at the back of the square, and Hawksworth turned to see Arangbar making his entry, followed by Aladdin and a grey-bearded wazir. The men around Hawksworth bounded to their feet as one, performed the teslim, and then settled again on the carpets. On Nadir Sharif's whispered urgings, Hawksworth also rose and bowed, without the teslim causing Nadir Sharif's eyes to flash momentary disapproval as they both resumed their seats. The Moghul was out, fitted in the most magnificent attire Hawksworth had ever seen. He seemed to be clothed in a fabric of jewels. Diamonds, rubies, pearls were woven into his cloak, and his sword handle appeared to consist entirely of emeralds. His fingers were covered with jeweled rings and chains from which dangled walnut-sized rubies. His chest was covered with sparkling necklaces, and even his turban was bejeweled. The crowd watched with anticipation as Arangbar strode directly to the wrist platform of the balance and tested its cushions with a sparkling hand. He waited with a broad smile while it was lowered to the carpet, then without a word seated himself onto the cushions, in the hunched squat all Indians performed. Aladdin and the wazir stood on either side and steadied him as officials from the mint. All wearing bright red turbans, approached bearing dark brown bags. Bag after bag was piled onto the opposite platform, until Arangbar's side slowly began to levitate off the carpet. When a perfect balance had been achieved, his side was tipped gently back down by Aladdin and the wazir, while the officials began to remove and count the bags on the opposite platform. When the bags were counted, the weighing commenced again, this time with bags of purple silk. The first weighing is in silver rupees, Nadir Sharif whispered through the reverential silence. Afterwards they are taken back to the mint and distributed to the poor by His Majesty. Today is one of great rejoicing in Agra. How much does he weigh? His usual weight is about 9,000 silver rupees. That's over 1,000 pounds in English sterling, Is that a large amount in your king's coinage? Ambassador? It's a substantial sum of money. Over the following year, during the evenings, His Majesty will call the poor of Agra to come before him, and he will give them the money with his own hand. How far will 9,000 rupees go? Feed all the poor of Agra. I don't understand your question, Ambassador. Nothing. I was just wondering if perhaps King James should do the same. It is an old Moghul tradition here. Nadir Sharif turned back to the scales, where Erangbar was calling for the next weighing. But watch, now he will be weighed against gold mohurs. The pile of bags was mounting, and again Erangbar's platform slowly began to rise into the air. There are 12 weighings in all, you will see. After the gold coins, he is weighed against gold cloth that has been given to him on his birthday by the women of the Zenana. Then bags of jewels that were contributed by the governors of India's provinces, carpets and brocades from Agar, nobles, and so forth. He is also weighed against silk, linen, spices, and even ghee and grains, which are distributed later to the Hindu merchant caste. Erangbar continued to smile serenely as the weighing proceeded. During the weighing of silk, he spotted Hawkesworth and winked, raising a hand to flash a diamond the size of a bullet. Hawkesworth noted wryly that he had not seen any of the wealth actually being distributed, that it was all in fact returned directly to the palace. When all the weighings were completed, Erangbar drew himself erect and regally moved to a raised platform that had been constructed at the back of the arcade. He then signaled for the massive balance to be removed, and in minutes it had disappeared into the recesses of the palace. The crowd had begun to shuffle expectantly. As Hawkesworth watched, he suddenly realized why. Large covered baskets were being brought before Erangbar, and when their lids were removed, Hawkesworth caught the glisten of silver. Erangbar took the first basket and stood to his full height on the dais. Then, with a swing, he flung the contents over the top of the crowd. The air seemed to rain silver, and the assembled nobles began scrambling over the carpet, retrieving the silver objects. Nadir Sharif picked up one and handed it to Hawkesworth. It was a silver nutmeg, life-sized and topped with a tiny gold flower. Hawkesworth rolled it over and it deflated to a thin piece of foil. Erangbar flung another basket and the turmoil intensified. Only Hawkesworth stood firm, as even Nadir Sharif could not resist scooping up several of the foil replicas of nuts, fruits, and spices that scattered on the carpet around them. The dignified assemblage had been reduced to bedlam. Then the beaming Erangbar spotted Hawkesworth and called out, "Ambassador English, is there nothing you would have? May it please your majesty, an ambassador of the English king does not cramble for toys. Then come forward and you'll not have to." When Hawkesworth reached the dais, he bowed lightly, and as he drew himself up, Erangbar seized the front of his doublet and dumped a basket of gold foil flowers down the front of his shirt. Before he could move, the nobles were there, pulling open his doublet and scooping up the worked foil. In moments, his doublet was plucked clean. He looked about in disbelief and saw that Erangbar was already tossing more bask. It's to the turbaned crowd. When the silver and gold were gone, Erangbar spoke quickly to the eunuchs, and trays appeared with chalices of hard spirits. The assembled nobles all toasted the Moghul's health, and he joined in as the drinking big. And musicians appeared, followed by food on plates of silver worked in gold. Finally, hookahs were set about the carpet, together with more drinks, and a singer arrived to perform an afternoon raga. This is an auspicious day for us both. English. Erangbar beamed down from his throne as he motioned Hawkesworth forward. The news just reached me. Was this meant to be a surprise? The English fleet is my king's birthday gift to your majesty. Nothing could gratify me more. Erangbar drank from a large cup of wine. We think it might be time we considered sending an ambassador of our own to the court of your English king. We just sent our first ambassador to Goa. King James would be most honored. Your Majesty, tell me, Ambassador English, when will these ships reach the port at Surat? It depends on whether the Portugals want to honor the treaty between Spain and England and allow our fleet to pass unchallenged. Sailing up from the islands will mean tacking against the wind, but the fleet could possibly make landfall within a month. Hawkesworth paused. Your Majesty must realize this adds urgency to the matter of the trading firman. Within the week or so, English. In a week or so? Hawkesworth caught a slight elevation of Nadir Sharif's eyebrows. How long now do you intend to be staying with us, English? Erringbar popped a ball of opium into his mouth a bit too early in the day, Hawkesworth thought. Until you've signed the firman for trade, Your Majesty. I'll return it to King James by the next shipping west. We would prefer that you stayed with us a while longer, English. No one regrets more than I that it's not possible, Your Maj. But my king awaits Your Majesty's pleasure regarding the terms of the firman. We have conceived a new idea, English. We will send the Ito your king by our own ambassador. Then you can remain here with us until your king sends another ambassador to replace you. Erringbar laughed. But he must be a man who drinks as well as you, or we may send him back. Hawkesworth felt his stomach tighten. Who can say when another ambassador will be sent, Your Majesty? Should Your Majesty approve the firman, my duties here will be resolved. But you must remain here to ensure we keep our word, English. Erringbar winked broadly, else our heart could grow fickle. I am honored, Your Majesty. Hawkesworth shifted. But my first duty is to my king. We have been thinking perhaps you should have other duties. Erringbar's voice trailed off as he sipped on his wine and studied Hawkesworth. Then he looked up, and his glance fell on the Portuguese Jesuits lingering at the back of the courtyard. As he examined them, he recalled the many long evenings when he had allowed the Jesuit Pinheiro and his superior, Father Sarmento, to debate with him the merits of Christianity. And again he found him, self-marveling how refreshingly different the Englishman was. Out of curiosity, he had once inquired of the Jesuits how exactly a king such as himself could become a Christian, and the very first thing they had said was he must select only one of all his wives and dismiss the rest. He had tried to point out to them the absurdity of allowing a man only one wife, without even the option to rid oneself of her once she grew tiresome. And what, he had asked, was this king to do if his single remaining wife suddenly became blind one day? Was he to keep her still? Of course, they had replied, blindness in no way interferes with the act of marriage. And what if she becomes a leper? Patience, they had counseled, aided by God's grace, which renders all things easy. Such patience, he had pointed out, might be customary for a Jesuit, who had abstained from women all his life, but what about one who had not? And they had replied that Christians also were sometimes known to sin, but that the grace of Christ provided the remedy of penitence, even for those who transgressed against the law of chastity. He had listened with mounting astonishment as they next proceeded to describe how Jesuits scourged themselves to still the fires of the flesh. At this last, he had realized that Christian doctrines were incomprehensible and unworthy of further inquiry. From that time forward, he had never bothered to take the Jesuits seriously. But this Englishman is different, he told himself. A real man who'll drink a cup of wine, or a pretty woman with plenty of unchaste thoughts on his sleeve. From this day forth you'll be serving us, English, as well. Your king, we have decided to make you a Khan. Hawkesworth stared at him uncomprehending. A murmur swept the crowd, but quickly died away to stunned silence. Khan, Your Majesty. Khan is a title given to high-ranking officers in our service. It carries with it great honor and a salary. No Feringhi has ever before been made a Khan by us. You will be the first. He laughed broadly. So now you must stay in India and drink with us. You are in our hire. I'm flattered by Your Majesty's generosity. Hawkesworth found himself stunned by the honor and also by the disquieting implications for his planned return to England. What are the duties of a Khan? First, English, we must have a ceremony to invest you properly. Erringbar seemed to ignore the looks of disbelief on the faces around him. You will be given a personal honorary rank called Zat of 400 and a horse rank called Suwar of 50. Does it mean I have to maintain that many cavalry? Hawkesworth blanched, realizing his money was already growing short. If you do, you will be the first Khan in India who ever did. No, English, you will be provided salary for that number, but you need not maintain more than 20 or 30. We will personally select them for you after the wedding. Erengbar turned and motioned to Nadir Sharif. The Prime Minister came forward, and one of the eunuchs handed him a small box of teakwood worked in gold. He motioned for Hawksworth to kneel directly in front of Erengbar. The nobles around them still could not disguise their astonished looks. Nadir Sharif moved directly above where Hawksworth was kneeling and opened the box. His Majesty, by this symbol, initiates you into discipleship. It is bestowed only on the very few. He took out a small gold medal, attached to a chain, and slipped the chain over Hawksworth's head. Hawksworth noted that the medal had the likeness of Erengbar imprinted on both sides. Now you must prostrate yourself before His Majesty. May it please His Majesty, the ambassador of a king must show his gratitude after the custom of his own country. Hawksworth replied to Nadir Sharif, then bowed lightly to Erengbar. I humbly thank your Majesty in the name of King James. Nadir Sharif's face darkened. You must teslim to His Majesty? No, not the English. Erengbar waved Nadir Sharif aside. He must follow his own custom. Now give him the pearl. Nadir Sharif took a large pearl from the box and stood before Hawksworth. This you must wear in your left ear, where your gold earring is now. Hawksworth examined the pearl. It was immense and perfect. Again, I thank your Majesty. Hawksworth looked up to see Erengbar beaming. How shall I wear it? My jeweler will fit it for you, English. A wry, portly man stepped forward and quickly removed the small gold earring from Hawksworth's ear. Just as deftly, he attached the pearl where it had been. And now, English, I will bestow on you the highest favor of my court. He turned and signaled another eunuch to come forward. The eunuch carried a cloak woven with gold. This cloak I have myself worn, then kept aside to bestow on a worthy disciple. It is for you. Erengbar took the cloak himself and laid it over Hawksworth's shoulders. I thank your Majesty. The honor is more than I could ever merit. That may well be true, English, Erengbar roared. But it's yours. You speak my tongue and you drink almost as well. Few men here today can equal you, and you have the wits of 10 Portuguese. I think you deserve to be one of my khans. Erengbar signaled for him to rise. Your salary will begin with the next lunar month. After that, you will be known in this court as the English Khan. Day after tomorrow, you will ride with us in Shikar, the raw. You'll hunt. You may soon decide you like India better than England. Have you ever seen a tiger? Never, your Majesty. You will soon enough, day after tomorrow, so you had best do your drinking now, for tigers require a clear head. Erengbar laughed again and clapped, and the tension in the courtyard seemed to evaporate. The singer immediately began a second raga. As Hawksworth fingered the earring, the medal, and the cloak, he found himself remembering Hygin's burning eyes that day in the London alehouse. You'll forget who you are, the old seaman had said. Could this be what he meant? But maybe it's not so bad after all, he told himself. It's like a dream come true. And when the fleet makes landfall... Of course I've heard. It was my idea. Although His Majesty naturally assumes he thought of it all by himself. Making the Feringhi a Khan will confuse the Portuguese, and it will take everyone's mind off the firman for a while. Queen Janahara had received Nadir Sharif immediately after Erengbar retired to the Zenana for his afternoon dalliance. The balcony of the Jasmine Tower was empty. The servants all ordered back to the Zenana. I'm more interested in the Ingle. Ishfleet, you know what has happened? What do you mean, Majesty? Nadir Sharif noted that he had not been invited to sit. There was another message today, a private message from His Excellency, Miguel Vajantes. Janahara raised a silver, hourglass-shaped cuspidor to her lips and delicately discharged red betel juice. Can you guess what he has dared to do? What do you mean? Miguel Vajantes is a man without courage. The understanding was very clear. The understanding, Your Majesty? We have kept our side of the agreement. There has been no firman for the English Feringhi. But now His Excellency has declared that he must offload the arms. He has begun assembling an armada to sail north and intercept the English. The arms, your majesty? Nadir Sharif moved closer. Miguel Vejantes was shipping arms? Surely you knew. My dear brother, has anything ever escaped your rapacious eyes? She smiled, then spat again. Or Ahmednagar, small arms and cannon. You were arming Malik Ambar against Jadar? Nadir Sharif could not strain the surprise from his voice. We were not arming him. The Portuguese were. Miguel Vejantes was to have armed him. Aratha division on the western coast, offloading at a Portuguese port called Bom Bahia on the coast west of Ahmednagar. He had his own reasons, but now it seems he has lost his nerve. I had no idea how alarmed these Portuguese were by the English. Nadir Sharif's mind was reeling. Say something, anything. If I may inject a word on His Excellency's behalf, Majesty, you must understand that matters between the Portuguese and the English are extremely delicate at the moment. Nadir Sharif's voice grew more statesmanlike as he spoke. He scarcely heard his own words as his mind plowed through the consequences of it all. And the treachery. The English could conceivably interrupt the entire trade of the Portuguese. All the prince could ever possibly do would be to tighten restrictions on our ports at Surat and Cambay. The Viceroy's decision is clearly strategic, nothing more. I'm sure the regard he holds for your majesty remains undiminished. That is a touching consolation. Janahara's voice was frigid, and she seemed suddenly much older. Footsteps sounded through the marble corridor, and Aladdin appeared at the doorway. He had changed to a foppish green turban, set off by an effeminate necklace of rubies. His elaborate qatar was secured by a sash of gold-threaded brocade, and an emerald was set at the top of each slipper. He wore heavy perfume, your majesty. He salaamed to Queen Janahan, and then stood attentively, somewhat sheepishly, until she gestured for him to sit. You're late. I was detained in my quarters, Majesty. Janahara seemed completely preoccupied, unable even to look at the prince. The question now is what to do about the Englishman. What do you mean? Aladdin did not trouble to mask his sneer. It's perfectly clear. His Majesty adores the Ferengi. He'll surely sign the firman for English trade. Then there'll be a war on the sea. It's really most exciting. The firman is not yet signed. Janahara moved to the balcony and studied the river below. Her walk was purposeful, yet still the perfection of elegance. Nor do I think it ever will be. His Majesty will not have the time. The wedding will be moved forward, before His Highness Prince Jedar has the leisure to trouble us more. Janahara turned and examined the two men, one her brother and one her future son-in-law, finding herself astonished by their credulity. Somehow, she told herself, the hand of Jadar lies behind all this. The coincidence was just too great. First, he had succeeded in raising troops from the southern Mansabdars, and now the Deccani's could not be armed. Could he possibly still forge a peace in the Deccan? Still, after the wedding, he would be isolated. Then what he did would no longer matter. But if the firman were signed, there would no longer be leverage with the Portuguese. Janahara looked directly at Nadir Sharif. If His Majesty signs the firman before the wedding, you will be held responsible. I understand, Majesty. Nadir Sharif shifted. When will the wedding be? I think it would be auspicious to hold it the week following the birthday celebration, which means the preparations must begin now. Hold the wedding immediately after the hunt. There's scarcely time. There will be time for that and more. Janahara turned to Aladdin. And you would do well to start spending more time with a sword and bow, and less with your pretty slave girls. I will know before long if you are a match for Jadar. I pray to Allah I don't already suspect the answer. Book 4, Agra, Chapter 20. There, on that hill in Glish, is where I was born. Arangbar pointed to the high sandstone walls of a distant hilltop fortress outlined against the midday sky. It's called Fatehpur Sekri. It was a great city during the time of my father Akman, but now it's abandoned. It's romantic, but it's also forbidding. I've only been back once in my life, and that was enough. Hawksworth's elephant was half a length behind those of Arangbar and Al-Adin. even with that of Nadir Sharif. It was the second morning of their ride, and they were nearing the locale of the royal hunt. It seemed to him that half of Agra had traveled along. The queen and her retinue were behind them, as were many of Arangbar's favorite women, his guard, his eunuchs, the entire palace staff. The location of the hunt was a 2-day ride from Agra. What's there now? It's abandoned English, except for a few Sufi Muslims. They were there before, and I guess they'll be there forever. What do you mean they were there before? Before what? Ah, English. We had a very romantic birth. You seem to know nothing of it. You see, my father, the great Akman, had tried for many years to have a son before I was born. Many hundreds of women, English, but not one could give him a son. Once twin boys were born to a Rajput princess he had wived, but both died a few days later. Gradually, he became obsessed with fears of death, of dying without a lineage, and he began calling holy men to the Diwan-i-Khas every evening to question them about mortality. Once a Hindu holy man came who told Akman the greatest duty of a king is to leave a male heir, who can carry his lineage forward. The great Akman was plunged into even greater sadness by this, and he resolved to renounce everything until he could have a son. He walked all the way from Agra to that mountain, English. Arangbar pointed toward the fortress. He came to see a holy Sufi living there among the rocks and wild beasts. It was a momentous meeting. Akman fell at the feet of the holy man, and the Sufi held out his arms in welcome to the great Moghul of India. In later years, many of Akman's artists painted the scene. Akman told him that he had come to find the peace of Allah, to find his own destiny, as a seeker after truth. The Sufi offered this great warrior berries to eat and gave him his own simple hut for an abode. Akman stayed for many days, meditating with the Sufi, and finally, when he made ready to leave, the Sufi told him he would have 3 sons. And now, Arangbar grinned, we reach the interesting part. When Exta wife announced she was with child, Akman moved her out here to stay in the same abode as the holy man. And, as the Sufi predicted, a male child was born. And the child was, you are riding beside him, English. That is the story of my birth. Akman was so elated that he decided to build an entire city here and move the capital from Agra. He built the city, but it was an obvious act of excess. He never found time to live there, and soon it was abandoned. So now the mountain is like it was before my birth, home to wild birds and a few mad Sufis. The only difference is they have a magnificent abandoned city to live in, instead of straw huts. He laughed again. Perhaps I owe my very life to a Sufi. Incidentally, descendants of that holy man still live there. Are they all Sufis? Who knows, English? I think holy men from all over India can be found there from time to time. It's become a kind of retreat. I'd like permission to visit it sometime, Majesty. Of course, English. You'll find it's magnificent. Hawksworth squinted against the sun and studied the distant red walls of the city fortress. Something about its remote purity beckoned him. After the hunt, he told himself, when there's time. Right after the hunt, Arangbar fell silent, and Hawksworth leaned back in his howdah as it rocked gently along. Elephants made better mounts than he had first suspected. He thought again of the previous morning, and his first reaction when told he would be riding an elephant for the next 2 days. He had arrived at the Red Fort to be greeted by Nadir Sharif, who directed him to the royal elephants being readied in the court yard of the Diwan-i-Am. His Majesty has selected one of his favorites for you. Her name is Kumada. Nadir Sharif had pointed toward a large female elephant, her body dyed black and festooned with golden bells, yak-tail tassels, gold tusk rings. What does the name mean? The infidel Hindus believe the 8 points of the earth are each guarded by a heavenly being in the shape of an elephant. Your English fleet is coming to us out of our ocean from the southwest. And Kumada is the name Hindus give to the elephant who guards that point of the Hindu compass. His Majesty believes this elephant will be auspicious for you. I'm most grateful to His Majesty. Hawkesworth surveyed the assembled crowd in astonishment. Around him, nobles wearing jeweled turbans and silk trousers were selecting elephants. He had worn sea boots and a leather jerkin. Nadir Sharif signaled toward the mahout perched atop the neck of Kumada, and the man tapped her flapping ear with a short barbed rod and gave her directions in Hindi as he guided her toward Hawkesworth. She lumbered forward to where Hawkesworth stood, and then her mountainous flesh seemed to roll like a wave as she kneeled, front eggs out, back legs bent at the knee, ready to be mounted. 2 keepers were there, opening the gate of the gold-trimmed howdah and then kneeling, ready to hoist the Feringhi aboard. "Have you ever ridden an elephant before, Ambassador?" Nadir Sharif monitored Hawkesworth's apprehensive expression with delight. "Never. I've never actually been this close to one before." Hawkesworth eyed the elephant warily, mistrusting her seeming docility. Elizabethans circulated fabulous tales about this mountainous beast, that it could pull down great trees with the power of its trunk, that it had 2 hearts, one it used when calm, the other when incensed, and that in Ethiopia there were dragons who killed elephants merely to drink their blood, said to be ice cold at all times. You will find an elephant has more wit than most men. His Majesty keeps 1,000 in his stables here in the Red Fort. The great Ackman used to trap them in the wild, using a female in heat, but he learned to induce tame ones to couple. Your elephant, I believe, is second-ranked. She's a fine-tempered animal." Kumada examined Hawkesworth with her sad, dark eyes and waved her fan-like ears skeptically. "I'm not entirely sure she's taken to me. Here, Ambassador." Nadir Sharif slipped a paper-wrapped stick of sugarcane into Hawkesworth's hand and nodded his head toward the elephant. Hawkesworth gingerly approached her and began unwrapping the paper. No sooner was the cane in view than Kumada nipped it deftly from his hand with a flourish of her trunk. She popped the cane into her mouth and flapped her ears with obvious pleasure as she cracked it with her immense teeth. For a second, Hawkesworth thought he caught a flash of appreciation in her eyes. He paused a moment, then walked close enough to stroke the heavy skin at her neck. "She'll not forget you now, Ambassador." Nadir Sharif was feeding his own elephant. "It's said these animals have a memory longer than a man's." Hawkesworth vaulted into the howdah, and the entire world suddenly seemed to shudder as her mahout signaled Kumada to rise. He seized the railing surrounding him and gasped as she rumbled to her feet. "You'll soon ride like a Rajput, Ambassador." The elephant rocked into motion. It was worse than heavy weather at sea. "I think it may take practice. Women from the Zenana ride elephants all the way to Kashmir in the summer. I'm sure you'll manage a 2-day hunt." Nadir Sharif swung easily into his howdah. Around them, other elephants were kneeling for nobles to mount. "Where will the hunt be?" "This time we're going west, out toward the old city of Fatehpur Sikri. But His Majesty has hunting preserve all over. In the neighborhood of Agra and near the small town of Delhi north of here, along the course of the Jamuna and reaching into the mountains, there is much uncultivated land. There are many places with grasses over 6 feet high and copse wood. This land is guarded with great care by the army, and no person, high or low, is allowed to hunt there except for partridge, quail, and hare which are caught with nets. So the game nilgai, deer, antelope, cheetah, tiger, even some lions is plentiful. Some of His Majesty's hunting preserves may extend as far as 10 kos in every direction. I believe that's around 20 of your miles. You said preparations for the hunt had been underway for days. Of course. When His Majesty announces a shikar, a royal hunt, the Grand Master of the hunt in that particular location has to begin extensive preparations. The hunts now are usually a kamarga, which was invented by Ackman. What's that? Sentries are posted on all the roads leading into the preserve to keep villagers out, and then the entire preserve is surrounded by beaters. We call them carols, who begin to close the circle and drive in the game. For this week's hunt, he used 30,000 carols. The Grand Master of the hunt informs His Majesty when the game has been brought together. The next day, the court and officers from the army leave early, to be at the appointed place to meet His Majesty. He arrives, His Majesty usually hunts alone at first if there are no tigers, and everyone else must wait a distance of about 1 kos. Only some members of the Imperial Army are allowed to accompany him for protection. After His Majesty wearies of the kill, then others of his choosing are allowed to kill the last of the game. But if tigers are to be hunted, it's customary that only His Majesty and the royal family enter the circle. It's always been the tradition of Moghul rulers that only they and their kinsmen are allowed to hunt tigers. But this hunt will be different. This time His Majesty will merely watch. Who will do the killing then? That might surprise you, Ambassador. Let me merely say that it is no. Man, you will see. Hawksworth was still wondering what he meant, but the time was not far away when he would know. They were nearing the area that Nadir Sharif had said was designated for the hunt. English. Arangbar shouted back over his shaw. Older, does your king hunt? Rarely, your Majesty, but he has no elephants. Perhaps we should send him some, but then I assume he has no tigers either. Should we also send him some tigers to run free in England so he can hunt? Them, I'll remember to ask His Majesty. But first you must see our tigers for yourself, English. Today you and Nadir Sharif will join us as we go into the Quar, the hunting round. Have your elephants fitted with leather armor. Nadir Sharif started with surprise. I thank your Majesty for the honor. Aladdin stirred in his howdah, and Hawksworth caught the disdain in his eyes. Majesty, why are you inviting the Feringhi into the Quar? Her Majesty suggested it. And it oozes me? Arangbar seemed to dismiss Aladdin's question. He will not have a weapon. All he'll do is watch. As servants rushed forward to begin fitting the leather armor, Hawksworth saw the Queen's elephant approach. This was the closest he had ever been to her, and still he could not see her. Her howdah was completely enclosed with curtains, which now flapped lightly in the midday breeze. Her Majesty, Queen Janahara, will be going into the hunting circle. Nadir Sharif's voice was discreet as he spoke to Hawksworth. She rarely joins in shikar, but she is an excellent shot. This is a rare honor for you, Ambassador. Hawksworth studied the closed howdah and wondered why the honor seemed to leave him with such an uneasy feeling. The waiting nobles formed a line with their elephants as the imperial entourage moved past. Armed guards followed on horseback at a distance. Leather padding had been fitted over the face and shanks of Hawksworth's and Nadir Sharif's elephants, and they joined the end of the procession. Hawksworth held firmly to the side of the howdah as his elephant rocked along, with only occasional instructions from her mahout. Now they followed a winding road, which was surrounded on either side by tall brown grass. He warily studied every sway of the grass, imagining tigers waiting to spring. Why don't we have guns? He turned to Nadir Sharif, who rode alongside, rocking placidly in his swaying howdah. There's no need. Ambassador, I told you the tiger will not be killed with guns today. Of course, His Majesty and Prince Aladdin have guns, but they're merely for protection, in case there's some minor difficulty. Minor difficulty? What are we supposed to do if there's a minor difficulty? The army will be there, men with half-pikes. He smiled easily. You're in no danger. Ahead the woods seemed to open up, and the grass was shorter, perhaps only as high as a man's waist. Deer darted wildly from side to side, contained by high nets that had been erected around the sides of the clearing. As they approached, Hawksworth saw a long line of several hundred water buffalo waiting, heavy bovine animals with thick curved horns dipping back against their heads, each fitted with a leather saddle and reined by a rider on its back. The reins, which passed through the buffalo's nostrils, were held in one hand by a mounted soldier, whose other hand grasped a naked broadsword. Those may well be the bravest soldiers in the army. Nadir Sharif pointed to the riders, who were all saluting Arangbar's arrival. Theirs is a task I do not envy. What do they do? You will see for yourself, Ambassador, in just a few moments. From beyond the other side of the clearing, as though on an agreed signal, came the sound of beaters. As the imperial elephants drew near the gray line of buffalo, their riders began to urge them ahead. The buffalo snorted, knowing what waited in the grass, and then they lumbered forward, tossing their heads in disquiet. The line of buffalo was curved in the shape of a half-moon, and Erengbar urged his elephant directly behind them. The grass ahead swarmed with frightened game as deer and antelope dashed against the nets and were thrown back, and from the woods beyond, the clatter and shouts of the beaters increased. Suddenly, from out of the grass, a tawny head appeared, with gold and black stripes and heavy whiskers. The animal dashed for the side of the enclosure, sprang for freedom, and was thrown back by the heavy net. Hawksworth watched it speechless, unprepared for the size and ferocity of an Indian tiger. It was enormous, with powerful haunches and a long stride. Tail. The tiger flipped to its feet and turned to face the line of buffalo with an angry growl. Erengbar clapped his hands with delight and shouted in Urdu to the line of riders. All Hawksworth now realized Rajputs. The buffalo snorted and tried to turn back, but their riders whipped them forward. The tiger assumed a crouching stalk along the gray, horned wall, eyeing a large, dark buffalo with a bearded rider. Then it sprang. The buffalo's head went down, and when he came up, a heavy curved horn had pierced the tiger's neck. There was a snort and a savage toss of the head that flung the wounded tiger upward. As it whirled in the air, Hawksworth saw a deep gash across its throat. The Rajput riders nearby slipped to the ground and formed a wall of swords between Erengbar and the tiger as the line of buffalo closed in, bellowing for the kill. In what seemed only moments, the tiger was horned and pawed to a lifeless pulp. Superb? Erengbar shouted something to the enclosed howdah that Hawksworth did not understand. 100 gold mohurs to every man on the line. The Rajputs remounted their buffalo, retrieving the reins from the bloody grass, and the line again moved forward. This is a variation on His Majesty's usual tiger hunt, Nadir Sharif shouted through the dust, above the din of bellowing buffalo and trumpeting elephants. Often he shoots, but today His Majesty elected merely to watch. Actually, animal fights have long been a favorite pastime in India. At that moment, a pair of tigers emerged from the grass and stared at the approaching line of buffalo. They did not seem frightened, as had the first, and they watched the line coolly, as though electing a strategy. Then they dropped into a crouching stalk, moving directly toward the center of the line. Hawksworth noticed Erengbar suddenly order his mahout to hold back his elephant. The other imperial elephants had also paused to wait. Then, Erengbar turned and ordered the servant who rode behind him to pass forward a long-barreled, large-caliber sporting piece. Aladdin, whose fright was transparent, also signaled for a gun. Hawksworth's mahout pulled his elephant directly behind Erengbar's, as though for protection. The tigers seemed in no hurry to engage the buffalo. They scrutinized the approaching line and waited for their moment. Then, when the buffalo were no more than 10 feet away, both sprang simultaneously. The female was speared on the horn of a buffalo, but she flipped in midair and sank her teeth into the leather shielding on its neck. As its Rajput rider slipped to the ground, the male of the pair dashed past his mate and sprang for him. The Rajput swung his broadsword, catching the tiger in the flank, but it swatted him aside with a powerful sweep of its paw, and he crumpled, his neck shattered. Other Rajputs rushed the male tiger with their swords as their buffalo closed in to kill the female, but it eluded their thrusts as it circled Erengbar's elephant. Soldiers with half-pikes had already rushed to form a barricade between Erengbar's elephant and the tiger, but the Moghul seemed unperturbed. While the panting male tiger stalked Erengbar, the female tiger was forgotten. As Hawksworth watched spellbound, his pulse pounding, he caught a yellow flicker out of the corner of his eye and turned to see the female tiger slip past the ring of buffalo and dash toward the rear of Erengbar's elephant. It was on the opposite side from the armed soldiers, where the Moghul's elephant was undefended. Hawksworth opened his mouth to shout just as the female tiger sprang for Erengbar, but at that moment a shot rang out from the enclosed howdah of Queen Janahara, and the female tiger crumpled in midair. curving into a lifeless ball as it smashed against the side of the Moghul's mount. The jolt caused Erengba shot at the male tiger to go wide, merely grazing its foreleg. A dozen half-pikes pierced its side as it stumbled forward, and it whirled to slap at the Rajputs. Aladdin also fired his tiger gun, but his shot missed entirely, almost hitting one of the men trying to hold the tiger back. It whirled in a bloody circle for a moment and then stopped. It was staring at Hawksworth. He heard his mahout shout in terror as the tiger sprang for the head of their elephant. A wrap of yellow fur seemed to twist itself around the elephant's forehead as the tiger dug its claws into the protective leather padding. As Kumata tossed her head in panic, the mahout screamed again and plunged for safety, rolling through a clump of brown grass and scrambling toward the soldiers. The tiger caught Hawksworth's eyes with a hypnotic gaze as it began pulling itself over the forehead of the terrified elephant, directly toward his howdah. Kumata had begun to whirl in a circle and shake her head, futilely trying to dislodge the wounded fury slashing at her leather armor. The tiger slipped momentarily, then caught its claws more firmly and began to climb again. Almost without thinking, Hawksworth reached forward and grabbed the ankus, the short pike and claw used for guiding an elephant, that the mahout had left lodged in a leather fold behind the elephant's head. He wrenched it free and began to tease the tiger back. Kumata was running now, wildly it seemed, toward a large pipal tree at the edge of the clearing. But the tiger had pulled itself atop her head, and as Hawksworth jabbed its whiskered face with the ankus, he heard a deep growl and saw a flash of yellow and claw as a sharp pain cut through his shoulder. He knew he was falling dizzily, hands grasping against smooth leather as he slipped past the neck of the elephant, past its flapping ear, against a thundering foot that slammed the dust next to his face. Kumata had suddenly stopped dead still, throwing him sprawling against the base of the pipal tree. He looked up to see the tiger suspended above him, glaring down, clawing at the face of the elephant and bellowing with pain. Then he heard the snap of the tiger's spine as Kumata slammed it again and again against the massive trunk of the tree. Only when the tiger was motionless did she let it drop, carefully tossing its body away from Hawksworth as it tumbled lifeless onto the grass. Hawksworth looked up through the dust to see Erengbar pulling his elephant alongside. That was most auspicious. English. It's an ominous and evil portent for the state if a tiger I have shot escapes the hunt. If that beast had succeeded in going free, we would have had to send the entire army into the countryside to find and kill it. Your Kumata saved me the trouble. The gods of the southwest have been auspicious for our reign today. I think you brought us luck. I thank your majesty. Hawksworth found himself gasping for breath. No, it is you we must thank. You were quick-witted enough to keep the tiger where Kumata could crush it. Erengbar called for his own elephant to kneel, and he walked briskly to Kumata, who was still quivering from fright. He stroked her face beneath the eye, and she gentled perceptibly. It was obvious she loved Erengbar. She's magnificent. Only once before have I ever seen an elephant do that. I hereby promote her immediately to first rank, even though a female. He turned to Nadir Sharif. Have it recorded. As Hawksworth tried to rise, he felt a bolt of pain through the shoulder where the tiger had slapped him. He looked to see his leather jerkin shredded. Erengbar seemed to notice it too, and he turned and motioned to Nadir Sharif, who signaled to another man, who called yet another. Moments later, a physician was bending over Hawksworth. He probed the skin for a painful moment and then slammed a knee against Hawksworth's side, giving the pained arm a quick twist. Hawksworth heard himself cry out from the pain, and for a moment he thought he might lose consciousness. But then his mind began to clear, and he realized he could move the arm again. The pain was already starting to abate. I suggest the shoulder be treated with compresses for a few days, Majesty. Nadir Sharif had dismounted from his elephant and was there, attentive as always. Then he must be sent back to Agra. Of course, Majesty. Nadir Sharif stepped closer to Erengbar. But perhaps it would be equally wise to let the Feringhi rest somewhere near here, perhaps at the old city. He turned and pointed toward the west. They're at Fatehpur. I think there may still be a few Sufi hermits there who could attend the shoulder until Shikar is over. Then he could return with us. Erengbar turned and shaded his eyes as he stared at the horizon. Above the tree, I could be seen the gate of the fortress at Fatehpur Sekri, but my shoulder is fine now. Hawksworth tried to move into the circle of conversation. There's no need. Very reasonable. Erengbar seemed to ignore Hawksworth as It turned back to Nadir Sharif. You can escort the English to the fortress, call up a palanquin for him, leave your elephant here and take a horse. As the physician bound Hawksworth's arm in readiness, a palanquin was brought from among the women's elephants. A contingent of Rajputs can go with him. Erengbar shouted instructions to the captain of his guard and watched the men fall into formation. Then he remounted his elephant and signaled for the buffalo to resume their sweep of the tall grass. As the party started forward, Hawksworth saw Nadir Sharif shout orders to one of the servants attending him. And as 4 Rajputs lifted Hawksworth's palanquin off the ground, a servant rushed forward to shove a flask inside. It was brandy. Hawksworth turned to see Nadir Sharif grinning, a gleam in his eye. She watched the palanquin ease up the weathered, winding path leading to the fortress gate. The procession had moved slowly through the gate at the northeast corner of the city's walls, and now the Rajputs were clustered around the palanquin and the lone rider. The night was still, awash in a wild desert fragrance, and the moon was curing slowly from white to a rarefied gold. Herve, Antage in a corner turret of the wall, was shadowless and perfect. She examined the rider and smiled when she recognized the face. Nadir Sharif. You have kept your part of the bargain, all of it. As she studied him through the half-light, she wondered why they were coming a day earlier than planned. Then the palanquin stopped and the other figure emerged. She hesitated before looking, at last forcing herself, willing her eyes to see. After a long moment she turned to the tall man standing next to her. His beard was white, as were his robes. His eyes saw what she saw, but he did not smile. He turned to her and nodded wordlessly. Then he tightened his white robe and moved easily down the stone staircase toward the courtyard below. Hawksworth had sensed the autumn light begin to fall rapidly as they approached the gates of the fortress city. Already there was a pale moon, promising fullness. In size and grandeur, the portals of the gate reminded Hawksworth of the Red Fort in Agra, only the walls themselves were considerably less formidable. The palace itself sat atop a wooded hill, and already the stones of the abandoned roadway leading up the hill were becoming overgrown. There was a small village. At the bottom of the hill, where smoke from evening cooking fires had begun to rise. But from the fortress itself, there was no smoke, no hint of life or habitation. He alighted from the palanquin at the bottom of a steep stairway leading to the palace gate and together with Nadir Sharif passed slowly up the abandoned steps. The Rajputs trailed behind them as they reached the top and passed under the shadow of a tulip-curved arch that framed the gateway. The dark surrounded them like an envelope, and the Rajput guards pushed forward toward the black outline of 2 massive wooden doors at the back of the recess. They pushed open the doors, and before them lay a vast open courtyard, empty in the moonlight. Is this place completely abandoned? I still don't understand why I'm here. Nadir Sharif smiled. On the contrary, Ambassador, it's far from abandoned, but it appears so, does it not? Then Hawksworth saw a figure approaching them, gliding noiselessly across the red sandstone pavement of the court. The figure carried an oil lamp, which illuminated a bearded face framed in a white shawl. You are welcome in the name of Allah. The figure bowed a greeting. What brings armed men to our door? It is too late now to pray. We long ago sounded the last azan. His Majesty has sent a Feringhi here to be cared for by you for 2 days. Nadir Sharif stepped forward. He was injured today during Shikar. Our hands are always open. The figure turned and moved across the plaza toward a building that looked, in the new moonlight, to be a mosque. When they reached the entrance, the man turned and spoke to the Rajputs in a language Hawksworth did not understand. He says this is the house of God, Nadir Sharif translated. He has commanded the Rajputs to leave their shoes and their weapons here if they wish to follow. I think they will refuse. Perhaps it would be best if we all left you now. You'll be well cared for. Day after tomorrow I'll send a horse for you. What's going on? You mean I'm going to be here alone? Hawksworth suddenly realized he was being abandoned at an abandoned city. He whirled on Nadir Sharif. You suggested this. You brought me here. What the hell is this for? I could have returned to Agra or even stayed with the hunt. You're a perceptive man, ambassador. Nadir Sharif smiled and looked up at the moon. But as far as I know, you're here. Entirely by coincidence. I cannot be responsible for anything that happens to you or anyone you see. This is merely the hand of chance. Please try to understand. What do you mean? I will see you in 2 days, ambassador. Enjoy you. Rest. Nadir Sharif bowed, and in moments he and the Rajputs had melted into the moonlight. Hawksworth watched them leave with a mounting sense of disquiet. Then he turned and peered past the hooded figure who stood waiting. The mosque looked empty, a cavern of flickering shadows against intricate plaster calligraphy. He unbuckled the sheath of his sword and passed it to the man as he kicked away his loose slippers. The man took the sword without a word, examined it for a moment evaluating its workmanship, then turned to lead the way. They moved silently across the polished stone floor, past enormous columns that disappeared into the darkness of the vaulted space above them. Hawksworth relished the coolness of the stones against his bare feet, then ducked barely in time to avoid a hanging lamp, extinguished now, its polished metalwork almost invisible against the gloom. A lamp flickered through the dark. They passed beneath it, then stopped at a closed door at the rear of the mosque. The man spoke a word Hawksworth did not understand, and the door was swung open from the inside, revealing an illuminated passageway. 4 men were waiting. As Hawksworth and his guide passed through, the door closed behind them, and the men silently drew around. The passageway was long, freshly plastered, and floored in marble mosaic. It was cool, as though immune from the heat of the day, and scented faintly with rose incense that had been blended with the oil in the hanging lamps. At the end of the corridor was another stairway, again of white marble, and as they moved up its steps, the man who had greeted Hawksworth extinguished his lamp with a brass cup he carried. Beyond the stair was another door, then another door that opened as they approached. Hawksworth realized they were in an upper story of a large building directly behind the mosque. They passed through the door and emerged into a room facing a balcony that overlooked the abandoned square below. In the center of the room was a raised dais, covered with a thick Persian carpet. The man who had been Hawksworth's guide moved to the dais, mounted it, and seated himself. With a flourish, he dropped his white hood and the wrap that had been around him. Hawksworth realized with a shock that his long white hair streamed to his waist. He was naked save for a loincloth. He gestured for Hawksworth to sit, indicating a bolster. Welcome, English. He waited until the surprise had registered in Hawksworth's face. We've been expecting you, but not quite so soon. Who are you? I was once a Persian. He smiled. But I've almost forgotten my country's manners. First I should offer you some refreshment and only then turn to affairs. Normally I would offer sharbat, but I understand you prefer wine. Hawksworth stared at him speechless. No pious Muslim would drink wine, that much he knew. Don't look so surprised. We Persian poets often drink wine for divine inspiration. He laughed broadly. At least that's our excuse. Perhaps Allah will forgive us. A garden of flowers, a cup of wine, marked the repose of a joyous mind. He signaled one of the men, and a chalice of wine appeared, seemingly from nowhere. I once learned a Latin expression in vino veritas. As a Christian, you must know it. In wine there is truth. Have some wine and we will search for truth together. Let's start with some truth fra. You, how do you know so much about me? And you still haven't told me who you are. Who am I? You know, that's the most important question you can ask any man. Let us say I'm one who has forsworn everything the world will have and thereby found the one thing most others have lost. He smiled easily. Can you guess what that is? Tell me. My own freedom. To make verse, to drink wine, to love. I have nothing now that can be taken away, so I live without fear. I'm a Muslim reviled by the mullahs, a poet denounced by the Moghul's court versifiers, a teacher rejected by those who no longer care to learn. I live here because there is no other place I can be. Perhaps I soon will be on, but right here, right now, I am free, because I bear nothing but love for those who would harm me. He stared out over the balcony for a moment in silence. Show me the man who lives in fear of death, and I will show you one already dead in his soul. Show me the man who knows hate, and I will show you one who can never truly know love. He paused again, and once more the room grew heavy with silence. Love, English, love is the sweetness of desert honey. It is life itself, but you, I think, have yet to know its taste, because you are a slave to your own striving. But until you give all else over, as I have done, you can never truly know love. How do you think you know so much about me? I know nothing about you or about why I'm here, but I think you've heard of me. Hawksworth stared at him for a moment, and suddenly everything came together. He could have shouted his realization. You're Samad, the Sufi. He stopped, his heart racing. Where is? Yes, I'm a poet, and I'm called a Sufi because there is nothing else to call me. You're not really a Sufi. Who knows what a Sufi is, my English friend? Not even a Sufi knows. Sufis do not teach beliefs. They merely ask that you know who you are. I thought they're supposed to be mystics, like some of the Spanish Catholics. Mystics yearn to merge with God, to find that part within us all that is God. Sufis teach methods for clearing away the clutter that obscures our knowledge of who we are, so perhaps we're mystics, but we're not beloved by the mullahs. Why not? Sufis are Muslims. Because Sufis ignore them. The mullahs say we must guide our lives by the laws of the Prophet. But Sufis know God can only be reached through love. A pure life counts for nothing if the heart is impure. Prayers 5 times a day are empty words if there is no love. Samad paused again, and then spoke slowly and quietly. I'm trying to decide if then is love about you, English. You seem to think you know a lot about me. There's only one person who wanted me to meet you, and she was in Surat. Where is she now? Is she here? She's no longer in Surah. Be sure of that. But at this moment you are here with me. Why always seek after what you do not have? You see, I do know much about you. You're a pilgrim. He waved his hand absently. But then we all are pilgrims, all searchy for something. We call it different names: fulfillment, knowledge, beauty, God. But you still have not found what you seek, is that not true? Samad watched Hawksworth in silence as he drank from his own wineglass. Yes, it is given men names, but it is in fact only one thing. We are all searching, my English, for our own self. But the self is not easy to find, so we travel afar, hoping it lies elsewhere, searching inward in a much more difficult journey. Hawksworth started to speak, but Samad silenced him with a wave of the hand. Know that you will find the thing you most want only when you cease to search. Only then can you listen to the quiet of the heart. Only then can you find true content. Samad drank again from his wine. This last week you have found, so you think, your fortune. You have received worldly honors from the Moghul. You have news of imminent success for your English king. But these things will only bring you despair in the end. I don't understand what you mean. Samad laughed and finished off his glass. Then let me tell you a story about myself, English. I was born a Persian Jew, a merchant at my birth by historic family vocation. But my people have ignored the greatest prophet of all, the Prophet Mohammed. His voice invites all, and I heard that voice. I became Muslim, but still I was a merchant, a Persian merchant. And perhaps not unlike you, I travel to India, search of not the greater prophet, but the baser prophet. And here, my English, I found the other thing I searched for. I found love. Pure love, consuming love. The kind of love few men are privileged to know. The love of a boy whose beauty and purity could only have come from God. But this love was mistaken by the world, was called impure, and he was hidden from me. So the only one left for me to love was God. Thus I cast away my garments, worldliness, and gave myself to him, and once more I was misunderstood. Samad paused and called for another glass of wine. Then he turned back to Hawksworth. So I have told the world my story in verse, and now there are many who understand, not the mullahs but the people. I have given them words that could only come from a pure heart, words of joy that all men can share. Samad stopped and smiled. You know we Persians are born poets. It's said we changed Sufism from mystic speculation to mystic art. All I know is the great poets of Persia found in Sufism a vehicle for their art that gave back to Islam almost more than it took. But then, a poet's vocation must always be to give. I have given the people of India my heart, and they have loved me in return. Yet such love engenders envy in the minds of men who know it not. The Shiite mullahs would have condemned me for heresy long ago were it not for one man, a man who has understood and protected me. The only man in India who is not afraid of Persian Shiites at court, and now he too is gone. With him went my life. And who was that, can you not guess? You have already met him. Samad smiled. Prince Jadar. Hawksworth suddenly felt as though the world had closed about him. Why did you contrive to get me here tonight? Because I wished to see you. And I can no longer walk abroad. It has been forbidden, in pain of death. But death is something I am almost ready to welcome. One day soon I will walk the streets of Agra once more for the last time. Hawksworth wondered if the claim was bravado or truth. But why did you want to see me? Hawksworth studied Samad closely. Suddenly he decided to ask the question directly. To ask me to help Jadar? You can tell him for me that I want no part of his politics. I'm here to get a trade agreement, a firman. That's my mission, why I was sent. Samad settled his wineglass on the carpet with a sigh of resignation. You've heard nothing I have said. I am telling you it would be best for you to forget about your mission. Your destiny is no longer in your hands. But if you will open your heart, you will find it has riches to compensate you manifold. Still, they can be yours only if you can know love. But now, I fear, the only love you know is self-love, ambition. You have not yet understood it. Is empty as mirror. The world is but a waking dream, the eye of heart sees clear. The garden of this tempting world is wrought of sand and tear. Hawksworth shifted and stared about the room. It was darker now, but several men had entered. Few of them seemed to understand Samad's turkey. So what do I do now? Stay with us for a while. Learn to know yourself. Samad rose and stepped off the dais. Perhaps then you will at last find what you want. He motioned for Hawksworth. A walk with him to the balcony. Across the courtyard, a single lamp burned in the turret of one of the buildings. Tonight must be remembered as a dream, my English, and like a dream, it is to be recalled on waking as mere light and shadow. He turned and led Hawksworth to the door. The men stood aside for them. And now I bid you farewell. Others will attend you. Hawksworth walked into the marble corridor. Standing in the half-light, her face warm in the glow of a lamp, was Sheer in Book 4, Agra, Chapter 21. The night sky above the courtyard was afire, an overturned jewel box strewn about an ivory moon. They passed through a gateway of carved columns and ornate brackets into a smaller plaza. The mosque was left behind. Around them, low, were empty pavilions, several stories high, decorated with whimsical carvings, railings, cornices. Now they were alone in the abandoned palace, surrounded by silence and moonlight. Only then did she speak, her voice opening through the stillness. I promised to think of you, and I have, more than you can know. Tonight I want to share this with you. The private palace of the great Akman, the most beautiful place in all India. She paused and pointed to a wide marble pond in the middle of the plaza. In its center was a platform, surrounded by a railing and joined to the banks by delicate bridges. They say, when Akman's court musician, the revered Tansen, sat there and sang a ruy aga for the rainy season, the clouds themselves would come to listen and bless the earth with their tears. Once all this was covered by one magnificent canopy. Tonight we have only the stars. How did you arrange this? He still was lost in astonishment. Don't ask me to tell you now. Can we just share this moment? She took his arm and motioned ahead. There, glistening in the moonlight, were the open arcades of a palace pavilion. I've prepared something especially for us. She guided him through a wide-open archway and into a large arcade, illuminated by a single oil lamp atop a stone table. In front of them, on the walls, were brilliantly colored renderings of elephants, horses, birds. She picked up the lamp and led him past the paintings and into the next room, a vast red chamber whose floor was a fragrant standing pool of water. In the flickering light, he could see a marble stairway leading to a red sandstone platform projecting out over the water, supported by square stone columns topped by ornate brackets. This is where Ackman spent the hot summer nights. Up there, on the platform, above a cooling pool of rosewater. From there he would summon his women to come to him for the zenana. Hawksworth dipped his fingers into the water and brought it to his lips. It was like perfume. He turned to he and she smiled. Yes, the Sufis still keep rosewater here in memory of Ackman. She urged him forward, up the stairs. Coming together, we'll try to imagine how it must have felt to be the great Moghul of India. As they emerged onto the platform, the vaulted ceiling above them glowed a ruby red from the lamp. Under their feet was a thick carpet, strewn with small velvet bolsters. At the farthest edge was a large sleeping couch, fashioned from red marble, its dark velvet canopy held aloft by 4 finely worked stone columns. The covering of the couch was a patterned blue velvet, bordered in gold lace. Just for tonight, I've made this room like it was when Ackman slept here, with his chosen from the zenana. She slipped the gauze wrap from her shoulders. He looked at her dark hair, secured with a transparent scarf and a strand of pearls, and realized it contrasted perfectly with the green emerald brooch that swung gently against her forehead. She wore a necklace of pearl strands, and about each upper arm was a band ringed with pearl drops. Her eyes and brows were painted dark with kohl, and her lips were a brilliant red. Without a word, she took a garland of yellow flowers from the bed and gently slipped it over his head. Next to the couch was a round rosewood table holding several small brass vials of perfume and incense. Tonight this room is like a bridal chamber. For us. A second garland of flowers lay on the bed next to the one she had taken. Without thinking, he reached and took it and slipped it around her neck. Then he drew his fingertips slowly down her arm, sending a small shiver through them both. Seeing her in the lamplight, he realized again how he had ached for her. A wedding, for us? Not a wedding. Can we just call it a new beginning? The end of one journey and the beginning of another. Hawksworth heard a sudden rustling behind him and then a sound. He turned and searched the gloom, where 2 eyes peered out of the darkness, reflecting the lamplight. He was reaching for his pistol when she stopped his arm. That's one of the little green parrots who live here. They've never been harmed and they've never been caged, so they're unafraid. She turned and called to it. If they're caught and imprisoned, their spirit dies and her beauty starts to fade. The bird ruffled its wings again and flew to the top of the bolster beside Sheeran. Hawksworth watched her for a moment, still incredulous, then settled himself on the carpet next to a chalice of wine that sat waiting. She reached and touched his arm. I never asked you what your lovers call you. You're so important nobody in India knows your first name, just your titles. My only other name is Brian. He found her touch had already begun. To stir him, Brian, will you tell me everything about you, what you like and what you don't? She began to pour the wine for them. Did I ever tell you what I like most about you? In Surat you said you liked the fact I was a European who always had to be master of worldly things. Well, I've thought about you a lot since then. Her expression grew pensive. I've decided it's not so simple. There's a directness about you and an openness and honesty that's very appealing. That's European. We're not very good at intrigue. What we're thinking always shows on our face, she laughed. And I think I know what you're thinking right now, but let me finish. I feel I must tell you this. There's something else about you that may also be European, but think it's just your special quality. You're always ready to watch and learn from what you see, looking for new things and new ideas. Is that also European? I think it probably is. It's rare, Most Indians think everything they have and everything they do is absolutely perfect, exactly the way it is. They might take something foreign and use it, or copy it, but they always have to appear disdainful of anything not Indian. Or right, I'm always being told everything here is better. He reached for her. Sometimes it's even true. Won't you let me tell you the rest? She took his hand and held it. I also think you have more concern for those around you than most Indians do. You respect the dignity of others regardless of their station, something you'll seldom see here, particularly among the high castes. And there's a kindness about you too. I feel it when you're with me. She laughed again. You know. Oh, it's a tragic thing about Muslim men. They claim to honor women, they write poems to their beauty, but I don't think they could ever truly love a woman. They believe she's a willful thing whom it's their duty to contain. She paused, then cunt. Innued. But you're so very different. It's hard to comprehend you sometimes. You love your European music, but now I think you're starting to understand and love the music of India. I even heard you're learning the sitar. You're sensitive to all beauty, almost the way Samad is. It makes me feel very comfortable with you. But you're also a lot like Prince Jadar. You're not afraid of risks. You guide your own destiny, instead of just accepting whatever happens the way most Indians do. She smiled and traced her fingers down his chest. That part makes you very exciting. She hesitated again. And do you know what I like least about you? It's the Feringhi clothes you wear. He burst into laughter. Tell me why. They're so undignified. When I first saw you, that night you came to Mukarab Khan's palace, I couldn't believe you could be anyone of importance. Then the next morning, at the observatory, you looked like a nobleman. And tonight, you're dressed like a Feringhi again. I like boots and a leather jerkin. When I'm wearing a fancy doublet and hose, then I feel I have to be false as the clothes. And when I dress like a Moghul, I always wonder if people think I'm trying to be something I'm not. All right, she smiled resignedly. But perhaps sometime tonight you'll at least take off your leather jerkin. I would enjoy seeing you. He looked at her in wonderment. I still don't understand. You once said you thought I was powerful, but you seem to be pretty powerful yourself. Nobody I know could force Mukarab Khan or Nadir Sharif to do anything. Yet you made the governor divorce you, and then you made the prime minister deceive half of Agra to arrange this. You're so many different things. Don't forget, sometimes I'm also a woman. She rose and began to slowly draw out the long cinch holding the waist of her wrap. Her halter seemed to trouble her. As she tried to loosen it, she laughed at her own awkwardness, and then it too came away. She was left with only her jewels and the long scarf over her hair, which she did not remove. Then she turned to him. Do you still remember, Our last night in Surat? Do you? He looked at her in the dim lamplight. The line of her body was flawless, with gently rounded breasts, perfect thighs, legs lithe yet strong. I remember what I felt when I kissed you. He laughed and moved to take her in his arms, but I thought I was the one who kissed you. Maybe we should try it once more and decide. With a mischievous look, she caught his arms and wrapped herself around him. As he touched her lips, she turned abruptly. The world suddenly seemed to twist crazily around them, sending his head spinning. In shock, he opened his mouth to speak, and it was flooded with the essence of rose. The pool beneath the platform had broken their fall. He came up gasping found her lips. She tasted of another world. Sweet, fragrant. He enclosed her slowly in his arms, clasping her lean body gently at first, then feeling more and more of her warmth, he pressed her to him. Both of them still gasped. They seemed to float, weightless, serene in the darkness. Awkwardly, he began pulling away his wet jerkin. Or just as I imagined. Her hands traveled across his chest, lightly caressing his skin, while the lamp flickered against the painting. It's on the walls above them. There's a strength about you, a roughness. She nuzzled his chest with her face. Tonight, will you let me be your poet? Tonight, you can be anything you want. I want to sing of you, a man I adore, of the desire I feel. For you, after we know each other fully, the great longing will be gone. The most intense moment we can ever share will be past, the ache of wanting. What you just said reminds me of something John Donne once wrote. Who is he? One of our English poets and songwriters, but he had a slightly different idea. He hesitated, then smiled. To tell the truth, I think I may like his better. She lifted herself up in the water, rose petals patterned across her body. Then tell me what he said. It's the only poem of his I can still remember, but only the first verse. For some reason, I'll never forget it. I sometimes think of it when I think of you. Let me say it in English first, and then try to translate. I wonder, by my troth, what thou and I did till we loved. Were we not weaned till then, but sucked on country pleasures childishly, or snorted we in the 7 sleepers' den? 'Twas so. But this, all pleasures fancies be, if ever any beauty I did see, which I desired and got, 'twas but a dream of thee. She listened to the hard English rhythm, and then to his translation, awkward and halting. Then she was silent for a moment, floating her hand across this surface of the pond. You know, I also wonder now what I did before I met you, before I held you. She slipped her hands about his neck, and as she did he drew her up out of the water and cradled her against him. Then he lifted her body still strewn with rose petals, and carried her slowly up the marble stairs to the couch of Ackman. He felt her cling to him like no woman ever had, and as he placed her on the bed, she took his face in her hands and kissed him for a long moment. Then he heard her whisper, "Tonight we will know just each other, and there will be nothing else." And they gave each to each until there was nothing more to give, because each was the other. Together, complete, he was on the quay deck, the whipstaff aching against his hand, the mainsail furled as storm winds lashed the waist of the ship with wave after powerful wave. The ship was the Queen's Hope, his vessel when he sailed for the Levant Company and the rocks that towered off. His starboard bow were Gibraltar. He shouted into the dark for the quartermaster to reef the topsails, and he leaned on the whipstaff to bring her about, but neither responded. He had no crew. He was being swept, helpless, toward the empty darkness that lay ahead. Another wave caught him across the face, and somewhere in the dark came a screech as though the sea had given up some dying leviathan beast. His sea boots were losing their hold on the quarterdeck, and now the whipstaff had grown sharp talons that cut into his hand. Then a woman's voice, a distant siren calling him. Again the screech, and then yet another wave cut across his face. The water tasted of roses. He jerked violently awake. On his hand a green parrot was perched, preening itself and ruffling its feathers. And from the pool below Shirin was flinging handfuls of water up over the side of the platform, laughing as she tried to splash his face. She was floating, naked below him, her hair streaming out across the surface of the water, tangled among the drifting rose petals. He looked about and saw his own wet clothes, mingled among her silks and jewels. For a moment he felt again the terror of the dream, the rudderless ship impelled by something beyond control, and then he caught the edge of the platform and slipped over the side. The water was cool against his skin, and involuntarily he caught his breath. Then he reached out and wrapped her in his arms, pulling her against him. She turned her face to his, twined her hair around his head, and crushed his lips with her own. Just as suddenly, she threw back her head and laughed with joy. He found himself laughing with her. "I don't weep. Oath, just stay. I don't have to be back in Agra until the wedding. We could have a week." He studied the perfect lines of her face, the dark eyes at once defiant and anxious, and wished he could hold her forever. The worshipful East India come. Penny be damned. But we both have things we must do. She revolved in the flowered water and drew her face above his. She kissed him again, languorously. Then she drew herself out of the water and twisted a wrap around her, covering her breasts. "Both you and I. And what's this thing you have to do?" Her eyes shadowed. "One thing I must try to do is convince Samet he cannot stay here any longer. He has to go south where Prince Jadar can protect him. But he refuses to listen. And time is growing short now. I truly fear for what may happen to him after the wedding. The Persian Shiite mullahs will certainly be powerful enough then to demand he be tried and executed on charges of heresy. For violating some obscure precept of Islamic law, it will be the end for him." She paused. "And for anyone who has helped him. Then if he won't leave, at least you should." He lifted himself out of the water and settled beside her on the marble paving. Why don't you come back to England with me? When the fleet from Bantam makes landfall at Surat, Arangbar will surely have the courage to sign the firman, and then my mission will be finished. It should only be a matter of weeks, regardless of what the Portugals try to do. She studied the water of the pool with sadness in her eyes and said nothing for a moment as she kicked the surface lightly. Neither of us is master of what will happen. Things are going to be out of control, for both of us. Things are going to happen that you will not understand. Hawksworth squinted through the half-light. What's going to happen? Who can know? But I would not be surprised to see the prince betrayed total. In one final act that will eventually destroy him. He is too isolated, too weak. And when that happens, we're all doomed. Even you, though I don't think you'll believe that now. Why should I? I'm not betting on Prince Jadar. I agree. With you? I don't think he has a chance. I'm betting on a firman from Arangbar, and soon. You'll never get a firman from the Moghul, and Arangbar will be gone in half a year. The Queen has already started appearing at morning darshan and directing his decisions at afternoon durbar. As soon as she has Aladdin under her control, Arangbar will be finished. Mark it. He'll die from too much opium or from some mysterious poison or accident. He will cease to exist to I don't believe it. He seems pretty well in control. If that's what you think, then you are very deceived. He can't live much longer. Everyone knows it. Perhaps even he knows it in his heart. Soon he will give up even the appearance of rule. Then the Queen will take full command of the Imperial Army, and Prince Jadar will be hunted down like a wild boar. He studied her, not sure he could reasonably contradict her, and felt his stomach knot. What will happen? If the Queen takes over? I don't know, but I do know I love you. I truly do. How sad it makes me that I can't tell you everything. Her eyes darkened and she took his hand. Please understand, I did not know the prince would use you the way he has, but it is for good. Try to believe that. What do you mean? She hesitated and looked away. Let me ask you this. What do you think the prince will do after the wedding? I don't know, but I think he'd be very wise to keep clear of Agra. Nobody at court will even talk about him now, at least not openly. Still, I think he might be able to stay alive if he's careful. If he survives the campaign in the Deccan, maybe he can gain something out of the Queen. But I agree with you about one thing. She can finish him any time she wants. I understand she already has de facto control of the Imperial Army in Arangbar's name, of course. What can Jadar do? He outnumbered beyond any reasonable odds. Maybe she'll make him a governor in the south if he doesn't challenge her. You really believe he'd accept that? Can't you see that's impossible? You've met Prince Jadar. You think he'll just give up? That's the one thing he'll never do. He has a son now. The people will support him. She pulled herself next to him. I feel so isolated and hopeless just thinking about it all. I'm so glad Nadir Sharif brought you here. He slipped his arm around her. So am I. Will you tell me now how you managed to make him do it? I still have friends left in Agra. She smiled. And Nadir Sharif still has a few indiscretions he'd like kept buried. Some times he can be persuaded. Did he know Samad was here? If he didn't before, he does now, but he won't say anything. Anyway, it hardly matters anymore. The Queen probably already knows Samad's here. She sighed. The worst, Still waiting for him, and for both of us. He caught a handful of water and splashed it against her thigh. Then let's not talk about it until tomorrow. The worry in her eyes seemed to dissolve, and she laughed. You realize how much you've changed since I first met you? You were as stiff as a Portuguese Jesuit then, before Kali and Kamala got their painted fingernails into you. Kali, the lover of the flesh, and Kamala, the lover of the spirit. She glared. Momentarily. Now I must take care lest you start comparing me with them. Never forget, I'm different. I believe love should be both. He pulled her away and looked at her face. I'm amazed by how different you are. I still have no eye. Dear, what you're really like, what you really think. About what? Anything, everything, he shrugged. About this even. You mean being here with you, making love with you? That's a perfect place to start. She smiled and eased back in the water, silently toying for a moment with the rose petals drifting around her. I think making love with someone is how we share our deepest feelings, things we can't express any other way. It's how I tell you my love for you. She paused. The way. In music or poetry reveal the soul of the one who creates them. Are you saying you think lovemaking is like creating music? He examined her, puzzling. They both express what we feel inside. He lifted up a handful of water and watched it trickle back into the pool. I've never thought of it quite like that before. Why not? It's true. Before you can create music, you have to teach both your body and your heart. It's the same with making love. What do you mean? She reached and touched his thigh. When we're very young, lovemaking is mostly just desire. We may think it's more, but it isn't really. Then gradually we learn more of its ways, how to give and receive. But even then, we still don't fully understand its deeper significance. You're like a novice who has learned the techniques of the sitar, the way to strike and pull a string to make one note blend into another, but who still doesn't comprehend the spiritual depth of a ra. Iga, its power to move our heart. We still don't understand that its meaning and feeling can only come from within. And love, like a raga, is an expression of reverence and of wonder. Wonder at what we are and can be. So even after all the techniques are mastered, we still must learn to experience this wonder, this sense of our spirit becoming one with the other. Otherwise, it's somehow still empty, like perfect music that has no feeling, no life. He was silent for a moment, trying to comprehend what she was saying. If you look at it like that, I suppose you could be right. With music, we first have to learn its language, then learn to open our spirit. Love-making is just the same. She nestled her head against his chest, sending her warmth through him. As he held her, he noticed lying alongside the pool the garland of flowers she had worn the night before. He reached and took it and slipped it over her head. Then he kissed her gentle, finding he was indeed filled with wonder at the feeling he had for her. He held her silently for a time, looking at the paintings on the walls of the palace around them. Then he noticed a large straw basket at the entryway. What is that? He pointed. She rose and looked. I think it's something Samad had left for us. She lifted herself out of the water and, holding her wrap against her, brought the basket. It was filled with fruits and melons. They're not from Samarkand or Kabul, like you've probably grown accustomed to at the palace in Agra, but I think you'll like them anyway. She squinted across the square in the direction of the mosque. I love Samad dearly. He did all of this for me, but he refuses to listen to anything I say. She handed him an apple, then reached and took some grapes. You know, I think he secretly wants to die a martyr, like a lover eager to die for his or her beloved. He wants to die for his wild, free idom, for what he thinks is beautiful. Perhaps to be remembered as one who never bowed to anyone. I wish I had his strength. Where's he now? You won't see him anymore, but he's still here. He'll have food sent to us. He loves me, lie. A daughter, and he's happy when I am. And he knows now you make me happy. But you mustn't see him here again, even know that he's here. It would be too dangerous for you. Perhaps someday, if we're all still alive. He took her face in his hands and held it up to him. You have as much strength as anyone, including Samad, and I want to get you away from here before your strength makes you do something foolish. I love you more than my own life. And I love you. Like I've never loved anyone. Not even the great Moghul. When you were in his zenana, she laughed. You know that was very different. I was scarcely more than a girl then. I didn't know anything. You learned a few things somewhere. He remembered. A night passed, still astonished, the way she had. In the zenana you learn everything about lovemaking, but nothing about love. She rose and took his hand. Together they walked to the open portico of the palace. Around them, the red pavilions were empty in the early sunshine. The morning was still, save for the cries of the green parrots who scurried across eaves and peered down impassively from weathered red railings and banisters. His gaze followed the wide arches, then turned to her. Dark shining hair, he reached out and stroked it. Tell me more about it. How did you learn Turkey in the zenana? We had to learn it, even though Arangbar speaks perfect Persian. She turned to him. And how did you learn to understand it? In a Turkish prison, he laughed. It seems about the same to me. I had to learn it too. Will you tell me about it? Why were you in prison? Like you, I had no choice. The Turks took a ship I was commanding in the Mediterranean. And tell me what happened. He stopped and looked at her. All right, we'll trade. You tell me all about you and I'll tell you everything about me. We'll leave out nothing. Agreed. She reached and kissed him. Will you begin first? Book 4, Agra, Chapter 22. The imminent wedding of Prince Aladdin and Princess Layla was a momentous event in the history of the Moghul Empire. It represented the final merging of two dynasties. One, that of the Moghul Ackman, and his first son Arangbar was in direct descent from the Mongols of the steppes who had conquered India by the sword less than a century before, melding under one rule a disorganized array of Muslim and Hindu states. The other dynasty, that of Queen Janahara, her Persian father Zainal Beg, her brother Nadir Sharif, and now her daughter Layla, represented a very different kind of conqueror. At court they were called, always in whispers, the Persian junta. Whereas no Ka, a nation of forces indigenous to India, even the recalcitrant Rajput warrior chieftains of the northwest, had ever succeeded in wresting power from the invading Moghuls. This extraordinary Persian family had, in one generation, come to rule India virtually as equals with the dynasty of Ackman, assuming the power that the decadent Arangbar had let slowly slip away. With the marriage of Queen Janahara's daughter to the weakling son of Arangbar, a son she was carefully promoting to the role of heir apparent, the last element in the Persian strategy would be in place. When Arangbar died, or was dethroned, the powerful line of Ackman, who had unified India by a blend of force and diplomatic marriages, would be supplanted by what was, in effect, a palace coup. The Persian junta would have positioned itself to assume effective control of India. Prince Aladdin, for so long as he was allowed to maintain even the appearance of rule, would be nothing more than a titular sovereign. Queen Janahara, together with her father and her brother, would be the real ruler of India. The queen could, of course, have contented herself for a time longer merely to direct Arangbar from beside the throne. But that could never be entirely satisfactory. Arangbar still wielded power when he so chose, and that power could be enormous. India had no independent judiciary, no parliament, no constitution. There was, instead and only, the word of the Moghul. Criminals were brought before him to be tried and sentenced. Offices of state were filled or vacated on his personal whim. The army marched at his word, and he owned, in effect, a large part of Indian soil. Its large estates went not to heirs, but returned to the Moghul when their current owner died. He granted lands and salaries as reward for loyalty and service, and he alone granted titles. Seldom in history had a land so vast, and a people so diverse, been held so absolutely under the unquestioned rule of a single hand. Queen Janahara now looked confidently forward to the day that hand would be hers. The power Arangbar now possessed was thought by many to have brought his own undoing. Originally an introspective, if sometimes whimsical sovereign, whose early memoirs were filled with scientific observations on India's fauna and flora, and statesman-like ruminations on the philosophy of governing, he had become slowly dissolute to the point of incapacity. A man who had forsworn both alcohol and drugs until well into his third decade of life, he was now hopelessly addicted to both. In consequence, his judgment and instincts had grown ever more unreliable, and since all appointments of salary and place depended on his word alone, no career or fortune was truly secure. It was into this vacuum of sound leadership that the Persian junta of Janahara's family had moved. The Persian junta was supported by all those at court who feared Arangbar's growing caprice, by other influential Persians, by the powerful mullahs of the Shiite sect of Islam, by Hindus who still harbored historic grievances against Moghul rule, and by the Portuguese. The Persian junta was not loved, but it did not need to be loved. It enjoyed an even more compelling ingredient for success. It was feared. even those who might have erred the succession of Prince Jadar wisely held silent. The tides of history were there for all to see. Even Brian Hawksworth saw them. The private palace of Zainul Beg, father of Janahara and Nadir Sharif and grandfather of Princess Layla, was more modest than that of Nadir Sharif, and its architecture more Persian, almost consciously reminiscent of the land of his birth. It lay on the banks of the Jamuna River, farther down from the palace of Nadir Sharif, and this evening it was brilliantly illuminated by bonfires along the riverside. Even the river itself was lighted. A dozen barks filled with lamps had been towed upriver from the Red Fort, and now their camphor-royal flames cast a dazzling white sheen over the pink turrets of the palace. On the opposite bank of the Jamuna, men were lighting candles and floating them in hollow clay pots across the surface of the water, where they drifted gently downstream toward the Red Fort, creating a line of illumination that would eventually stretch for miles. Although Hawksworth's money was starting to grow short, he had used a large portion of what was left to purchase a new pair of striped Indian trousers, an expensive brocade turban, and ornate velvet slippers. He alighted from his palanquin at the palace gate looking like a Moghul grandee, to be greeted almost immediately by Zainul Beg's eunuchs and ushered into the main hall. As he entered, the eunuchs directed him toward a large silver fish stationed by the door. It was ornamented with green lapis lazuli scales and fitted with 7 spouts shooting thin streams of rosewater outward into a large basin. Hawksworth was now accustomed to this Moghul ritual, and he quickly removed his new slippers and splashed his feet in the basin to the minimal extent acceptable. Then he turned and made his way through the line of nobles, reverently awaiting the arrival of Arangbar. He had become such a familiar sight at royal gatherings that his presence excited no unusual notice. The marble walls of the hall were hung with new Persian tapestries, and the floors covered with silk carpets embroidered with silver and gold. At the corners were immense vases of solid gold studded with precious stones that sparkled in the lamplight. Incense burners wrought from silver hung from the walls. Servants circulated among the crowd bearing trays of old betel leaves, glasses of lemony sharbat, and cups of green milky bang. In deference to the ceremonial significance of this holy Muslim occasion, there would be no wine until after the Shiite mullahs had left. Hawksworth decided to take a glass of sharbat and wait for the wine. He strolled through the buzzing crowd of bejeweled men and anonymous, veiled women, and reflected on the bizarre ceremonies of a Moghul marriage. His first taste had come only the previous evening, when he had been invited to the Red Fort to witness and take part in the henna bandi ceremony. The square just below the Diwan-i-Khaz, where Arangbar's birthday weighing was held only 2 weeks before, had been cleared and made ready for the henna ceremony. Hawksworth had arrived and been granted a place near Nadir Sharif and Arangbar. The crowd was already being entertained by music and dancing women. Aladdin was there, slightly nervous in anticipation of his upcoming ordeal. And the procession arrived. Women of the Zenana rode into the courtyard on palanquins, in a flower-bedecked line bearing henna, a red paste extracted from the plant of the same name, and gifts sent from Layla to Aladdin. The bride was not present. She had not yet been seen by Aladdin or any of his family, including Arangbar. The women of the Zenana, all veiled, spread before the Moghul the gifts that, on this night, the bride was expected to present to the bridegroom. The eunuchs bore trays which had been covered with basketwork raised in domes, over which were thrown draperies of gold cloth and brocade in a rainbow of colors. They were brought before Aladdin and Arangbar and uncovered one by one. His tray was of beaten silver, and it held a new suit for the bridegroom, a tailored cloak and trousers woven with strands of gold. Others bore gold and silver vessels containing cosmetics and toiletries, collyrium, kohl, musky perfumes, and plates of sweets, betel leaves tied with strings of gold, and a confectionery of dried fruits and preserves. The eunuchs also brought in sprays of flowers containing disguised fireworks wheels, which were ignited as they entered Tikr. He ate a startling, fiery garden of color. Next, the women led Aladdin to rooms behind the Diwan-i-Khaz, where he was dressed in the new clothes provided for him by the bride. Bamboo slats were placed across the doorway to enable the Zenana women to watch the ceremony. While he was gone, an opening was prepared in the screen separating the Zenana from the courtyard, and a low stool was placed just outside. The screen was specially constructed to allow the hands and feet of the one sitting on the stool to be reached from behind it. When Aladdin returned, he assumed his place again beside Erangbar, shifting occasionally in mild discomfort from the stiff new clothes. It was obvious to Hawksworth that he wished to appear bored by the ceremonies, but his eyes betrayed his apprehension. Then a eunuch approached and announced to the male assembly Erangbar, Aladdin, Nadir Sharif, Zainal Beg, and a retinue of other men with vague ties to royal blood, who were waiting at the center of the courtyard, that the bridegroom is wanted. Go quickly. Erangbar pushed Aladdin toward the stool waiting in front of the screen covering the entrance to the Zenana. It's always a man's fate to be made fool by his women. Aladdin marched across the courtyard with as much dignity as his stiff new clothes allowed, and seated himself with a flourish on the stool. The air was rich with incense and music from the upper balconies. As Hawksworth and the other male guests watched, women from behind the screen ordered Aladdin to insert his hands and feet through the new holes. He was then teased and fed small lumps of sugar candy, while the women behind the screen began to tie dark cloths, soaked in a paste of moist leaves of henna, onto his hands and feet. This ceremony is very important in English. Erangbar had beamed with satisfaction as he watched. Henna is a charm to promote their union. The women anoint the bride with it also in private. It will make him virile and her fertile. As the women continued to dye Aladdin's hands and feet with the paste, musicians and singers began to entertain him. Some of the songs, all extemporary, lauded him as a prince among men, while others rhapsodized over the beauty of the bride. Listening to their songs, Hawksworth had to remind himself that none of the singers had actually seen the bride, whose beauty they now extolled as that of one woman in thousands. Then the singers sang of the impending happiness of the pair, as inevitable, they declared, as that paradise awaiting believers after life on earth is past. After the women had finished their task, Aladdin turned to face the assembled men, wearing a vaguely sheepish expression. Hawksworth had caught himself laughing out loud at the preposterous figure Aladdin struck, standing before them with hands and feet dripping red with henna. Then he noticed a group of veiled women filing out from behind the screen and approaching. They carried a silver chalice filled with red henna paste. The women stopped in front of Erangbar, bowed with the teslim, and began to anoint his fingers with henna. Then they tied each reddened finger with a small, embroidered handkerchief. He smiled widely and signaled a eunuch to bring him a ball of opium. Next the women proceeded to Zainal Beg and reddened his fingers also, then Nadir Sharif, then all the other family members. Finally, they stopped in front of Hawksworth. A robust woman from the Zenana seized his fingers and began to daub them with henna paste. It was thick and smelled of saffron. He watched helplessly as his fingers disappeared into the red, after which they too were swathed in the small kerchiefs of silk and gold. It will make you virile too, English. This is a great omen for your good fortune, Erangbar observed wryly, delighted by the confused look on Hawksworth's face. The women disappeared back into the Zenana, and the music began again, now with more dancers. Hawksworth recognized among them the young women Sanjita, who had danced Kathak for Erangbar that first night in the Diwan-i-Khaz. She was resplendent, and her face announced her pride in being selected for the first night of the wedding celebrations. After she had finished her dance, the veiled women again emerged from the Zenana, carrying a large silver vessel, and saluted Aladdin. He was brought to the center of the square, where they began to remove the red bindings on his hands and feet. His hands, then his feet, were bathed in rosewater. After they were dried, he was taken back to the Diwan-i-Khaz and attired in yet another of the new suits of clothes given to him by the bride. He returned to the general cheers of the assembled guests, whose hands had also been washed while he was gone. As the formal ceremonies drew to a close, Erengbar produced heavy brocade, waist sashes for all the male guests. Hawksworth was last, and when he received his from Erengbar's hand, he bowed in thanks and examined it quizzically. "It is a kammerband, English, for you to wear tomorrow night at the wedding." Erengbar took Hawksworth's red-stained fingers and examined them for a moment. "If you can get the rest of the henna off your fingers by then." He roared with delight and signaled the musicians to start again. Aladdin was escorted from the square by a number of young men in foppish cloaks. Hawksworth assumed they were his friends, and then, as midnight approached, servants appeared with the evening's meal. While the men drank and dined, Sanjita entertained them with more Kathak dance. When she was near exhaustion, other dancers were brought out, and the music and dance continued undiminished through the short hours remaining before dawn. Only when the eastern sky began to lighten did Erengbar rise and bid the guests farewell. The courtyard cleared in moments. As the crowd dispersed, Hawksworth watched the Moghul down another ball of opium and call for Sanjita to accompany him into the palace. She was escorted by the eunuchs, her smile brighter than the rising sun. Hawksworth was momentarily startled as a fanfare of trumpets announced to the guests in Zainal Beg's hall that Erengbar was approaching. The center of the hall cleared, leaving a pathway from the entrance to a low platform at the opposite end, on which are two large cushions fashioned from gold cloth. On some unseen command, musicians in an adjacent room began to play, and then the doors of the hall opened wide. Women from Erengbar's zenana entered first, sweeping past the guests in a glitter of silks and jewels unlike anything Hawksworth had ever seen. The women displayed heavy gold necklaces and multiple strands of pearls. Their arms were scarcely visible beneath their wide gold bracelets. For this evening, all wore a headdress of silver cloth and a veil. More trumpets sounded as Erengbar himself entered, Queen Janahara striding imperiously behind him. Hawksworth examined her hard features with curiosity for a moment before the significance of the scene registered. She was not wearing a veil. He looked about him and realized that the other guests had noticed as well. Nadir Sharif trailed behind the royal couple, and after him came a few select officials of the court, including the Qazi, who would perform the ceremony and officially record the marriage. As Erengbar and Janahara seated themselves on the cushioned platform, the guests all performed the teslim. Erengbar motioned for the crowd to be seated, and Hawksworth was already halfway to the carpet before he noticed that no one else had moved. Only after Erengbar had demanded 3 times that the guests seat themselves did those around Hawksworth accede to his request. More trays of rolled betel leaves and sharbat were circulated, and the guests settled to listen to a lively raga performed on sitar and tabla drums by musicians who were seated on a small dais at the opposite end of the hall. The time was approaching 8 o'clock when the musicians brought the music to a rousing finish. Hawksworth found himself beginning to wonder where the bride and groom were. They were nowhere to be seen. No sooner had the last notes of the raga melted into the tapestried walls than there came a knocking at the closed doors of the hall. There were sounds of a raucous, but not rancorous, argument. Everyone around Hawksworth fell silent to listen. There were more words, and he managed to grasp that the family of the bride was demanding a payment for entry, apparently a mock ritual. Finally, there was the jingle of coins dropping into a cup. The money seemed to settle the dispute, for the doors of the hall suddenly burst open to the sounds of a trumpet fanfare. Hawksworth looked through the doorway to see a horse and rider surrounded by a milling crowd. In the lamplight, he could see the horse was covered with a fine brocade tapestry, into which fresh flowers had been woven. Its legs, tail, and mane had been dyed with henna, and all its body outside the tapestry was covered with glistening spangles. The rider's cloak and turban were heavy with gold thread, and his face was hidden behind a thick veil of silver cloth attached to the top of this turban and hanging to his waist. On either side of the horse, two young men stood, each carrying a large paper umbrella, which they held over the rider's head. Behind them clustered singers, dancers, musicians, and a mob of tipsy young men in extrav. Against finery, the crowd cheered the veiled rider and he saluted them. From the chatter of the guests, Hawksworth gathered that the horse had led a procession through the streets of Agra for the past 2 hours in preparation for this grand entrance. The rider, whom Hawksworth assumed to be Prince Aladdin, was helped onto the back of one of the young men. He was then carried to the dais where Arangbar and Janahara sat and gently lowered to the ground. The silver veil was removed and he performed the teslim, the fatigue in his face beginning to show. Arangbar beckoned him to rise, and 2 eunuchs who had been part of the Moghul's train stepped forward and placed 2 large silver boxes beside him on the dais. Arangbar opened in the first and drew out a string of large pearls. He admired them for a moment, showed them to Janahara, then looped them around Aladdin's neck. Next he opened the other box and drew out a crown of silver trimmed in gold. He rose to his feet and held it aloft. 2 months past I presented a sachak, a marriage present, of 2 lakhs of silver rupees to honor the bride. And tonight I bestow on my son the same Sarah, the same bridegroom's crown that was placed on my head the night I wed Her Majesty, Queen Janahara. Aladdin slipped off his turban and knelt before Arangbar. After the crown was fitted, he stood erect to acknowledge the cheers of the crowd. Without further ceremony, Arangbar turned and spoke to Zainal Beg. The old wazir beckoned 2 eunuchs forward and passed an order. There were shouts and torches were lighted in the upper balcony of the hall. Then, as Hawksworth watched in amazement, the tapestries at the far end the hall were drawn away, opening the pavilion to the riverfront. Arangbar and Janahara revolved on their cushions to face the water, which was now a sea of floating candles and lamps. The guests surged forward toward the opening, and, as Hawksworth passed near the royal dais, Arangbar's voice cut through the din. "English, come and join us. There will be no henna on your fingers tonight." He gestured toward the carpet near his feet. "Sit here. I would have your opinion of them." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hawksworth sensed that Arangbar was already partly drunk. "What will happen now? Just more tradition, English, but the part I always enjoy most." He pointed toward the river, where servants were carrying torches in the direction of 3 decorated wheels, each several feet across, mounted atop what appeared to be small-gauge cannon. "Tell me if your king has anything to equal this." As he spoke, the servants touched the torches to the center of each wheel. Lines of burning sulfur traced their spokes, then ignited the squibs attached around their perimeter. At that instant, other servants stepped forward and thrust a burning taper to the touch-hole of each cannon. The cannon spewed flame, lofting the wheels upward over the river. They suddenly began to rotate, creating a whirling circle of colored flame tips in the night sky. Just as they reached the top of their trajectory, they began to explode one by one, showering sparks and fire across the face of the Jamuna. The turbaned crowd scarcely had time to exclaim its delight before a blue flame suddenly appeared from behind where the wheels had been, illuminating the palace walls in a shimmering, ghostly light. As it grew, Hawksworth realized it was an artificial tree whose branches were saturated with black powder and brimstone. Next, more flames spewed from the tops of 5 towers that had been erected near the riverfront. There were reports as though a musket had been fired, and dense streaks of red billowed into the sky. All around powder pots began to explode, hurtling lightning, dazzling white with camphor, and writhing serpents of flame into the smoky night air. "Well, English, what do you think?" Arangbar turned to Hawksworth with a delighted smile. "Have you ever seen anything to compare? We have fireworks in England too, Your Majesty, particularly on the eve of St. John's Day, when we have urges of fireworks on the Thames, and sometimes they're used in plays and pageants. And at the wedding of His Majesty's daughter, 4 of King James's gunners gave a show with a fiery castle, a dragon, a damsel, and St. George. But English earworks generally make more noise than these." Hawksworth paused, wondering how much to tell. And some countries in Europe use fireworks in battle, Majesty. Helmets that throw fire, swords and lances with fiery points, and bucklers that give out flames when struck. Erengbar gave him a puzzled glance. But what good are those? English in battle, the most important use of flame is the fire lance. What use are sparking swords? Watch and you will see what I mean. Erengbar pointed to a line of Rajput marksmen, carrying horn bows and heavy spears, who had assembled at one side of the clearing. While they fell into a formation perpendicular to the river, servants were placing clay pots on small stand. At the opposite side, perhaps 70 yards away, the Rajputs watched impassively as the arrows in their bows were lighted, and then on the shout of their commander, they lifted their bows and fired in unison. 10 streaks of flame shot across a riverfront, and the crowd fell expectantly silent. All the arrows seemed to reach their target at precisely the same instant. Each had been aimed at a separate pot, and as they impacted, the silence was rent by what sounded like a single explosion. The pots, Hawksworth realized, had been primed with powder, ready to detonate. The smoke was still drifting across the grounds when torch carriers with large flambeaux moved to the center, illuminating scaffolding that had been hastily erected. More clay pots, painted white, hung suspended from the scaffolds on long ropes. The servants set the pots swinging and then fell back, while the Rajputs ignited the tips of their spears. Again, flames streaked across the clearing. And again, there was a simultaneous explosion as the spears caught the swinging pots. Erengbar joined the cheers, then turned and slapped Hawksworth on the shoulder. That, English, is how you use fire in battle. You must put it where you want it. No soldier of India would be daunted by trick swords and bucklers. My king agrees with you, Majesty. He leaves such toys to the Germans. The display continued for almost an hour, as one exotic device after another was carried. Next to the riverfront, the water became littered with burning paper, and the air so dense with smoke that Queen Janahara finally started to cough. Erengbar immediately ordered an end to the fireworks, and as the crowd filed back into the hall, the tapestries were lowered to again conceal the smoky view of the river. Now the music began, and the dancing, as musicians and women moved to the center of the hall. Servants circulated with more betel leaves and sharbat, and Erengbar took his first ball of opium. Hawksworth glanced guardedly at the queen. Her manner was imperious regal, everything a sovereign should be. Everything Aladdin was not, and he thought, probably a lot Erengbar himself is not. She'll soon have India by the cojones, not a doubt on it. And then it's farewell Jadar. And probably farewell Erengbar too. Will I get a signed firman for trade before it's too late? As midnight neared, the music and dance were suddenly erupted by trumpets, and a drum roll and shouts of the bride comes. The curtains covering a large doorway leading into the palace were drawn open, and a closed palanquin was brought in by 4 eunuchs. It was accompanied by veiled women, in singing something Hawksworth did not understand. The palanquin was carried to the center of the room, where a low platform covered with gold brocade had been positioned, and then the eunuchs lowered it to the marble floor. The curtains were drawn eyed, and a veiled woman emerged, her small body almost smothered in a dress that seemed made of multiple layers of beaten gold. She was helped to the middle of the platform, still wearing a veil that covered her entire face. Chants of "Hey, ill to the bride" arose on all sides. Then Aladdin was escorted forward, taking his place on the platform beside her. He stole a quick, distasteful glance at the veiled figure beside him, then an official smile illuminated his face. And he sat patiently as the Qazi was summoned in front of them. The official was bearded, stern-faced, and transparently arrogant. He stood before the veiled bride and motioned around him for silence. Is it by your own consent that this marriage take place with Prince Aladdin, son of His Royal Majesty? From beneath the layers of the veil came a muffled, almost hesitant, "It is by my consent." The Qazi seemed satisfied and began reading a passage from the Quran informing her. That marriage depends on 3 circumstances: the assent of the bride and groom, the evidence of 2 witnesses, and the marriage settlement. He then turned to Aladdin and asked him to name the sum he brought. Aladdin mumbled a figure that Hawks Earth did not catch, but then the Kazi repeated it for the guests. Hawksworth caught his breath when he realized the amount named was 50 lakhs of rupees. Then Aladdin said something else, which the Kazi did not repeat. Later Hawksworth learned that Aladdin had added he was giving only 10 lakhs of rupees then, and the balance at some indefinite future time. The Kazi blessed the royal pair, praying that they would be blissful in this world and in eternity, and then wrote something quickly in a book he carried. Finally, the eunuchs appeared again and assisted the bride into the palanquin. The marriage ceremony seemed to be over. A glass of wine was placed in Hawksworth's hand, and he looked up to see Erengbar beaming with satisfaction. Now we drink, English. Come sit closer and help me toast the bridegroom. It was truly a royal wedding, Your Majesty. But it's not over, English. Erengbar roared with laughter. The hardest part is yet to come. Does my son have the strength to complete the work he's offered to undertake? No one can leave until we're sure. Hawksworth had begun his 3rd glass of wine when Princess Layla reappeared, wearing a lighter dress, though still resplendent. Behind her eunuchs aired several palanquins piled high with vessels and trays of silver. Following them were servants bearing bundles on their heads. Those are the wares she brings to the marriage, English and her servants. I think she will make him a good wife. The royal pair moved together, Layla still veiled, and then Queen Janahara stepped down from the dais and took a large mirror handed her by a turbaned eunuch. She walked to the couple and stopped directly in front of them. As they stood facing her, she held the mirror before Aladdin and reached to lift Layla's veil, giving him his first glimpse of his bride. Hawksworth studied her with curiosity. She was plain, and she looked very frightened. It's auspicious English if his fur. Sight of his bride is in a mirror. I have not seen her before either. Erengbar examined her for a moment, then turned to Nadir Sharif. What do you think? Should I buy him another one for his bed? She's a goddess of beauty, Magus. Inspiration for a poet. Is that what you think? Erengbar sipped pensively from his cup. Well, perhaps it's true. We'll discover soon enough if she inspires her groom. The guests watched as Aladdin and Layla were helped into a large pala. Quinn. In moments, their procession was winding out of the palace, followed by Layla's household silver, to a great fanfare of drums and trumpets, and the shouts of servants. Peace on the Prophet. There is no nobility but the nobility of Moghul. Allah be with him, the noblest, the purest, the highest. Hawksworth settled back against his bolster and realized groggily that it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. When the wedding procession had disappeared from view, the jubilant servants immediately turned to preparations for the banquet. Sometimes life can be sweet, English. Erengbar leaned back against a bolster and pinched Janahara's hand. I think he should have more wives. You know there's a saying in India, a man should have 4 wives. A Persian to have someone to talk to, a Khurasani to keep his house, a big-breasted Hindu from the south to nurse his children, and a Bengali to whip as a warning to the other 3. So far he has only the Persian. Hawksworth noticed that Janahara did not join in the general laughter. Then Erengbar took another drink and turned to Hawksworth. But you know, I don't entirely agree with that wisdom, English. The Holy Prophet, on whom be peace, wisely realized a man needs more than 1 wife. He also demanded of us that we give each of them equal attention, never to turn away from any one of them. What man can do that, even with Allah's help? It is never possible. So we all do the best we can. It is the will of Allah. Erengbar paused to swallow a ball of Afian as he watched the trays of lamb being placed before them. Tell me, English, have you found a wife for yourself yet? Not as yet. Your Majesty, he paused. There are so many to choose. Then take more than 1, English. Erengbar washed down the opium. It's not allowed for a Christian, Majesty. Then become a Muslim. Erengbar smiled and took another sip from his glass. Are you circumcised, English, Majesty? Never mind. Erengbar laughed out loud. Neither am I. How are the mullahs to know? My father, Akman, actually wanted to start his own religion, combining the wisdom of India, Persia, and the West. He thought circumcision was an absurd practice. You know, there was once a Feringhi here, I believe he was Portuguese, who decided to become a Muslim, a true believer. Apparently, he had found a Muslim woman he wanted to marry, and her father declared she could never marry a Christian, so he had himself circumcised. Erengbar paused dramatically, and immediately bled to death, but doubtless he was healed by the time he reached paradise. Perhaps he made up there for what he missed here. Erengbar chuckled and took a sip of wine. Hawksworth noticed that Queen Janahara was trying with great difficulty to retain her pleased expression. You believe there is a paradise after death? English, what man can say? Majesty. No one has returned from death to tell what he found. I think life is best lived in the present. I've always believed the same, English, and I've lived as few men on Allah's earth have lived. Erengbar settled himself against his bolster and reached for another glass. He was starting to grow visibly tipsy. I now enjoy all Allah could possibly grant to a living man. There is nothing on earth I cannot have. And yet, you know, I still have many griefs. Show me the man whose heart is free of grief. He took a piece of lamb from a dish and washed it down. So I find my greatest happiness with wine, like a low-caste camel driver. Why must I still endure sorrow? English, we all are mortal, Majesty. That we are, English. But I will soon see this paradise. If it exists, I will find out the truth soon enough. And when I'm finally wise, who will then come after me? Now my sons practically war among themselves. Someday, English, I fear they may decide to war against me as well. And what of those I see around me? Do they think I am blind to their deceit? Erengbar leaned farther back on the bolster. Nadir Sharif sat listening, rolling a ball of lamb between his fingers. Sometimes I think you may be the only honest man left in India, English. You are the only one who has ever dared refuse to Teslim. It is only with the greatest forbearance that I do not order you hanged. I thank your Majesty. Hawksworth took a decanter and poured more wine into Erengbar's glass before replenishing his own. No, English, instead you should thank your Christian God, if he listens to you. But sometimes I wonder. I've heard you called a heretic more than once. And I have names for the Jesuits, your Majesty. Would you care to hear them? No, English. Frankly, I have names for them too. But tell me, what am I to do to find peace? Erengbar lowered his voice, but only slightly. I see around me an army of sycophants, nautch women dressed as men. Whom dare I trust? You know, my own people were once warriors, Mongols of the steppes. They knew that the only ties that last are blood, and that's why this wedding cheers me. It is blood to blood. Erengbar turned and again touched Janahara's hand. Her face was expressionless as she accepted the gesture. The only person in India I dare trust completely is my own queen. She is the only one who will not deceive me. Never, I feel it is true, as I feel nothing else in life, nothing else. Janahara's face remained a mask as Erengbar drank again. Nadir Sharif was watching. Erdlessly, his face beginning to turn noticeably grim, Hawksworth realized he had not been mentioned. I have loved her since I was a youth, English, Erengbar continued, his voice growing maudlin. And she has never betrayed my trust. That's the reason I would do anything she asked me. Anything, anytime, I always know it is right. Hawksworth found himself marveling as he glanced at Janahara's calculating eyes. I'd not trust her with 2 pence. He must be God's own fool. Erengbar sat silent for a moment, savoring his own pronouncement, then he turned to Janahara and spoke to her in a dull slur. Ask something of me. Let me prove to the English that I can never deny you. Janahara turned as though she had not been listening. Hawksworth knew she had been straining for every word. What could I ask, Majesty? You have given me all I could ever want. Tonight you even gave me a husband for my daughter. Now I can die with a piece of Allah. But I must give you something. He settled his wine cup shakily on the carpet, jostling red splashes across the Persian design. You must name it. But there is nothing I could ask that I do not already have. Sometimes you vex me with your good nature. The English will now suspect the Moghul of India is a vain braggart. He fumbled with his turban, trying to detach the large blue sapphire attached to the front. I will give you a jewel, even though you have not asked it. I beg your majesty. She reached to stay his hand. There is nothing more I could ever want, but I must give you something. She smiled in defeat. If you must bestow a present, why not give something to the bride and groom? This is their wedding, not mine. Then at least you must name it. It will be my gift to you through them. He turned to Hawksworth. Whatever else you do, English never marry a Persian. They forever study to try your patience. Hawksworth noticed Nadir Sharif's eyes harden as he listened. He slowly gripped the side of his bolster and absently pulled away a piece of gold fringe. Then give them a small token to show your confidence in Aladdin. I asked you to name it. Very well. Perhaps you could grant him the royal jagirs in Dulpur, those closest to Agra. Erengbar's sleepy eyes widened slightly. Those jagirs always go to the prince nearest the throne. I granted them only last year to Prince Adar as part of his price to undertake the campaign in the Deccan. But Prince Aladdin can administer them more easily. He's here, and you can compensate Jadar with others. Perhaps some in the north, near the fortress of Kandahar? You'll have to send him there after the campaign in the Deccan. Janahara's voice was silken now. Hawksworth turned to see Nadir Sharif's face growing ashen. She's trying to drive Jadar into oblivion. Rob him of his best estates, then send him to defend a piece of mountain rock. Surely Erengbar will refuse. Jadar will never agree. She must know that. Nadir Sharif certainly knows it. What would Prince Jadar say to such a trade? Erengbar sipped from his wineglass and shifted slightly, his eyes again barely in focus. Why should he object? He's never here. And surely he'll be ready to obey your majesty and return to defend Kandahar after he completes his campaign in the south. The threat from the Persian Favis in the north is already growing. I doubt very much he will agree so easily to march north again. Not yet, though I pray to Allah that he would. Then this will give him all the more reason. He may not see it as a reason. He may see it as a betrayal. You know he's temperamental. Hawksworth suddenly found himself wondering if the trade had been planned with Aladdin. It was obvious Nadir Sharif had been taken completely by surprise. Then I suppose it's best opt. Janahara turned her face away. You can just forget I ever asked. Erengbar looked crushed. He sipped thoughtfully on his wine for a moment. Perhaps if I consulted Prince Jadar first. He paused to study his empty wine cup. The jagirs were granted. Perhaps your majesty thinks Prince Aladdin should have no estates at all. Perhaps you think he is not yet fit. He's fit, by Allah. He's my son. Erengbar impulsively seized another ball of opium and began to chew on it thoughtfully. I'll find a way to compensate Jadar. Surely he'll be reasonable. After all, there must be a wedding gift. Then you'll agree to grant it? Janahara's tone was quiet and inquiring. Majesty. Nad. Sharif's voice seemed strangely unguarded. Prince Jadar. Erengbar seemed not to hear him. I grant it. In the morning I'll summon the Qazi and let this be recorded as my gift to my youngest son and his new bride. Erengbar's tenseness seemed to dissolve as he leaned back on the bolster and took another ball of opium. But only on the condition that he perform his duty tonight. Let him plow the field he has before he's granted more. Erengbar turned to Hawksworth. You know what else will happen, English, if he fails in his duty the first night? No, Majesty. Some of her women will send him a distaff, which they use with their spinning wheels, with a message that since he cannot do Anne's work, it is fitting he should do a woman's, but I think he'll succeed. Erengbar turned to Janahara with a wink. He's been practicing for months with the Nautch girls in the palace. The queen did not smile as she took a rolled betel li from a tray. A messenger appeared at the foot of the dais and performed the teslim. His voice was quivering. The sheet has not yet come out, may it please your majesty. Erengbar laughed. Then perhaps the furrow is too narrow to receive his have a mullah bless some water and send it in to him, and tell him I'm waiting to see if he's yet a man. A Shiite mullah, your majesty, or a Sunni? From this night forward, He will have Shiite mullahs perform all the duties for his house. Hold, Janahara interrupted. The messenger performed the teslim to the queen and backed from the room. Erengbar sat silent, drinking. What does it matter? He finally turned to her. Let him have whatever he pleases. That is easy for you to say, but it does not please Allah. Tonight should be taken as an omen. Tonight is an omen of nothing. Tonight my son is charged to make a woman out of a Persian girl of 15 who knows nothing of her duties in bed. But he'll succeed. Give him time. I think tonight is an omen. Allah is not pleased when you allow open heresies to flourish. Erengbar was watching a dancer who had approached the dais to begin a suggestive nautch dance for him. It seemed to Hawksworth that they were already well acquainted, for she smiled at him knowingly, avoiding the queen's glance. I care nothing for heresies. Erengbar turned back to Janahara. I only care for the honor of my reign. But a faith divided does. You know honor? Then unite if you care so much. I have other duties. Erengbar turned again to watch the dancer. She had a large ring in one side of her nose, and her eyes seemed to snap as she slapped her bare feet against the repeated floor. I never knew she was so good. He turned to Nadir Sharif. Send her a small ruby and find out for me tomorrow what her salary is. Whatever it is, I think she should have more. As you wish, Majesty. Nadir Sharif bowed lightly and turned again to watch the dancer. Hawksworth studied the Prime Minister's face. It was grim, leaden. It's everything Shirin said would happen. Prince Jadar has been stripped of his lands, and the Queen has been granted license to start an inquisition. You'd better get the firman signed before the country starts coming apart. The doors of the hall burst open, and a crowd of women entered. They carried a silver plate, on which was a folded silken sheet. They moved quickly before the Queen and performed the teslim. Then one held out the plate. The Queen took the sheet and inspected it. Hawksworth watched her, puzzling, then remembered that in Muslim society a blood-stained wedding sheet is considered evidence, vital to the honor of both the families, of the bride's virginity and the groom's virility. With a triumphant smile, Janahara nodded and turned to exhibit the sheet to Erengbar. There were light pink traces across the white silk. He's a man after. Erengbar passed the sheet to Zainal Beg, who beamed and passed it to Nadir Sharif. The Prime Minister smiled with approval. He has earned his jagirs. Erengbar turned to Janahara. Let be recorded, and now we feast. Her silver dishes of baked lamp appeared from inside the palace, brought by eunuchs who inspected them carefully before handing them to serving women. The music and dancing were exultant now and lasted until the light of dawn showed. The drunk and guests waited reverently until Erengbar, who had gone to sleep, was carried from the hall on a palanquin. Then they began to disperse. Hawksworth reached Nadir Sharif's side as the Prime Minister was moving out through the large tapestry adorned doorway. What really happened tonight? What do you mean, Ambassador? The transfer of Jagirs. What will Jadar do? Ambassador, that's a matter for the rulers of India to decide. It's not your affair. Nadir Sharif did not look around. Instead, let me ask you a question. When will your English fleet make landfall? They are overdue, but there have been no further sightings. I'm beginning to wonder if there really is a fleet. Perhaps the weather's been against them. Hawksworth eyed to steady himself on his feet. After all, it was sighted by Jadar's men. Was it? Or did you and Prince Jadar deceive us all? If there's no fleet, Ambassador, you're in very serious trouble. There will be no firman. His Majesty is hardly a fool. He promised to sign the firman long before the sighting. You do not know him as I do. You have another week, perhaps two, and then let me merely say you cannot drink the fleet into existence. We are both going to have difficulty explaining this deception to His Majesty. You met with the prince. I'm beginning to wonder now if you both planned this. If you did, it was most unwise. Then wait 2 weeks and see. Hawksworth felt his palms grow moist. 2 weeks is not so long a time. It is a very long time, Ambassador. Much is happening. You have made many of the wrong friends. Good evening, Ambassador. I must speak to Her Majesty. Nadir Sharif turned and was swallowed by the crowd. As Hawksworth moved into the street, he saw that the front of the palace was already bathed in morning light, and Agra was beginning to come to life. He strolled for a time along the side of the Jamuna, where burned-out candles still floated, and studied the outline of the red fort against the morning sky. What if there really is no fleet? What if it really was a trick by Jadar, for some reason of his own, to destroy my mission? Has he cozened us all? Mid-morning was a pro. When he finally reached his lodge at the rear of Nadir Sharif's estate. As he passed through the curtained doorway, he saw Kamala waiting, her eyes dark. She was wearing none of her jewels. "Have you heard?" She took his turban and knelt. To remove his camera band. "Heard what?" "Do you know the Sufi Samad? And the Persian woman who was with him?" Hawksworth examined her, wondering who else knew of his stay in Fatehpur Sekri. "Why do you ask? If you do know them, it is no longer wise to admit it." "Why?" Hawksworth felt his gut tighten. Suddenly, Kamala's touch no longer stirred him. "The news is already spreading in Agra." She began removing his cloak, pausing to smooth her hand across his chest. "They were arrested last night, while the wedding was underway. In the bazaar this morning, they say he is sure to be condemned to death for heresy, and she for aiding him. People think they will both be executed within the week." Book 4, Agra, Chapter 23. Father Manuel Pinero's clean-shaven face was grim, and his lips set tightly against the brisk air as he pushed a path through the crowded alley, headed toward the riverside palace of Nadir Sharif. Around him large black cauldrons of frying bread filled the dawn with the aroma of oil and spice. He had slipped from the mission house at first light, and clasping his peaked black hat tightly over his forehead, he had tried to melt inconspicuously among the rattling bullock carts and noisy street vendors. Now he paused for breath and watched as a large white cow licked the few grains of rice from the begging bowl of a dozing leper. The image seemed to capture all the despair of India, and he suddenly felt himself overwhelmed by the enormity of the church's burden. Before he could move on, a crowd of chanting Hindus jostled him against a wall as they poured into a small, garishly decorated temple, brimming with pala-colored heathen idols. On either side, Hindu fakirs sat listlessly, long white hair streaming down over their streaked faces, their limpid eyes devoid of God's understanding. He shook his head sadly as he made the sign of the cross over them and found his heart near bursting. On every hand, he told himself, the fields are ripe unto harvest, the flocks wanting a keeper. For every soul in this forgotten land we bring to God and the Church 100, nay 1,000, and are born into eternal darkness, damned forever. Our task is overwhelming, even with God's help. He thought of the Holy Church, the Society of Jesus, and their long years of disappointment in India. But now, at last, it seemed their hopes and prayers might be nearing fulfillment. After all the years of humiliation and ignominy, there seemed a chance, a genuine chance, that Aurangzeb, the great Moghul himself, would at last consent to be baptized into the Holy Church. After him, all of India would surely soon follow. Father Pinero crossed himself again and prayed silently that God would make him a worthy instrument of his will. The burden of India was by now a Jesuit legend. It had been taken up when the first mission came to the court of Ackman over 3 decades before. And even now, the pagan fields of India remained, in many ways, the greatest challenge of the Society of Jesus and the Holy Church. India had, it was true, been held in the grip of Portuguese sea power for many years before the first mission arrived in Agra. But Portuguese arms and trade had not served the work of the Church. They had served the greed of Portuguese merchants and the offers of Portuguese royalty. The lost souls of India were denied the grace of the Holy Church. Then, in 1540, a priest named Ignatius Loyola, once a nobleman and a soldier, founded the Society of Jesus, whose dual purpose was to defend the Holy Church against the Protestant Reformation and begin preaching the true faith to the pagan lands of Asia and the Americas. In 1542, the Society of Jesus reached Portuguese Goa, on the Reshores of India, in the person of Francis Xavier, a close friend of Ignatius Loyola's from student days at the University of Paris. With Goa as base of operations, the society had immediately pushed farther eastward, reaching Japan and Macau a few short years later. Paradoxically, it was India itself that had initially eluded their influence. Finally, in 1573, the great Ackman journeyed south and encountered the members of the Society of Jesus for the first time. He was awed by their learning and moral integrity, and soon thereafter he posted an envoy to Goa requesting that a Jesuit mission be sent to his court. 3 Jesuit fathers traveled to Fatehpur Sikri. The Jesuits' hopes soared when they were immediately invited to debate the orthodox Islamic mullahs at Ackman's court. The leader of the mission, a soft-spoken Italian father with encyclopedic learning, knew the Quran well in translation, and easily refuted the mullah's absolutist arguments to the obvious delight of Ackman. It was only after several months at Fatehpur Sikri that the 3 learned fathers began to suspect that Ackman's real purpose in inviting them was to have on hand skilled debaters for entertainment. Ackman may have had scant patience with Islam, but it had grown obvious he had no desire to become a Christian either. He was an intellectual who amused himself by questioning the ideas and teachings of all faiths, with the inevitable result that he always found something in each to affront his own reason. He was, in fact, beginning to form the notion that he himself was as great a leader as any of the spiritual teachers he had heard about, and accordingly should simply declare himself an object of worship. After a decade, the 3 Jesuits finally conceded their first mission was a failure and abjectly returned to Goa. Almost a decade later, in 1590, Ackman again requested that Jesuit fathers be sent to his court. Once more a mission was sent, and once more its members eventually concluded Ackman had no real intention of encouraging Christianity in India. The second mission was also abandoned. There remained some, however, in Goa and in Rome, who believed the great Moghul Ackman still could be converted. Furthermore, as the Protestant countries began to venture into the Indies, the political usefulness having Portuguese priests near the ruler of India became increasingly obvious. Thus, in 1595, a third mission was sent to Ackman's court. Father Pinero remembered well their instructions upon departing Goa. They would convert Ackman if they could, but equally important now, they would ensure that Portuguese trading interests were protected. The Jesuit fathers drew close to Ackman, became valued advisors, and found themselves being consulted on questions ranging from whether Jesus was the Son of God or merely a prophet, to the advisability of smoking tobacco. Still, the only lasting achievement of the mission was to extract from Ackman a firman granting Jesuits the right to free exercise of the Catholic religion. They wanted his soul, and through it the soul of India, but the most they ever attained was his protection. He died a royal skeptic, but a sovereign whose religious tolerance shocked the dogmatic 16th century world. Father Pinero paused to study the outline of the red fort against the morning sky, and listened to the azan call to Islamic prayer sounding from a nearby mosque. He smiled to think that the schism between the rule of Aurangzeb and the rule of Islam might soon be complete. Like Ackman, Aurangzeb had never bothered to hide his distaste for the mullahs who flooded his court. He collected Italian paintings of the Virgin for his palace, even scandalizing the mullahs by hanging one in the Diwan Ayam, and whenever one of the Jesuit fathers journeyed to Goa, there was always a request for more Christian art. True, the Moghul's understanding of blasphemy was erratic, as evidenced by a recent evening in the Diwan Cause when, drunk and roaring with laughter, Aurangzeb had set a wager with the Jesuits on how long he could stand with his arms outstretched as a cross. But then he had built a church for the mission, and also provided them a house, which he now visited ever more frequently to secretly indulge his passion for forbidden pork. A scant 2 months before, Aurangzeb had taken an action that sent the mission's hopes soaring. He had summoned the Jesuit fathers to baptize two of his young nephews, ordering the boys to become Christians. The mullahs had been outraged, immediately spreading the pernicious rumor he had done so merely to better remove them from the line of succession. In Goa, however, the mission was roundly congratulated on nearing its goal. If Arangbar became a Christian, many in his court and perhaps eventually all of India would someday follow. This had all been before the arrival of the English heretic, Hawkesworth. At the very moment when Arangbar's mind seemed within their grasp, there had now emerged the specter that all their work might be undone. Arangbar had treated the Englishman as though he were qualified to speak on theological matters, and had even questioned him about the most holy sacrament, when the Church's doctrine regarding this mystery had already been fully expounded to him by Father Sarmento himself. Arangbar had listened with seeming interest, while the Englishman proceeded to tell him much that was contrary to the truth and to Church teaching. When asked point-blank, the Englishman had even denied that His Holiness, the Pope, should be acknowledged head of the Universal Church, going on to characterize his holiness' political concerns in almost scatological terms. Father Sarmento, normally the most forbearing of priests, was nearing despair. Most disturbing of all, Arangbar had only last week asked the Englishman by what means the Portuguese fortress at the northern port of Diu could be recaptured by India. The Englishman had confided that he believed a blockade by a dozen English frigates, supported by an Indian land army of no more than 20,000, could force the Portuguese garrison to capitulate from hunger. Clearly, Arangbar was growing eccentric. The English heretic had beguiled him, and was near to becoming a serious detriment to Portuguese interests. To make matters worse, there was a latest dispatch from Goa, which had arrived only the previous evening. Father Pinero had studied it well into the night, and finally concluded that the time had come to stop the Englishman. He also concluded it was time to make this unmistakably clear to Nadir Sharif. As the situation continued to deteriorate, only the influence of Nadir Sharif could still neutralize the Englishman. Father Pinero moved on through the jostling street, occasionally swabbing his brow, and as he looked about him, he began to dream of the day there would be a Christian India. It would be the society's greatest triumph. What would it be like? What would Arangbar do to silence the heretical mullahs? Would the time come when India, like Europe, would require an inquisition to purify the sovereignty of the Church? One thing was certain. With a Catholic monarch in India, there would be no further English trade, no Dutch trade, no Protestant trade. The declining fortunes of Portuguese commerce at Goa, the Protestant challenge to Portuguese supremacy in the Indies, would both be permanently reversed in a single stroke. The thought heartened him as he looked up to see the sandstone turrets of Nadir Sharif's palace gleaming in the morning sun. "Father, it is always a pleasure to see you." Nadir Sharif bowed lightly and indicated a bolster. He did not order refreshments from the servants. "No matter what the hour. I realize the time is early. I wanted to find you at home, and to come here when there were the fewest possible eyes on the street." Pinero paused and then decided to sit. He was perspiring heavily from the walk, even though the real heat of the day lay hours ahead. Nadir Sharif flinched at the Jesuit schoolbook Persian and examined him with ill-concealed disdain, knowing word of his visit surely had already found the ears of the Queen. Then, I should ask the occasion for this unexpected leisure. Nadir Sharif seated himself and discreetly examined the Jesuit's soiled black habit. "The English trading fleet, Excellency. The news is most disturbing. I received a pigeon last evening from His Excellency, Miguel Vejante. Is the armada he dispatched along the coast to sweep for the English fleet returned 3 days ago, finding nothing. The English may have eluded us. He has now ordered the armada to sail north from Goa, into the bay, but by now the English fleet could be nearing Surat, or perhaps they have veered north to the port of Cambay. His Excellency fears that they may possibly escape our patrols entirely and make landfall. He has asked me to inform you privately that the firma and for English trade must be delayed at all costs until the English fleet can be sighted and engaged. I have made every effort. The Viceroy knows that. Nadir Sharif casually adjusted the jewel on his turban. It has been stopped. Afar. But if the fleet lands, and if the heretic English king has sent new gifts for his majesty. Pinero tried to maintain his dignity as he nervously wiped his face with the black fold of a sleeve. If the English do make land, all, and dispatch more gifts for his majesty, I fear no power in Agra can stop him from signing the firman. Nadir Sharif's face assumed an expression of conciliatory resignation. The English will undoubtedly make the trading firm. In a condition of further presence, you know that is unacceptable, Excellency. Pinero's eyes narrowed. The mission cannot allow it. You know that as well as I. Forgive me, but I've always understood your mission here was not to concern itself with trade. The Holy Church is not engaged in trade, Excellency, but our position here is dependent, as you are well aware, on the fortunes of Goa. The two are entwined, as are all secular and spiritual aspects of life. Whatever disturbs one must inevitably affect the other. It cannot be otherwise. Obviously. Nadir Sharif stroked the tip of his mustache a moment in thought. So what would you have me do? The English Feringhi cannot be harmed. He drinks every evening with his majesty. There are other ways to negate the heretic's influence. Perhaps the Englishman's situation with his majesty can be rendered less intimate. Perhaps he could be removed from favor, if only for a time. So you have to ask me to work miracles for you when you do nothing for yourself. Nadir Sharif rose and strolled to a latticework window. He studied the garden for a moment, then spoke without turning. Have you advised His Majesty in explicit terms of the Viceroy's displeasure with the English intrusion into Portuguese waters? It has been made known many times. But have you suggested the consequences? Nadir Sharif turned and gazed past Pinero, his eyes eying on the scalloped marble arch of the entryway. The consequences are obvious. The warships at Goa are capable of terminating all trade in the Indian Ocean if His Excellency so pleases. Then you should merely engage the English. Nadir Sharif consciously deleted the irony from his voice. That is an entirely separate matter. The English frigates are of a new design, very swift. They may possibly have eluded us for a time. Pinero's voice hardened. But do not doubt our galleons are swifter than any of the trading vessels of His Majesty's fleet. India's own Red Sea trade continues only at the Viceroy's discretion. That is true enough, but are you prepared to demonstrate your displeasure, Nadir Sharif revolved back to the window. I do not think His Majesty actually believes the Viceroy would ever take hostile action. What are you suggesting? Pinero's voice betrayed momentary disbelief. Nothing that you have not already brought His Majesty's attention. But possibly he does not believe you have the conviction or the strength to carry it through. The English Feringhi constantly brags to him of English superiority at sea, hinting that his king will soon drive Porch. A gull from the Indian Ocean. I've heard it so often myself, I confess I'm near to believing him too. I can assure you that the protection and control of India's ports will always remain in Portuguese hands. Then you would still have me believe you have the power to impound Indian shipping, even a vessel owned by His Majesty, thereby exposing the English as helpless to prevent it. Nadir Sharif seemed absorbed in the garden, his hands clasped easily behind him in repose. Of course. Pinero stood dazed at the implications of Nadir Sharif's words. He paused for a moment, digesting them. Do I understand you to be suggesting the Viceroy take hostile action against one of His Majesty's own trading ships? You have contested the Englishman with words, and he seems to be winning. Nadir Sharif turned and examined Pinero. Your Viceroy is undoubtedly aware that Her Majesty, Queen Janahara, is equally disturbed by the English. She too is concerned with the possible effects on her trading arrangements if the English gain undue influence. Would she be willing to speak to His Majesty? Again, you talk merely of words. What have they gained you? Father Sarmento. would never consent to an overt action. He would be too fearful of the possible consequences to the mission. Bold measures are for bold men. I think His Excellency, Miguel Vejantes, understands boldness, and His Majesty understands boldness better than anyone. Nadir Sharif paused. It may be of interest to His Excellency to know that His Majesty currently has a vessel en route from the Red Sea, with cargo owned by the mother of His Majesty, the Dowager Mariam Mani. It is due to make landfall within the week if it has managed to hold its schedule. The vessel's safety is, quite naturally, of utmost concern to His Majesty. I think I understand. Father Pinero again swabbed the moisture from his brow. But Father Sarmento, what possible concern could Father Sarmento have with decisions made by His Excellency, Miguel Vejantes? He is the Viceroy. Nadir Sharif nodded toward a pudgy eunuch hovering at a doorway, who immediately entered with a tray of betel leaves, signaling that the meeting was adjourned. His Excellency will undoubtedly be most appreciative of your thoughts. Pinero paused. Still, wouldn't it be prudent to advise Her Majesty? Lest she mistake our Viceroy's intentions. I will attend to it. Nadir Sharif smiled warmly. You must be aware, however, that if His Majesty chooses to respond irresponsibly, I will know nothing about any action that may be taken. And the Viceroy must weather his own seas. Naturally. Pinero bowed. You have always been a friend. I thank you and bless you in God's name. Your thanks are sufficient. Nadir Sharif smiled again and watched as the Jesuit was led through the scalloped doorway by the waiting eunuch. Only when he turned back to the window did he realize his palms were drenched with perspiration. Aranbar moved groggily through the arched corridor, carrying a fresh silver cup of wine and quietly humming the motif of his favorite Hindustani raga. His afternoon nap in the zanana had been fitful, unusually so, and when he finally admitted to himself why, he had dismissed the two young women who waited to pleasure him, retrieved his jeweled turban and waved aside the attending eunuchs. He had announced he wanted to stroll among the fruit trees in the courtyard of the Anguri Bog, which lay down the marble steps from the Kaj Mahal, the breezy upper pavilion of the Zenana. But when he reached the trees, he had turned and slipped through his private doorway leading to the women's apartments in the lower level of the fort. The Zenana was quiet, even the eunuchs were dozing, and no one noticed when he passed along the shadowed afternoon corridor toward the circular staircase leading to the lower apartments. As he began to descend the curved stone steps, he felt his legs momentarily grow unsteady, and he paused to rest against the hard polished wall, tightening his light brocade cloak against the cooler air and taking a short sip of wine for warmth. Then he continued on, carefully feeling for each step in the dim light of the overhead oil lamps. He emerged on a next level and stopped to catch his breath on the balcony that opened out over the Jamuna. This was the level where he had built private apartments for his favorite women, and behind him was the large room with a painted cupola, illing high above a large rose-shaped marble fountain, which he had granted to one of his Hindu wives. Now he could no longer recall precisely who she was. She had reached 30 some time past, and he had not summoned her to his couch in many years. Since she was a devout Hindu, he had ordered it decorated with brilliantly colored scenes from the Ramayana. The room itself was cooled by a high waterfall in the rear that murmured down an inclined and striated marble slab. Stairways on either side of the room curved around to an overhead balcony, directly above where he now stood, which was the post where eunuchs waited when the women came to cool themselves by the fountain. The balcony where he now stood jutted out from the fort, supported by thick sandstone columns, and from his position he could look along the side of the fort and see the jasmine tower of Queen Janahara. When he realized he also could be seen, he instinctively stepped back into the cool corridor. The women were inside their apartments, asleep, and the corridor empty as he began to descend the circular stairs leading to the next level below, the quarters for eunuchs and female servants. He rounded the last curve of the stair and emerged into the light. 3 eunuchs stared up in shock from their game of cards. It vaguely registered that they probably were gambling, which he had strictly prohibited in the Zenana, but he decided to ignore it this afternoon. the circular pasteboard cards of the eunuchs scattered across the stone floor as they hurried to Teslim. He paused to drink again from the cup and absently studied the painted faces on the cards dropped by. The eunuch nearest him. It was not a bad hand. Lying on the marble were 4 high cards from the Bishbar, powerful, suits the Lord of Horses, the King of Elephants, the King of Infantry, and the throned Wazir of the Fort, and 3 from the Cat. Mbar, weaker, suits the King of Snakes, the King of Divinities, and the throned Queen. He stared for a moment at the King of Elephants, the suit he always preferred to play, and wondered at the happenstance that the king had fallen beneath the queen, whose face covered his golden crown. He shrugged it away as coincidence and turned toward the stairs leading to the next lower level. 2 more levels remained. The air was increasingly musty now, noticeably smoky from the lamps, and he hurried on, reaching the next landing without stopping. The windows on this level had shrunk to only a few hand spans, and now they were secured with heavy stone latticework. The eunuchs were arguing at the other end of the corridor and failed even to notice him. He told himself to try to remember this, and drank again as he paused to listen to the metrical splash of the Jamuna lapping against the outer wall. Then he stepped quietly down the last flight of stairs, the final level. As he emerged into the corridor, 2 guarding eunuchs who had been dozing leaped to their feet and drew swords before recognizing him. Both fell on their face in Teslim, their turbans tumbling across the stone floor. Arangbar said nothing, merely pointed toward a doorway at the end of the corridor. The startled eunuchs strained against their fat as they lifted torches from the walls, and then turned officiously to lead the way. As they walked, Arangbar paused to stare through an arched doorway leading into a large domed room off the side of the hall. A dozen eunuchs were inside, some holding torches while others laced a white cotton rope through a wooden pulley attached to the lower side of a heavy wooden beam that spanned the room, approximately 10 feet above the floor. The 2 eunuchs with Arangbar also stopped, wondering if His Majesty had come to supervise the hanging that afternoon of the 2 Zenana women who had been discovered in a flagrant sexual act in the Shish Mahal, the mirrored Zenana baths. Arangbar studied the hanging room for a moment with glazed eyes, not remembering that he had sentenced the women that same morning, and then waved the guards on along the corridor, past the doors that secured dark cells. These were the cells used to confine women who had broken Zenana regulations. At the end of the corridor was a door wider than the others, and behind it was a special cell with a window overlook. The Jamuna. He walked directly to the door and drank again from his cup as he ordered it opened. The guards were there at once, keys jangling. The door was massive and thick, and it creaked heavily on its hinges as they pushed it slowly inward. From the gloom came the unmistakable fragrance of musk and sandalwood. He inhaled it for a moment, and it seemed to penetrate his memory, calling up long-forgotten pleasures. Grasping the door for support, he moved past the bowing guards and into the cell. There, standing by the small barred window, her face caught in a shaft of afternoon sun, was Shirin. Her eyes were carefully darkened with kohl and her mouth red and fresh. She wore a gossamer scarf decorated with gold thread and a thin skirt that betrayed the curve of her thighs against the outline of her flowered trousers. The musty air of the room was immersed in her perfume, as though by her very being she would defy the walls of her prison. She looked just as he had remembered. She turned and stared at him for a moment, seeming not to believe what she saw. Then her eyes hardened. "Shall I Teslim before my sentence?" Arangbar said nothing as he examined her wordlessly, sipping slowly from his almost empty cup. Now more than ever he realized why she had once been his favorite. She could bring him to ecstasy and then recite Persian poetry to him for hours. She had been exquisite. "You're as beautiful as ever, too beautiful." "What you expect me to do with you?" "I expect that I will die, Your Majesty. That, I think, is the usual sentence for the women who disobey you. You could have stayed in Surat where you were sent, or gone on to Goa with the husband I gave you, but instead you returned here. Why? Erengbar eased himself onto the stone bench beside the door. I don't think you would understand, Majesty. Did you come because of the English Feringhi? I learned yesterday that you conspired. A meet with him, it displeased me very much. He was not responsible, Majesty. I met with him because I chose to, but I came to Agra to be with Samad again. Her voice began to tremble slightly. Samad is guilty of nothing except defiance of the Shiite mullahs. You know that as well as I. If you want to hear me beg for him, I will. Erengbar seemed not to notice the tear that stained the coal beneath one eye. It was a death sentence for you to disobey me and... I'm back. Perhaps you actually want to die. Is there nothing you would die for, Majesty? Erengbar stared for a moment at the window, its hexagonal grillwork throwing a pattern across his glazed eyes. He seemed to be searching for words. Yes. Perhaps I might die for India. Perhaps someday soon I will, but I would never die for the glory of Islam. His gaze came back to Shirin. And certainly not for some half-naked Sufi mullah. Samad is not a mullah, by force of will. She held any trace of shrillness from her voice. He is a Persian poet, one of the greatest ever, you know that. He defies the Shiites because he will not bow to their dogma. The Shiites want his head. Erengbar examined his empty cup and tossed it to the floor, listening as the silver rang hard against the stone. It seems a small price for tranquility. Whose tranquility? Theirs? The tears were gone now, her eyes again defiant. Mine. Every day I'm flooded with petitions out this or that heresy. It wearies and consumes me. Samad ignored the laws of Islam and he has followers. You ignore the laws of Islam, Erengbar laughed. It's true, between us I despise the mullahs. You know I once told them I had decided to become a Christian because I enjoyed eating pork and the Prophet denied it to all men. The next day they brought the Quran and declared, although it was true pork was denied to men, the Prophet said nothing specifically about what a king could eat, so there was no need for me to become a Christian. He paused and sobered. But Samad is not a king. He is a well-known Sufi. The mullahs claim that if he's dead, the inspiration for heresy will die with him. They say his death will serve as an example. I hear this everywhere, even from Her Majesty. Her Majesty. Shirin searched for his eyes as she spoke, but they were shrouded in shadow. Does she make laws for you now? She disrupts my tranquility. With all her talk about Islam and Shiites, perhaps it's age. She never used to talk about the Shiites, but now she wants to bring the Islam of Persia to India. She forbade Sunni mullahs even to attend the wedding, but if it pleases her. What does it matter? I despise them all. But why Samad? Why sentence him to death? Frankly, I don't really care about this poet either way, but he has not tried to help himself. When I allowed him to confront the mullahs who accused him, he refused to recite the kalima, there is no God but Allah. What did he say? Perhaps just to spite them, he would only recite the first phrase, there is no God, the negation. He refused to recite the rest, the affirmation. He said he was still searching for truth, that when he finally saw God, he would recite the remainder, that to affirm his existence without proof would be giving false evidence. I thought the mullahs would strangle him on the spot. Erengbar laughed to himself as he watched her turn again to the window. You have to admit that qualifies as blasphemy by any measure, so if the mullahs want him so badly, why not let them have him? But Samad is a mystic, a pantheist. Shirin returned her eyes to Erengbar. For him God is everywhere, not just where the mullahs choose to put him. Do you remember those quatrains in his Rubaiyat that say, here in the garden the sunshine glows, a presence moves in all that gur. O's, he is the lover, the beloved too. He is the bramble and the rose, we know him when our hearts are moved, he our lover and our loved. Open your eyes with joy and see the 100 ways his love is proved. I've seen his poet. It sings of the love of some god, although his god sounds a bit too benign to be Allah. But I also know his Rubaiyat will not save him. It may make him immortal someday, but he'll be long since dead by then. Erengbar rose steadily and moved beside her, staring out onto the glinting surface of the Jamuna. For a moment he watched a fleet of barges pass, piled high with dark bundles of indigo. I believe I myself will die someday soon. I can almost feel my strength ebbing. but I hope I'll be remembered as my father Ackman is, a ruler who tolerated all faiths. I've protected Hindus from the bigoted followers of Mohammed's religion, who would convert them forcibly to Islam. And I've allowed all religions to build places of worship. Did you know I've even built a church for the Portuguese Jesuits, who have to buy most of their converts with bribes? I even gave them a stipend, since they would starve other eyes. They tell me they're astonished I allow so much religious freedom here, since it's unheard of in Europe. But I can do all this only if I remain the nominal defender of Islam. Islam holds the power in India, and as India's ruler, I must acknowledge that. I can defy the mullahs myself now and then, but I can't permit your Sufi mystic to do it too. There's a limit. You can do anything, if you wish. The orthodox mullahs have always hated mystics, the shit. Mullahs are men who live on hate. You see it burning in their eyes. They even hate their own women, can't you see? They keep them prisoner, claiming that's the way they honor and respect them. The mullahs even resent that Samad allows me to come into his presence without a veil. They say he's a poison in Islam. Yes, his example is poison. His poetry is filled with love. The mullahs cannot bear it since their own lives are filled with hate. God help India if it ever becomes an Islamic state. There'll be mobs in the streets murdering Hindus in the name of God. Is that the tranquility you want? I want to die in peace, just like your poet, and I want to be remembered for the good I've done for India. Arangbar paused, seeming to search on the stone ledge for his cup. I think Samad will be remembered too. Tomorrow I'll make him famous. Let him live on through his words. He knows and I know that he must die. We understand each other perfect. Lee, I can't disappoint him now. Arangbar suddenly recalled the high-ranking Rajput Raja who had asked for an early audience in the Diwan-i-Khas, and he turned and moved unsteadily toward the door. When he reached it, he revolved and looked back sadly at Shirin. I found myself dreaming about you this afternoon. I don't know why, so I decided to come and see you alone. I didn't come to talk about Samad. It's you I'm uncertain about. Her Majesty wants you had. But I cannot yet find the courage to sentence you. Arangbar continued on wearily toward the door. Where will it all end? He paused and, as though remembering something, turned again. Jadar is plotting something against me, I say. And sit, but I don't know what he can do. Recently I've heard rumors you're part of it. Have you turned against me? If you kill Samad, I will defy you with every power I have. Then perhaps I should execute you? He stared at her, trying to focus. But you have no powers left, unless you're plotting something with the English. If you are, then I will kill you both. He turned to leave, tightening his cloak against the chill. The guards saw him emerge and hurried from the far end of the corridor. Arangbar watched them for a moment, then turned and looked one last time at Shirin. Samad will die tomorrow. You will have to wait. Brian Hawksworth's lean frame towered above the crowd, conspicuous in jerkin and sea boots. He had heard the rumor, and he had come to the plaza to watch, mingling among the turbaned assembly of nobles, shopkeepers, mullahs, and assorted street touts. His presence was immediately noted by all, especially the crippled beggars in dirty brown dhotis who dragged themselves through the crowd, their leprosy-withered hands upturned, calling for a pice in the name of Allah. They knew from experience that, however ragged a Feringhi might appear, he was always more likely to be moved by their plight than a wealthy Indian merchant. The plaza was a confined area between the steep eastern side of the Red Fort and the outer wall of the fortress. Beyond the fortress wall lay the wide Jamuna River, while high above, and with a commanding view of the plaza, sat Arangbar, watching from the black throne at the outer edge of the Diwan-i-Khas. Next to him sat Queen Janahara and Aladdin. The day was Tuesday, and the sun was approaching midday. As Hawksworth pushed his way to the front of the crowd, the last elephant fight of the morning had just begun. Two first-ranked bull elephants were locked head-to-head in the dusty square. Their blunted tusks were wreathed with brass rings, and the back of each was covered with a brocaded canvas on which sat two riders. Perched on each animal's neck and directing it was its mahout, and on its rump sat its second-ranked keeper, whose assignment was to urge the animal to greater frenzy. The dusty air was alive with a festive clanging from large bells attached to each elephant's harness. Hawksworth noticed that a long chain, called the lore langer, was secured to the left foreleg of each elephant and circled over its back, where it was attached to a heavy log held by the second rider. Both elephants also had other keepers who ran alongside holding long poles, at the end of which was crossed a foot-long piece of paper-covered bamboo. Nearby, another keeper stood holding a smoldering taper. Hawksworth watched in awe as the elephants backed away and lunged together again and again, tusk resounding against tusk, often rearing on their hind legs as each strained for advantage. "You have a favorite, Feringhi Sahib?" A brown-skinned man with a slightly soiled turban was tugging at Hawksworth's sleeve. "There is still time to wager." "No thanks." Hawksworth moved to brush him aside. "But it is our habit in India to wager on the elephants, Sahib. Perhaps the Sahib does not yet know Indian customs." He pushed closer, directly in Hawksworth's face. His few remaining teeth were stained red with betel. "I myself am a poor judge of elephants. Can never guess which will win. Still I love to wager. May I? Forgive me. I'm not here to bet. Just this once, Sahib, for my weakness." He turned and pointed through the dust. "Although the dark elephant is smaller and already growing tired, I will even offer to bet on him to give you a guess. In India, a chance to win. So when you return to your Faringhistan someday, you will say there is one honest man in India. I will wager you 10 rupees the dark one will be declared the winner." The man backed away for an instant and disc. Wheatley assessed Hawksworth's worn jerkin with a quick glance. "If 10 rupees are too much, I will wager you 5. Hawksworth studied the 2 elephants again. The dark one was slightly smaller and did seem to be growing tired. The other elephant, larger and brown, had a mahout less skilled, but he also clearly was gaining the advantage. "All right, I'll take the brown." Hawksworth reached for his purse, feeling slightly relieved that it was still there. "And I'll lay 20 rupees, as pleases the Sahib." The man smiled broadly. The Sahib must be a very rich man in his Faringhistan. Even as he spoke, the large brown elephant wheeled and slammed its black adversary in the side with its tusks, barely missing the leg of the mahout. The black elephant staggered backward against the side of the fort. It was now clearly on the defensive, as the larger elephant began slamming it repeatedly in the side. Hawksworth found himself caught up in the taste of imminent victory. "Charkai, Charkai!" A cry began to rise from the crowd. The man holding the burning taper looked up toward Aringbar, who signaled lightly with his hand. Then the men holding the long poles tipped them toward the taper, and the ends of papered bamboo were quickly ignited. The bamboo sticks started to whirl like pinwheels, popping and throwing sparks from the gunpowder packed inside. The keepers turned and thrust the poles under the face of the brown elephant, sending him rearing backward in fright. Although the black elephant now lay crushed against the wall, the brown was too distracted by the sudden noise to press his advantage. Instead, he wheeled away from the exploding bamboo and began to charge wildly toward the edge of the crowd. Retreating bodies pummeled about Hawksworth, and there were frightened calls of "Lore Langer." As the elephant neared the crowd, its second rider, with a look of infinite regret, threw down the log chain to its forefoot. The chain whipped against its leg, and in moments it was tangled and stumbling. By then, the smaller black elephant had recovered its feet and came galloping in chase. In moments he was there, slamming his larger adversary with his tusks. The brown elephant stumbled awkwardly, tangled in the chain, and then collapsed into the dust. With a victory yell, the mahout of the black elephant pulled a cord, releasing a canvas cloth over its eyes. The heaving animal immediately began to genta, and its jubilant keepers ran forward to lead it away. "Your elephant lost, Sahib. My regrettings. May I have the 20 rupees? But it was fixed. Hawksworth held tightly to his purse. The brown was clearly winning before he was eaten by the damned fireworks. Did I neglect to tell the Sahib that the black elephant is a kasa from His Majesty's private stable? His Majesty does not like to see his elephants lose, you conniving bastard. His Majesty makes the rules, Sahib. It is permitted to use the Charkai fireworks once during a contest if His Majesty judges that the elephants need to be disciplined. May Allah grant you better luck next week. The man stood waiting, hand outstretched. You're a thief. That is a harsh judgment, Sahib. I am merely a poor man who must live. If you wait, you will see what happens to criminals here. With a sigh of resignation, Hawksworth began to count out the 20 silver rupees, trying to look as sporting as he could muster. He found himself in grudging admiration of the swindler's style. Then he suddenly realized what the man had said. The rumors must have been right. You mean there'll be an execution? This is the day. His Majesty always has executions on Tuesday after the elephant fights. Hawksworth looked up to see another bull elephant being ridden into the plaza. He had sharpened tusks, each decorated with a single heavy brass ring, and was guided by a single rider, a fierce-looking, unshaven mahout. The elephant was festooned with bells, but there were no chains about any of its legs. At the other end of the square, a balding man with a short black beard and a ragged green cloak was being dragged forward by imperial guards. Hawksworth noticed that his arms had been bound behind him by a heavy cord circled just above the elbows. His eyes brimmed with fear. The guards shoved him struggling toward the middle of the plaza. When he reached the central clearing, the officer of the guard knocked him to his knees with the butt end of a lance. The stunned prisoner turned to watch in terror as the elephant lumbered toward him, flapping its ears in anticipation. He was sentenced, yes. Day, Sahib. What did he do? Steal some nobleman's sheep. In England, that's a hanging offense. Oh no, Sahib, Islamic law does not give the death penalty for theft unless a thief is notorious. And even then, he must be caught in the act. If it is proved you have stolen something worth more than a certain amount, then the sentence is to have your right hand cut off. But for that to happen, there must either be 2 witnesses or the thief must himself confess. Islamic law is not cruel, it is just. What's this man accused of then? He was tried and found guilty under Islamic law of Katlo Amd, a willful murder. His name is Kalyan, and he is a Hindu and the son of Bijay Gangar Ram. He is accused of having kept a common Muslim woman as his concubine, and when the woman's father discovered this and went to reclaim her to restore his family's honor, this man murdered him and buried him behind his house. He confessed the act yesterday morning before His Majesty. The elephant moved with calm deliberation toward the kneeling prisoner, guided by the mahout, until it towered directly over the quivering man. Suddenly, it whipped its trunk about the man's torso and lifted him squirming into the air, holding him firmly against its banded tusks. It swung the screaming man back and forth in delight for a long moment, seeming to relish the torment, then dashed him violently to the ground. The prisoner hit on his back, gasping, and weakly tried to roll to his feet. Before he could gain his footing, the elephant was there again, seizing him once more with its leathery trunk and again slamming him to the ground. The elephant will torment him for a time. Ahib, before the moment of death. The small brown man's eyes shone in anticipation. Again the prisoner was lifted and again dashed to the ground. Now he no longer attempted to struggle, he merely lay moaning in a broken voice. Then the mahout shouted something to the elephant, and the animal suddenly reared above the man, crushing down on him with both front feet. There was a final, rending scream and then silence as blood sprayed over the dust. The elephant reared again and again, mashed the lifeless body. Then again. Finally, the animal placed one foot on the man's lower torso and seized his crushed chest with its trunk, wrenching upward and rending the body in 2. Maddened by the smell of blood, he whipped the torn half upward and slammed it once more against the hard earth. Finally, the mahout tapped the blood-spattered elephant with his ankus and began guiding it toward the back of the square. The crowd, which had held a spellbound silence, erupted into cheers. That's the most brutal death I've ever seen. Hawksworth found his voice only after the initial shock had passed. It's why so few men dare to commit murder, Sahib, but His Majesty is very just. All criminals are given a full Islamic trial before they are executed. Hawksworth looked up to see yet another man being led into the plaza. The cheers of the crowd died abruptly. He wore only a loincloth, which was pure white, and his hands were bound not behind him, but in front, secured through a large wooden clamp that had been locked together like European stocks. Hawksworth took one look and felt his own groin tighten. All praise to Allah the Merciful, and to the Holy Prophet on whom be peace. One of the white-bearded mullahs shouted through the silence. He wore a gray turban, a dingy collarless shirt that reached to his knees, and over that a long black vest. He carried a staff and was barefoot. Other mullahs clustered around him immediately and joined his call. Murder, murder. Another voice began to chant, from a young man standing near Hawksworth. Then other young men with him took up the cry and began to surge forward. They were fresh-faced, with clean white shirts and trousers. And they awkwardly began to brandish short swords. Imperial guards immediately threw a line across the crowd and held the young men back with short pikes. While the crowd watched, the prisoner continued to walk alone and unescorted to war. The center of the square, Hawksworth studied the face again, the deep, sad eyes above a flowing white beard, and there was no doubt. He turned to the man standing beside him. "Do you know who that is?" "Of course, Sahib. He's the heretic poet." "Samad, did you hear that he denied the existence of Allah in an Islamic court? He has been sentenced to death." "Who are those men with the swords?" "They are his disciples. I think they came today to try to save him." Hawksworth turned to see the elephant again being urged forward. What about the Persian woman I heard was arrested with him?" "I do not think she has been executed yet, Sahib. They say she will be hanged secretly in the fort. Women are not executed by elephant." "When?" Hawksworth struggled to contain his voice. "When do they say she'll be hanged?" "Perhaps in a week or two. Perhaps she is already dead." He moved forward to watch. "What do poor believers know of Justi?" "It's inside the fort. But the heretic Samad will die for all to see, so there will be no rumors that he still lives. Already there are stories in Agra that he had escaped to Persia." Samad had reached the center of the square. As the elephant approached, he turned to the crowd of young men, raising his bound hands toward them in a gesture of recognition. "Do not grieve for this weak clay." His voice was sonorous, hypnotic, and the crowd fell curiously quiet. "Grieve for yourselves, you who must travel on a short while, sorrowing still." The crowd erupted again, the mullahs and many others urging his death, the young followers decrying it. Again he lifted his hands, and his voice seemed to bring silence around it. "I say to you, do not grieve. You will all soon know far greater sorrow. Soon death will lay his dark hand across the city of Agra, upon Muslim and Hindu alike, upon woman and child. Many will perish without cause. Therefore grieve not for me. Grieve for yourselves when death will descend upon your doorsteps, there to take the innocent. Sorrow for your own." The crowd had listened in hushed silence. Then a bearded mullah shouted death to the heretic, and others took up a cry. Samad watched the elephant quietly as it continued to lumber forward. When it reached him, he bowed to it with an ironic smile. The mahout looked upward toward the black throne of the Diwan-i-Khaz, where Erengbar and Janahara waiting. Erengbar turned to the queen with what seemed a question, and she replied without moving her stare from the court below. Erengbar paused a moment, then signaled the mahout to proceed. The bearded mahout saluted the Moghul, and urged the elephant forward with his sharp ankus. The elephant flapped its blood-stained ears in confusion, but did not move. The mahout goaded it again and shouted something in its ear, but it merely waved its trunk and trumpeted. "Merciful Al, the elephant does not smell his crime." The small man caught Hawksworth's questioning look. The great Ackman believed elephants would not kill an innocent man, that they can always smell a man's guilt. But I have never before seen one refuse. To kill a prisoner, I think Samad must be a wizard who has entranced the animal. "Innocent," a young man from the group of disciples yelled out above the silence. The mahout goaded the elephant once more, but still it stood unmoving. "Innocent." More cries went up from Samad's young followers, and again they pressed forward, swords in hand. In moments the plaza became a battleground, blood staining the earth as the imperial guards began turning their pikes against the line of disciples. Then others in the crowd, mullahs leading them, broke through and joined the battle against the young men. Sword rang against sword and calls to Allah rent the air. Samad stood quietly watching as the battle edged toward him. Then, suddenly, a group of bearded mullahs broke from the crowd and surged toward him, swords drawn. Hawksworth instinctively reached for his own weapon, but the man beside him caught his arm. He looked down to see a small, rust-handled Qatar point. Tit against his chest. This is the will of Allah. An infidel must not interfere. The mullahs had formed a ring around Samad. He stood silently, waiting, as the leader stepped forward and thrust a long sword into the bare skin of his lower stomach. He jerked but did not fall, standing tall as another swung a sharp blade across his open neck. His head dropped to one side and he slumped forward, as two more men thrust swords into his belly. In seconds he disappeared beneath. A crowd of black cloaks, from a low latticework window down the east side of the Red Fort, past the Jasmine Tower, and many levels down the Taj Mahal, it was just possible to see the center of the plaza. A woman stood by the window, watching as the crowd turned on the young men and one by one cut them down. Then she saw a blood-stained body being hoisted above a black-cloaked assembly and carried triumphantly toward the river gate. There had been tears as Shirin watched. But as she turned away toward the darkness of the cell, her eyes were hard and dry. Book 4, Agra, Chapter 24. Hawksworth waited anxiously by the rear entryway of the Diwan-i-Khaz and watched the three Jesuits file silently through the tapestried archway beside him. Father Alvarez Sarmento, imperious in his freshly laundered black habit, moved directly to the silver railing that circled the throne. The old priest's eyes seemed to fairly glow in triumph. Behind him trailed Father Pinero and the pudgy Father Francisco da Silva, their attempt set poise marred by shifting, anxious glances of disquiet. Hawksworth studied all three and puzzled even more what could be afoot. Over a week had passed since the death of Samad, and since that day he had no longer been invited to Arangba's evenings in the Diwan-i-Khaz. Even his requests for an audience had been ignored. Before the poet's death, it had been possible for him to believe that the absurdity of Samad and Shirin's arrest would eventually resolve itself, that the nightmare would fade into reality and bring their release. But the killing of Samad had blotted out that illusion. When he saw Arangbar, presiding high above the square, signal the Sufi's death, he had realized finally the nightmare was all too real. Since that time he had spent the sleepless nights alone, distraught, counting the passage of each hour as he awaited news Shirin was also dead. In his mind, he had conceived a dozen stratagems to try to save her, a dozen arguments, threats, bargains for her release, but nothing could be done if he was denied even an audience with the Moghul, that they should have tasted so much, only to lose it all. He found himself aware for the first time ever how much he could need a woman like Shirin beside him. With her, life itself seemed renewed. She was like no other he had ever known, strong, beautiful, self-willed. He had found himself admiring the last most of all, even though he still found it startling. But the love he had known with her in his arms now only made the despair deeper. Nothing was left. Now there was only abiding sorrow, loss beyond healing. She had given him something he had never known, something he realized for the first time ever he no longer wanted to live without. He would have taken her place 100 times over, but even that seemed impossible. Then, that morning, hope had appeared, almost a miracle. A sudden, urgent message had been delivered, instructing him to appear once more in the Diwan-i-Khaz. It almost certainly meant Arangbar had received word of the English fleet. If Shirin were still alive, and there had been no news of her death, it must mean that the Moghul was uncertain about her guilt. He was not a man who normally waited to act, and if she was alive, all things again became possible. He had asked himself again and again over the past week why he had suddenly been forgotten. By Erengbar, he finally concluded it was the distracting turmoil that had gripped Agra and the court since Samad's death. The Sufi's last words had been repeated throughout the city, and already there were rumors of impending calamity. The bazaars were alive with talk of a Persian Safavid invasion from the northwest, a rebellion among the imperial guards, an impending holocaust that would burn all Agra to ash, a universal plague. The streets had an apocalyptic air, with omens for seen in every temple. Another reason for Erengbar's preoccupation could be the rumors from the south. Word was sweeping Agra that Prince Jadar and his army had been savaged by the Deccani forces and were now retreating northward, with Malik Ambar in pursuit. If this story were true, then the Abyssinians' defeat of Jadar must have been overwhelming, since rebels did not normally pursue Moghul forces. But this story was still merely rumor. There had been no actual reports of any engagements in the south. Jadar's possible defeat, so the talk in Agra went, had gone very heavily with Erengbar, and accounted for his increasing dependence on opium and wine. Those who had seen him reported the Moghul was growing noticeably weaker, and as his strength waned, so too did his authority. Ever since the night of the wedding, Queen Janahara had been moving to assume more and more of the prerogatives of power. Erengbar already seemed to be becoming a figurehead. The only sanctuary she had not yet invaded was the Diwan-i-Khaz. Those evening gatherings Erengbar still ruled like a god, and the unusual note he had sent to Hawksworth was worded almost more like an order and an invitation. It confirmed vividly the reports that Erengbar was growing more erratic by the day. Around Hawksworth sat the usual assembly of Erengbar's closest advisors, men whose perpetually smiling faces he had come to know. Well over the past weeks, prominent among them as always was Nadir Sharif, who now seemed to be avoiding Hawksworth's glance. Also in attendance was a special contingent of Rajput guards in imperial turbans and tunics. Hawksworth could never remember having seen these particular guards in the Diwan-i-Khaz before. When the last official had arrived, the Rajput guards moved across the doorway, and the kettledrum was sounded. Moments later, the tapestry behind the throne was pushed aside by two eunuchs, and Erengbar emerged into the light. He stumbled momentarily on the edge of a carpet, then recovered his balance and took his seat on the white marble throne. His dull eyes glistened against the lamplight as the men in the room dropped to Teslim. For the first time he seemed more annoyed than amused when Hawksworth failed to bow to the carpet. He glared at him for a long moment, and then spoke to Nadir Sharif, who stood waiting by his side. The Prime Minister turned to the room. Ambassador Hawksworth, His Majesty commands you to come forward. It was abrupt language rarely heard in the Diwan-i-Khaz, and the room immediately fell silent. Hawksworth rose and tightened his belt, feeling his apprehension rising. As he neared the throne, he found himself seeing not Erengbar's expressionless gaze, but the face of Shirin as she waited for help. English, stand there. He pointed to the side of the throne opposite the Jesuits. Tell me, any fresh news of your king's fleet? Hawksworth felt his heart explode, realizing there was no arrival and no possibility of using King James's presence to bargain for Shirin. I expect it any day, Your Majesty. Possibly the winds have been against them. The winds? Erengbar turned to Father Sarmento, his voice sarcastic. You think the winds have been against them, Padre? Undoubtedly, Majesty. Sarmento could not suppress a malicious smile. The winds of truth, they have been arrested in a gale of deception. I object, Your Majesty, to this papist's innuendos. Hawksworth felt himself suddenly bristle. An Englishman does not accept insults from a Portugal. You will listen and quietly to what you are about to hear, English, or you will be removed by my guards. Erengbar again turned to Father Sarmento. Padre, repeat to the English conspirator what you told me this afternoon. May it please your majesty. Not only is the English a heretic before God and the Holy Church, he is also a liar. Sarmento paused with the dramatic timing of a practiced orator. There is no English fleet. Hawkesworth stared at the Jesuit in speechless dismay. His entire being seemed to crash down about him as Sarmento continued. Because of the foresight of His Excellency, Miguel Vajantes, Viceroy of Goa, we have now uncovered the truth, Your Majesty. After his patrol's encounter, no English merchantmen, either north or south, he began to grow suspicious. He ordered his personal guards to find and detain the man who claimed to have intercepted Jadar's cipher reporting the fleet. The traitor was found, not surprisingly, in a Goan brothel, where he had been for many days, spending more money than such a man could normally earn in a lifetime. He was brought to the palace and interrogated on the strappado. Sarmento turned triumphantly to Hawkesworth, where he readily admitted being paid to bring a false report. And who do you believe paid him? On that His Excellency is still uncertain, Your Majesty. He was paid by agents in the south. But who does the Viceroy believe pay? Id the money? The coins were assayed and traced to the mint at Surat, Your Majesty. They were part of a special minting that took place just before the English, Hawkesworth, left the city. The assay also revealed they were a debased alloy, slightly lower in silver content than is normal, although not enough to be readily detectable. Similar coins have begun to be used throughout the Deccan. Reportedly, they were given out recently by Prince Jadar as back pay to the troops of Sir. In Mansabdars, who were the coins minted for? The Shabandar at Surat, Mirza Nuruddin, claims to have misplaced the records for this particular minting. However, he maintains the lower silver content was probably due to a minter's oversight. The former governor of Surat, Mukarrab Khan, is returning to the city to investigate. The minting run appears to have been approximately 50 lakhs of rupees, but the actual silver content was only 49 lakhs of rupees. He paused for breath. The Shabandar says he has no idea what could have happened to the other lakhs worth of silver bullion authorized to be used in the minting. That's not so difficult to explain, knowing Mirza Nuruddin. Arangba seemed to be talking to himself. Then he glanced again at Sarmento. Of course, the discrepancy would probably never have been detected if the coins given to the traitor had not been melted down and assayed. The question remains who ordered him paid. Arangbar turned to Hawkesworth, who stood with his mind churning, refusing to accept the consequences of what he was hearing. It meant the end of everything. Perhaps the English ambassador can help explain it. I have no idea. There was a false report, Majesty. I believed it too. Did you English? Arangbar glared down drunkenly from his throne. Or did you plot this with Prince Jadar when you met with him in Burhanpur? Did you and he conspire together? Or to deceive me, exchanging bribes in the pocket of the prince with some of this debased silver coin for his help in a ruse you thought would produce a firman when brought to my ears? I gave nothing to the prince, Majesty, and I asked nothing from him. That is the truth. The truth from you is not always easy to obtain, English. Your deceptions have distressed me very much, and curiously enough, Her Majesty even more. There is no fleet, English. Instead, there are lies by you. And I'm beginning to suspect now, by my own son. I no longer have any idea what he is doing in the south, but I fear his arrogance has brought ruin to his army. I am recalling him to Agra, immediately, for an inquiry, and I am hereby ordering you to leave India. Hawkesworth noticed Nadir Sharif shoot a troubled glance toward the Jesuits. May it please your Majesty, neither I nor my king have had anything to do with the reports of the fleet, whether true or false. There will be other voyages, and soon. My king has promised it, and he is a sovereign who honors his word. Your English king posts a conspirator and a traitor to my court. He will never have a firman from my hand, no matter how many voyages he may send. If there is indeed no fleet now, then I agree your Majesty has been deceived, but I have been also. We have both been used by those around us for purposes unknown, but my king would not knowingly play false with your Majesty, nor would I. Those who would deceive you, whoever they may be, sit much closer to your Majesty's throne. It is not your place, English, to tell me mine is a court of liars. Your forgeries in India are ended. You will be Agone from Agra within the week, or I will not answer for your life. After that, you no longer may use the title of ambassador. You will be treated as the conspirator you are, and as of this moment, you are stripped of your title of Khan. A motion to the Rajput guards. Take him away. Hawksworth turned to see Father Sarmento beaming. Alas, it seems we soon must part, ambassador. May God in his mercy grant you a pleasant and speedy journey, should you wish to travel. All through Goa, I can give you a letter to His Excellency, Miguel Vajantes, requesting safe passage on a westbound galleon. Damn your viceroy. As Hawksworth turned back toward Erringbar, he felt rough hands close about his arms. Before he could speak, he was being guided through the rear doorway and into the long gallery leading to the public square. Majesty. Nadir Sharif watched the curtains close behind Hawksworth, then rose and moved closer to the throne. May. To please you, the Englishman unfortunately remains my guest, at least for a few more days. As his host, I feel a trifling obligation to see he finds his way home safely. I ask leave to excuse myself for a few moments to ensure he finds a palanquin. As you wish. Erringbar was watching a eunuch bring in a box of opium. When Nadir Sharif moved toward the doorway, Father Pinero rose unobtrusively and slipped out behind him. As the Jesuit moved into the hallway, he appeared not to hurry, but his brisk walk brought him alongside the Prime Minister midway down the corridor. Have you told Her Majesty, as we agreed? Told her what? Nadir Sharif did not break his pace, or remove his eyes from Hawksworth, still being led by the guards several yards ahead, about the ship that would be seized. Nadir Sharif stopped as though hit by an arrow. But surely you'll not take the vessel now. Didn't you see that the Englishman has been ordered out of Agra? He's finished. There'll certainly be no trading firman for him now or ever. But the warships were dispatched from Surat Day before yesterday, just before the pigeons arrived from Goa with the word of the hoax. His Excellency, Miguel Vajantes' message revoking their order to sail arrived a day too late. They were already at sea. The Indian ship may have already been seized. Nadir Sharif inspected him with astonishment. Your vice? I must be mad. To take the vessel now? There's no purpose in it. His Majesty will be most annoyed. But you were the one who suggested it. The Jesuit's voice rose, quivering in dismay. You said that bold measures were for bold men, though. Those were your words. His Excellency agreed it would be a decisive stroke of firmness. And what does Father Sarmento think of this folly? Father Sarmento does not yet know. I thought it best not to inform him. Pinero's eyes were despairing. What did Her Majesty, Queen Janahara, say about the plan? What do you mean? We agreed you would tell her. I've not forgotten our agreement. I've been watching carefully for the right moment. She does not even know? Pinero eased his arm and stared at him incredulously. But I told His Excellency you would. I planned to tell her any day. The time was approaching, but now given what has happened. Then he smiled and touched the Jesuit's arm lightly. But I think she can still bring reason to His Majesty. It can all be readily explained as a misunderstanding. But you must tell her immediately. Pinero's shock was growing. If she hears of it before you've explained, she'll think of but there's no reason yet for concern. Nadir Sharif smiled again. I assure you it all can be handled very routinely. But please tell His Excellency, Miguel Vajantes, not to do anything else this ill-advised for at least a week. I can only excuse so much at one time. As Nadir Sharif turned to continue down the corridor, Pinero reached out and seized his arm again. You must also do one other thing. You must make sure the Englishman is removed from Agra immediately. We both know His Majesty may well forget by tomorrow that he has ordered him gone. This time I doubt very much His Majesty will forget. It will only be a matter of days in any case. Nadir Sharif turned and smiled. And remember what I told you, that as far as His Majesty is concerned, I know nothing about your Viceroy's impetuous act. But I do advise you to inform Father Sarmento before he hears it in open Durbar. He'll be furious. He'll probably order me back to Goa. I doubt it. I'm sure he knows your value here." Nadir Sharif turned without another word and hurried on down the corridor. Ahead of him, Hawksworth was being led by the guard through the marble archways. As they reached the end, facing the doorway leading to the courtyard stairs, he turned one last time and stared back, seeing Nadir Sharif for the first time. "What do you want now? My money or my life? Or both? I merely came to see you safely home, Ambassador." Nadir Sharif waved the guards back toward the Diwan cause, and they bowed with relief as they turned to retreat, and to offer my condolences, and no doubt to cozen me as, "Well, I intend to find out who played me false, even if it's Jadar. Somebody has hell to pay." "That would be most unwise, Ambassador. I'm afraid we were all a bit too credulous. I readily confess even I had begun to believe. Your story? It wasn't my story. I knew nothing about. But you never denied it, Ambassador. Surely you knew the truth all along. The truth is always wisest. That's my cardinal rule in life. But it could have been true. It was entirely possible. Why didn't you explain that to Erengbar? You're still supposed to be my agent." "That would be rather difficult for His Majesty to believe, given what really happened, but I do suppose it's possible." Nadir Sharif patted Hawksworth's shoulder. "I'll see if there's anything I can do, but in the meantime I suggest you begin preparations to leave. His Majesty was unusually disturbed tonight. He's disturbed over a lot of things, most of which have little to do with me. If you mean the matter of the prince, I assure you it's alarming to us all. No one is certain what has happened in the south. In fact, you were one of the last men to see Prince Jadar. He seems almost to have disappeared. All sorts of rumors are working their way to the court. Where it will end no one can any longer even guess." Nadir Sharif followed Hawksworth out into the open square of the Diwaniyam. "Incidentally, Ambassador, did you yourself know anything about the 50 lakhs of silver coins spoken of tonight?" Hawksworth examined him a moment. "Maybe the Shahbandar stole it all." "That's hardly an answer, Ambassador. It wasn't, by any chance, traveling with you from Surat to Burhanpur?" "No, His Majesty has demanded a full investigation. I think he may just summon Mirza Nuruddin to Agra for an explanation. Then let him ask Mirza Nuruddin what happened. I'm sure he'll get the truth." Hawksworth turned toward the large gate at the far end of the square. "Very well, Ambassador." Nadir Sharif smiled warmly. "By the way, I understand Mirza Nuruddin has suggested you may have smuggled it out of Surat yourself, leaving a worthless letter of read it in order to swindle your merchants, the bastard. The truth will surely come out, Ambassador, as you say, so I wish you good night and a restful sleep." Nadir Sharif turned and in moments had melted into the darkness. Hawksworth slowly worked his way down the cobblestone roadway, past the guards at the Amar Singh Gate, and into the Agra night. He turned left and headed toward the banks of the Jamuna, hoping the smells and sounds of water would soothe his mind. And he reached the riverbank. He found himself looking back at the massive walls of the Red Fort, wondering again where Shirin was being kept, wanting to be with her, to hold her one last time. But the high stone walls stood dark and mute as his own despair. "You are home, Sahib." The servants were waiting, beaming and immaculate in fresh muslin dhotis, as Hawksworth pushed open the doors of his compound. It was nearing midnight. "Your house is honored tonight with a special evening." "What are you planning? My farewell?" The servants examined him uncomprehending as he pushed past the portiere of the doorway. The room was heavy with sandalwood incense. In the lamplight he recognized Kamala's musicians, the gray-haired Flaw. Dressed in a long lungi wrap and bare to the waist, the drummer smiling widely in a plain white shirt and brown dhoti. Although he had not seen them for days, they paused only briefly to acknowledge him. The drummer was absorbed in tuning his instrument, using a small hammer to tap blocks of wood wedged beneath the leather thongs securing the drumhead. As he adjusted the tension on the thongs, he periodically tested the drum's pitch against a note from the flute. Kamala was nowhere to be seen. Hawksworth stared about the room quizzically, then turned to the musicians. They responded with a puzzled shrug and motioned toward a rear door. "She summoned them here tonight, Sahib. She did not tell them why. No one has seen her. All day, it is very worrying." The servant shuffled uneasily. "Has the Sahib heard the stories in the bazaar?" "What stories?" From behind the curtains came the sudden tinkling of tiny bells. The musicians smiled in recognition as the servant edged toward the curtained doorway to look. Hawksworth extracted a half-empty bottle of brandy from his chest and threw himself down against a bolster. What's this all about? Why can't I be alone for once? Tonight of all nights she does this. He puzzled a moment over Kamala, her erratic and powerful moods. Then his thoughts returned gloomily to the Diwan-i-Kaz and to Shirin. He could not give up hope. He never gave up hope. There was another tinkling of bells, and the curtain at the doorway was swept aside. Standing there, jewels afire in the lamplight, was Kamala. He noticed the two musicians stare at her for an instant, then exchange quick, disturbed glances. She was, it seemed, more striking than he had ever seen her. Her eyes were seductively lined with kohl, and her lips were an inviting red, matching the large dot on her forehead. In one side of her nose, she wore a small ring studded with diamonds. Her hair was swept back and secured with rows of rubies, and her throat and arms were circled with bands of gold embedded with small green emeralds. She wore a silken wrap folded in pleats about each leg in a way that enhanced the full curve of her hips. Her waist was circled by a belt of beaten gold, and her palms and the soles of her feet had been reddened with henna. As she came toward him, the bands of tiny bells at her ankles punctuated the sensuous sway of her breasts beneath. Her silk halter. You've returned early. I'm glad. As she moved into the light, he thought he caught a glimpse of some profound melancholy in her eyes. He also noted her voice was strangely frail. Is there supposed to be a ceremony tonight? I didn't know about. As Hawksworth studied her, he took another long swallow of brandy, its heat burning away at his anguish. This is a special evening. I have decided to dance Bharatanatyam one last time for Lord Shiva. What do you mean, one last time? She seemed to stare past him for a moment, then she slowly turned. I'm truly glad you've come. To be here tonight, I would have waited for you, but there was no time, and I wondered if you would really understand. Perhaps I was wrong. Bharatanatyam is never only for the dancer, so it is good you are here. Perhaps it was meant to be. Perhaps you can understand something of what I feel tonight. I haven't understood much that's happened tonight so far. Hawksworth settled his brandy bottle awkwardly onto the carpet and forced himself to bring her into focus. You do not seem yourself, my Feringhi Sahib. She studied him for a moment. Did you hear sad news of your Persian womb? Nothing, but I'm afraid I've just lost my best chance to save her. I don't understand. It's not your trouble. He examined her wistfully. It seems I'll be leaving Agra sooner than I thought. So dance if you want, and then I'll issue well. Your trouble is always my trouble. She frowned as she studied him. But you are leaving so soon. She seemed not to wait for an answer as she went on. Never mind, I've never understood the affairs of ambassadors and kings. At our parting must not be sad. Let my dance to Shiva be my farewell to you. She turned and signaled to the flautist, who began a low-pitched, poignant melody. Have you ever seen the Bharatanatyam? Never. Hawksworth sipped more Andy from the bottle and found himself wishing he could send them all away and play a suite on his lute, the one he had played for Shirin that day at the observatory. Then, it may be difficult for you to comprehend at first. With my body and my song, I will tell Lord Shiva of my longing for him. Do you think you can understand it? I'll try. Hawksworth looked up at her and again sensed some great sadness in her eyes. She examined him silently for a moment. I want you to understand. Not the words I sing, they're in ancient Sanskrit, but if you watch my hands, they will also speak. I will sing to Lord Shiva, but I give life to his song with my eyes, my hands, my body. I will create the poem with my dance. My eyes will speak the desire of my heart. The language of my hands will tell my longing for Lord Shiva. My feet will show the rhythms by which he brings order to the world. If you will try to feel what I feel, perhaps Lord Shiva will touch you and lighten your burden. And this is called Bharatanatyam? What does that mean? Hawksworth slipped off his mud-smeared boots and wearily tossed them next to the carpet. The ancient temple dance of India is Bharatanatyam. Bhava means mood, raga means song, tala means rhythm. All these are brought together in the dance. Natyam means the merging of dance and story. The true Bharatanatyam has 7 movements. Some are called pure dance, and these are only rhythms, but some also tell a story. If I were to dance them all as I would in the temple, I would have to dance all night. She tried wanly to smile. But not now. Tonight I'm not so strong, tonight. I'll dance only the Varnam, the most important movement. In it, I will tell the story of how the goddess Parvati, Shiva's beloved consort, longs for her lord. If I dance well, I will become Parvati, and through the story of her love. Or Shiva, I will tell my own. So it's really just a love song? It is Parvati's song of longing for her lord. The words are very simple. Great with love for you this night, am I, O Lord, do not avert yourself from me, do not. Tease me, do not scorn me, O great, O beautiful God of the Brihadishwari temple, great God who gives release from the sorrows of the world. Kamala paused to tighten the straps securing the bells around her ankles. The song goes on to say that she cannot bear even to hear the voice of the nightingale now that she is separated from her lord Shiva. She cannot endure the dark night now that he has taken himself from her. It's a very touching love song. Hawksworth found himself thinking again of Shirin and of the dark nights they had both endured. It is really much more. You see, Lord Shiva is her beloved, but he is also her god. So her song also praises the beauty of the great Shiva in all his many aspects, as her own consort, as one who has the third eye of knowledge, as the great god of the dance, Nataraj. Through my dance I will show all the many aspects of Shiva as creator, as destroyer, as lord of the cosmic. Rhythms of life. Hawksworth watched in groggy fascination as she rose and, clasping her hands above her head, bowed toward a small bronze statue of the dancing Shiva she had placed on a corner table. Then, as the drummer took up a cadence and the flute began a searching, high-pitched lament, she struck a statuesque pose of her own, feet crossed, arms above her head. Gradually her eyes began to dart seductively from side to side, growing in power until it ceased. And her entire body might explode. Abruptly she assumed a second pose, reminiscent of the statue. As the drummer's rhythms slowly increased, she began to follow them with her body, next with her feet, slapping heel, then ball, fiercely against the carpet. The drummer began to call out his balls, the strokes he was sounding on the drum, and as he did she matched his rhythms with the rows of tiny bells around her ankles. Hawksworth found himself being drawn into her dance. Her rhythms were not flamboyant like those of the Kathak style, but rather seemed to duplicate some deep, natural cadence, as she returned again and again to the pose of the dancing Shiva. It was pure dance, and he slowly began to feel the power of her controlled sensuality. Without warning, she began a brief song to Shiva in a high-pitched, repetitive refrain. As she sang, her hands formed the signs for woman, for beauty, for desire, for dozens of other words and ideas. Hawksworth could not decipher. Yet her expressive eyes exquisitely translated many of the hand signs, while her body left no mistaking the intensity of their emotion. When the song and its mime reached some climactic plateau, she suddenly resumed the pure dance, with the drummer once more reciting the balls as he sounded them. Again she matched his rhythms perfectly. After a time she began another verse of the song. By her mime Hawksworth concluded she was describing some aspect of Lord Shiva. When the song concluded, the drummer called out more balls and again she danced only his rhythms. Then she began yet another verse of the song, followed by still more rhythmic dance. The aspects of Shiva that she created all seemed different, some wise, some fierce, some clearly of a beauty surpassing words. As Hawksworth watched, he began to sense some alien power growing around him, enveloping him and his despair, just as she had said. Kamala seemed to be gradually merging with an energy far beyond herself, almost as though she had invoked some primal rhythm of life into existence. And as he watched the growing intensity of her dance, he began to experience a deep, almost primitive sense of fear, a stark knowledge of life and death beyond words. He found himself fighting to resist the force of some malevolent evil settling about the room, beginning to possess it and all it contained. He felt its power begin to draw out his own life, hungry and insistent, terrifying. And still she danced on, now only rhythms, her body dipping and whirling, her arms everywhere at once, her smile frozen in an ecstatic trance, forcing himself at last to turn away. He looked toward the musicians. They seemed entranced by her as well, captured by the delirium of her dance. He finally caught the eye of the drummer and weakly signaled him to stop, but the man stared as though not comprehending, spellbound. Her dance had now grown to a frenzy, surpassing human limits. Summoning his last strength, he tried to pull himself up off the bolster, but he discovered his legs were no longer his own. The room had become a whirling pattern of color and sound beyond all control. Uncertainly he turned and began to feel about the carpet for his boots. His grip closed about a sheath of soft leather, and he probed inside. There, strapped and still loaded, was his remaining pocket pistol. Acily he took it in his hand, checked the prime, and began trying to aim at the long drum resting between the musicians. Now the drum seemed to drift back and forth in his vision, while the players smiled at him with glazed eyes. He heard a hiss and felt his hand fly upward, as though unconnected to his body. Then the world around erupted in smoke and flying splinters of wood. The shot had been timed perfectly with the end of a rhythm cycle, as the drum exploded into fragma. It's on the sum. The smoky room was suddenly gripped in silence. The musicians stared wildly for a moment, then threw themselves face down on the carpet, pleading in unknown words needing no translation. Hawksworth looked in confusion at this, smoking pistol in his hand, not recognizing it. Then he threw it onto the carpet and turned toward Kamala. She was gazing at him with open, vacant eyes, as though awakened suddenly from a powerful dream. Her breath was coming in shaw. It bursts, and her skin seemed afire. She stood motionless for a moment, then tried to move toward him, holding out her arms. After 2 hesitant steps, she crumpled to the carpet, when he bolted upward to reach for her, the serve. Ents were there holding him back. You must not touch her, Sahib. But she's... No, Sahib. They gripped his arms tighter. Can't you see? She has the sickness. What are you talking about? It began late today in the bazaar. Perhaps they do not know of it yet in the fort. At first, no one realized what it was. But tonight, while she was dancing, one of the slaves from Sharif Sahib's kitchen came to tell us. 2 of the eunuchs and 5 of his servants had become very sick. He paused to look at Kamala. I think she must have known. That is why she wanted to dance tonight. Knew what? What did she know? The plague, Sahib. The slave who came said that the plague has struck all over Agra. It has never happened in India before. The servant paused. It is the will of Allah. The Prophet Samad foretold it. Now it has come. Hawksworth turned again to Kamala. She was still watching him with empty, expressionless eyes, as though her life had just poured out of her. He looked down at her for a moment, then reached for a pillow and carefully slipped it beneath her head. Her lips moved as she tried to form words, but at first no sound came. Then, as though again finding some strength beyond her self, her voice came in a whisper. Did you see? What? Did you see him? The great god Shiva. He came tonight and danced beside me. Did you see his beauty? She paused to breathe, then her voice rose again, full and warm. He, as I knew he would be, beautiful beyond telling. He danced in a ring of fire with his hair streaming out in burning strands. He came as Shiva the destroyer, but his dance was so beautiful, so very, very beautiful. Book 4, Agra, Chapter 25. From the Tuzak-i-Arangbari, the Court Chronicles of His Imperial Majesty. On the day of Mubarak Shamba, the 28th of the month of Dai, there came first reports of the pestilence in the city of Agra. On this day, over 500 people were stricken. The first signs are headache and fever and much bleeding at the nose. After this, the dana of the plague, buboes, form under the armpits or in the groin or below the throat. The infect ones turn in color from yellow inclining to black. They vomit and endure much high fever and pain. And then they die. If one in a household contracts the pestilence and dies, Others in the same house inevitably follow after, traveling the same road of annihilation. Those in whom the buboes appeared, if they call another person for water to drink or wash, will also infect the latter with the surayat, the infection. It has come to pass that, through excessive apprehension, none will minister unto those infected. It has become known from men of great age, and from old histories, that this disease has never before shown itself in this land of Hindustan. Many physicians and learned men have been questioned as to its cause. Some say it has come because there has been drought for 2 years in succession. Others say it is owing to the corruption of the air. Some attribute it to other causes. The infection is now spreading to all towns and villages in the region of Agra save one. The noble city of the great Akman, Fatehpur. Wisdom is of Allah, and all men must submit. Written this last day of the Muharram in the Hijri year after the Prophet of 1028 AH. By Muhammad Khan, 2nd Wazir. To His Imperial Majesty, Arangbar. Brian Hawksworth walked slowly up worn stone steps leading from the riverside funeral ghats. The pathway was narrow, crowded, and lined with carved statues of Hindu gods. A roly-poly god, with human form and the head of an elephant, a god with a lion's body and a grotesquely grinning human face, an austere deity with a pointed head and a trident in his hand. All were ancient, weathered, ill-kept. Tame monkeys, small, malicious, chased among them screeching. The smoke from the ghats behind him still seared in his lungs. Only when he reached the top of the steps could he force himself to look back. Scavenger birds wheeled in the sky above and small barks, with single oarsmen plied the muddy face of the Jamuna. Along the banks were toiling washermen, untouchables, who wore nothing save a brown loincloth and a kerchief over their heads. They stood in a long row, knee-deep at the water's edge, mechanically slapping folded lengths of cloth against stacks of flat stones. They seemed unconcerned by the nearness of the funeral ghats, stone platforms at the river's edge that were built out above the steps leading down into the water. As he silently surveyed the crowd around him, from somewhere on the street above a voice chanted a funeral litany. Ram Nam Sach Hai, the name of Ram is truth itself. It had taken 4 days for Kamala to die. The morning after she had danced, he had begun to show unmistakable symptoms of the plague. She had called for Brahmin priests, and seating herself on a wooden plank in their presence, had removed her todas, the ear pendants that were the mark of her Devadasi caste, and placed them together with 12 gold coins on the plank before her. It was her deconsecration. Then, with a look of infinite peace, she had announced she was ready to die. Next, she informed the priests that since she had no sons in Agra, no family at all, she wanted Brian Hawksworth to officiate at her funeral. He had not understood what she wanted until the servants whispered it to him. The Brahmins had been scandalized and at first had refused to agree, insisting he had no caste and consequently was a despicable untouchable. Finally, after more payments, they had reluctantly consented. Then she had turned to him and explained what she had done. When he tried to argue, she had appealed to him in the name of Shiva. "I only ask you do this one last thing for me," she had said, going on to insist his responsibilities would not be difficult. "There are Hindu servants in the palace. Though they are low caste, they know enough Turkey to guide you." After the Brahmins had departed, she called the servants, and, as Hawksworth watched, ordered them to remove all her jewels from the rosewood box where she kept them. Then she asked him to accompany them as they took the jewels through the Hindu section of Agra to a temple of the goddess Mary, who presides over epidemics. They were to donate all her jewels to the goddess. Smiling at Hawksworth's astonishment, she had explained that Hindus believe a person's reincarnation is directly influenced by the amount of alms given in his or her previous life. This last act of charity might even bring her back as a Brahmin. 2 days later, she lapsed into a delirium of fever. As death drew near, the Hindu servants again summoned the priests to visit the palace. The plague was spreading now, and with it fear, and at first none had been willing to comply. Only after it was agreed that they would be paid 3 times the usual price for the ceremonies did the Brahmins come. They had laid Kamala's body on a bed of kusa grass in the open air, sprinkled her head with water brought from the sacred Ganges river, and smeared her brow with Ganges clay. She had seemed only vaguely conscious of what they were doing. When at last she died, her body was immediately washed, perfumed, and bedecked with flowers. Then she was wrapped in linen, lifted onto a bamboo bier, and carried toward the river ghats by the Hindu servants, winding through the streets with her body held above their heads, intoning a funeral dirge. Hawkesworth had led the procession, carrying a firepot with sacred fire provided by Nadir Sharif's Hindu servants. The riverside was already crowded with mourners. For there had been many deaths, and the air was acrid from the smoke of cremation pyres. On the steps above the ghats was a row of thatch umbrellas, and sitting on a reed mat beneath each was a Brahmin priest. All were shirtless, pot-bellied, and wore stripes of white clay down their forehead in honor of Vishnu's trident. The servants approached one of the priests and began to bargain with him. After a time, the man rose and signified agreement. The servants whispered to Hawkesworth that he was there to provide funeral rites for hire, adding with some satisfaction that Brahmins who served at the ghats were despised as mercenaries by the rest of their caste. After the bargain had been struck, the priest retired beneath his umbrella to watch while they purchased logs from vendors and began construction of a pyre. When finished, it was small, no more than 3 feet high and irregular, but no one seemed to care. Satisfied, they proceeded to douse it with oil. Then the Brahmin priest was summoned from his umbrella, and he rose and came down the steps, bowing to a stone Shiva lingam as he passed. After he had performed a short ceremony, chanting from the Vedas, the winding sheet was cut away and Kamala's body was lifted atop the stack of wood. A mortal sadness had swept through Hawkesworth as he stood holding the torch, listening to the Brahmin chant and studying the flow of the river. He thought again of Kamala, of the times he had secretly admired her erotic bearing, the times she had sat patiently explaining how best to draw the long, sensuous notes from his new sitar, the times he had held her in his arms. And he thought again of their last evening, when she had danced at the power of a god. When at last he moved toward the bier, the servants had touched his arm and pointed him toward her feet, explaining that only if the deceased were a man could the pyre be lighted at the head. The oil-soaked logs had kindled quickly, sending out the sweet smoke of neem. Soon the pyre was nothing but yellow tongues of fire, and for a moment he thought he glimpsed her once more, in among the flames, dancing as the goddess Parvati, the beloved consort of Shiva. But when he turned to walk away, the servants had caught his sleeve and indicated he must remain. As her son, it was his duty to ensure that the heat burst her skull, releasing her soul. Otherwise, he would have to do it himself. He waited. The smoke drifting over him, astonished that a religion capable of the beauty of her dance could treat death with such barbarity. At last, to his infinite relief, the servants indicated they could leave. They gathered up the pot of sacred fire and took his arm to lead him away. It was then he had pulled away, wanting to be alone with her one last time. Finally, no longer able to check his tears, he had turned and started blindly up the steps, alone. Now he stared numbly back, as though awakened from a nightmare. Almost without thinking, he searched the pocket of his jerkin until his fingers closed around a flask of brandy. He drew deeply on it twice before turning to make his way on through the streets of Agra. You took an astonishing risk merely to honor the whims of your Hindu dancer, ambassador. Nadir Sharif had summoned Hawkesworth to his reception room at sunset. Few men here would have done it. I've lived through plagues twice before. In 1592, over 10,000 in London died of the plague, and in 1603, in the summer after King James's coronation, over 30,000 died, 1 person out of every 5. If I were going to die, I would have by now. Hawkesworth listened to his own bravado and wondered if it sounded as hollow as it was. He remembered his own haunting fear during the height of the last plague, when Rowdy's swearing bearer Rogues, some declared more ill-bred than hangmen, plied the city with rented barrows, their cries of "Cast out your dead" ringing through the deserted streets. They charged sixpence a corpse, and for their fee they carted the bodies to open P. At the city's edge for unconsecrated anonymous burial, the cutpurse and the alderman piled side by side. As he remembered London again, suddenly the Hindu rite seemed considerably less barbaric. "You're a brave man, nonetheless, or a foolish one." Nadir Sharif gestured him toward a bolster. "Tell me, have your English physicians determined the cause of the infection?" "There are many theories. The Puritans say it's God's vengeance, and astrologers point out that there was a conjunction of the planets Jupiter and Saturn when the last plague struck. But our physicians seem to have two main theories. Some hold it's caused by an excess of corrupt humors in the body, whereas others claim it's spread by poisonous air which has taken up vapors contrary to nature." Nadir Sharif sat pensive and silent for a moment, as though pondering the explanations. Then he turned to Hawksworth. "What you seem to have told me is that your physicians have absolutely no idea what causes the plague, so they have very ingeniously invented names for the main points of their ignorance." He smiled. "Indian physicians have been known to do the same. Tell me then, what do you think causes it?" "I don't know either. It seems to worsen in the years after crops have been bad, when there are hungry dogs and rats scavenging in the streets. During the last plague, all the dogs in London were killed or sent out of the city, but it didn't seem to help." "And what about the rats?" "There've always been men in England who make a living as rat catchers, but with the dogs gone during the plague, the rats naturally started to multiply." Nadir smiled thoughtfully. "You know, the Hindus have a book, the Bhagavata Purana, that warns men to quit their house if they see a sickly rat near it. Indians have long assumed vermin bring disease. Have you considered the possibility that the source of the plague might be the rats, rather than the dogs?" "Perhaps. By removing the dogs, you eliminated the best deterrent to the bearer of the plague, the rats?" "No one has thought of that." "Well, the European plague has finally reached India, whatever its cause." Nadir Sharif looked away gloomily. Most 100 people died in Agra this past week. Our physicians are still searching for a cure. What remedies do you use in England? I think His Majesty would be most interested to know." "I suppose the measures are more general, then?" "Specific. Englishmen try to ward it off by purging the pestilent air around them. They burn rosemary and juniper and bay leaves in their homes. During the last plague, the price of rosemary went up from 12 pence an armful to 6 shillings a handful. But the only people helped seemed to be herb wives and gardeners. One physician claimed the plague could be avoided by wearing a bag of arsenic next to the skin. There's also a belief that if you bury half a dozen peeled onions near your home, they'll gather all the infection in the neighborhood. And some people fumigate the contagious vapors from their rooms by dropping a red-hot brick into a basin of vinegar." "Do these curious nostrums work?" Nadir Shah. Arif tried to mask his skepticism. "I suppose it's possible. Who can say for sure? But the plague always diminishes after a time, usually with the onset of winter." "Doesn't your king do anything?" "He usually leaves London if an infection starts to spread. In 1603, the year of his coronation, he first went to Richmond, then to Southampton, then to Wilton. He traveled all summer and only returned in the autumn." "Is that all he did? Travel?" "There were leg orders in all the infected towns, and any house where someone was infected had to have a red cross painted on the door and a plague bill attached. No one inside could leave. Anyone caught outside was whipped and set in the stocks." "And did these measures help?" "Englishmen resent being told they can't leave home, so people would tear the plague bills off their doors and go about their business. Some towns hired warders at 6 pence a day to watch the houses and make sure no one left. But when so many are infected, it's impossible to watch everyone, so there were also orders forbidding assemblies. King James banned the holding of fairs within 50 miles of London, and all gatherings in London were prohibited. By a city order playhouses, gaming houses, cockpits, bear baiting, bowling, football. Even ballad singers were told to stay off the streets. His Majesty may find that interesting. Nadir Sharif turned and signaled for Sharbat from the servants. Perhaps he should issue laws forbidding assembly before he leaves Agra. Is he leaving? Hawksworth felt his heart stop. Day after tomorrow. Nadir Sharif watched as the tray of Sharbat cups arrived and immediately directed it toward Hawksworth. I have to see him one last time before he leaves, before I leave. I really think that's impossible now. He's cancelled the daily Durbar. No one can see him. Even I have difficulty meeting with him. Nadir. Arif accepted a cup from the tray and examined Hawksworth sorrowfully as he sipped it. In any case, I fear a meeting would do you little good, Ambassador. He's busy arranging the departure for all the court, including the Zenana. There are thousands of people to move and on very short notice. In fact, I've been trying to see Her Majesty for several days, but she has received no one. He smiled evenly. Not even her own brother. Where's His Majesty planning to go? Not so very far, actually. Ordinarily, he probably would travel north toward Kashmir. But since winter is approaching, he's decided to go west to Fatehpur Sikri. The area around the old palace has remained free of the infection, but I have to see him. Hawksworth hesitated. Do you know what's happened to Shirin? Nothing, so far as I hear. I believe she's still being held in the fort. Nadir Sharif studied Hawksworth, but I would advise you, in the strongest possible terms, to avoid meddling in the business of that Persian adventuress and her departed Sufi heretic. What I do is my affair. Hawksworth set down his cup harder than necessary. I insist on seeing His Majesty. I want you to arrange it. But a formal meeting is really quite impossible, Ambassador. Haven't I made that clear? Nadir Sharif paused to collect his poise. But perhaps if you appeared when his entourage is departing Agra, you might be able to speak with him. I have to insist, however, that a meeting now would be pointless and possibly even dangerous, considering His Majesty's disposition at the moment. I'll see him before he leaves, somehow. I'll find a way. Then I wish you Godspeed, Ambassador. Nadir Sharif put down his Sharbat glass. Incidentally, there's a large caravan leaving for Surat day after tomorrow. Should I make arrangements for you to join it? I'm not going anywhere until I see the Moghul. You're a headstrong man, Ambassador. Please believe I wish you well. Notwithstanding His Majesty's current views, I've always regarded you highly. He signaled for a tray of betel leaves and rose, flashing one of his official smiles. Who knows, perhaps your luck is due for a change. Queen Janahara read the dispatch twice, the lines of her mouth growing tighter each time before passing it back to Erengbar. He studied it again, holding it with a trembling hand, seeming not to fully comprehend its meaning, then extended it to Nadir Sharif. The courtyard off Erengbar's private library was deadly silent, all servants and eunuchs banished. The tapestries shading the inner compartment had been drawn back, permitting the hard light of morning to illuminate the flowered murals on the library's red sandstone walls. Erengbar sipped wine from a gilded cup and studied Nadir Sharif's face while the Prime Minister read, as though hoping somehow to decipher the document's significance from his expression. He has plainly refused, Majesty. Nadir Sharif's voice was strangely calm. When did this arrive? This morning. It's his reply to the pigeon I sent to Burhanpur the day after the wedding, ordering him to return the command in the south to Ghulam Adil and march to the northwest, to relieve the fortress at Kandahar. Erengbar's eyes were bloodshot and grim. At least we know now where he is. We know nothing. Janahara reached for the document and scrutinized it. This dispatch was sent 4 days ago. He could be as far north as Mandu by now, or well on his way to Agra. I doubt very much he will march anywhere. Nadir Sharif cut her off without seeming to do so. Until he receives a response to the terms he has demanded, repeat them to me. Erengbar was having difficulty focusing on the wine cup, and he shifted his gaze into the courtyard. They are very explicit, Majesty. Nadir Sharif rolled the document and replaced it in the bamboo sleeve. Jadar has refused to march to defend Kandahar unless his horse rank is raised to 30,000 and up. Unless the Jagirs in Dalpur, those that were granted to Prince Aladdin, are returned. What will you do? There can be no bargaining with an imperial order, Queen Janahara interjected. How many times will you be intimidated? Remember? Or he refused to undertake this campaign, which, I should add, he has apparently bungled until his Suwar rank was elevated, and his elder brother Khusrav was sent out of Agra. When will his demands end? Her voice rose. Even now we do not know what has happened. All we know for sure is that 2 months ago he marched south from Burhanpur, and 4 days ago he was there again. Was he driven back when he tried to recapture Ahmednagar from Malik Ambar? Does the can still belong to the Abyssinian? Prince Jadar has much to answer, but the dispatch was sent from Burhanpur. At least he hasn't abandoned the city entirely, as some of the rumors said, Nadir Sharif continued evenly. And I don't believe he has abandoned the south either. He would not permit it to remain in rebel hands. Whatever else he is, he's a soldier first. For all we know, he is now isolated at the fortress in Burhanpur. Janahara studied the courtyard, if he has not already lost the city. So what do you propose be done? Arangbar's voice was slurred as he sipped from his cup. There's only one choice remaining if you ever hope to control Jadar. She spoke directly. O Arangbar, order Inayat Latif to mobilize the Imperial Army and march south now. We have to know what's happening there. Inayat Latif is a far abler general than Jadar. He, at least, can ensure the Deccan is secure. Then we can handle the matter of Jadar's demands. But that could also give the appearance the Imperial Army is marching against Jadar. Nadir Sharif shifted uncomfortably. He will see it as an ultimatum. You really think he will respond? A threat? You must know him better than that. I know him all too well. Janahara's voice was hard. Your Majesty, Nadir Sharif turned directly to the Queen. Perhaps if he is given more time, he will come to better appreciate his position. I suggest the first thing we do is request a clarification of the military situation throughout the Deccan. Then we can send the Imperial Army as reinforcements if it still seems advisable. I'm growing weary of constantly trying to outguess Jadar. Arangbar examined his cup and noted gloomily that it was dry. First the plague, and now the preparations for the move. I'm exhausted. When do we depart? I'm told the last of the elephants will be ready within 1 pahar, Majesty. Nadir Sharif studied the Queen casually, wondering how far she would push her influence with Arangbar. I agree with you, it would be wisest to wait. If you insist on doing nothing, at least the Imperial Army should be mobilized and made ready. Janahara's dulcet voice was betrayed by the quick flash in her eyes. Then Jadar will understand we are prepared to act quickly if he remains defiant. How many men and horse does Inayat Latif have under his command now? Arangbar searched the darkened recesses behind them for a servant to summon with more wine. There are over 100,000 men here, Majesty, and probably 50,000 cavalry. Over 3 ims the force Jadar took with him to the south. Nadir Sharif paused. They could always move out within, say, 2 to 3 weeks. I insist the forces here at least be mobilized and moved to Fatehpur with the court lest the army itself become contaminated by the plague. Janahara hesitated for a moment and then continued evenly. I'm prepared to order it in your name today. It would protect the army from infection. You would have them with you if you needed. And it would also put Jadar on notice. Then prepare the orders for my seal if it pleases you. Arangbar sighed and reached for his turban. You're usually right. You know I'm right. She smiled warmly. And regardless, no harm will be done. Then it's settled. Arangbar tried unsuccessfully to rise, and Nadir Sharif stepped forward, assisting him to his feet. I have to hold Durbar one last time today, quickly before we leave. The Persian Safavid ambassador notified the Wazir he has gifts, and a petition that must be brought to me before the court leaves Agra. He grinned. The Safavids are so worried I will form an alliance with the northwestern Uzbeks that their Emperor Shah Abbas sends gifts every month. You've decided to hold Durbar today, after all? Nadir Sharif's eyes quickened. If so, there's a Portuguese official from Surat who also wishes to present some gifts from the viceroy and speak with you on a matter he said was delicate. What delicate matter does His Excellency have? Janahara stopped sharply on her way toward the corridor and turned back. I've heard nothing about it. I suppose we'll all discover that in Durbar, Majesty. Nah. Dear Sharif bowed and was gone. Brian Hawksworth waited in the crowded square of the Diwan-i-Am, holding a large package and hoping the rumored appearance of Erangbar was true. For the past 4 days, the Moghul had not held Durbar, had remained in complete isolation. But only an hour before, talk had circulated in the square that Erangbar would hold a brief reception before departing, probably in a tent pavilion that had been erected in the center of the square. As though to verify the speculation, slaves had unrolled several thick carpets beneath the tent, installed a dais, and were now positioning his throne onto the platform. Hawksworth stared about the square and felt his palms sweat. Is this the last time I ever see the Moghul of India, and Shirin never again? Is this how it ends? He had spent the last several days in a private hell, thinking of Shirin and waiting for the first fever, the first nodules that would signal the plague. So far, there had been no signs of the disease, and he had heard that the consensus in the bazaar was the infection would subside within the month. Clearly, it would be nothing like London in 1603. Palace rumors said that Shirin was still alive. All executions had ceased after the appearance of the plague, and stories were that the Moghul was rarely seen sober. Perhaps, Hawksworth told himself, Erangbar has stayed so drunk he has forgotten her. He had finally conceived one last plan. A try to save her. Then he had packed his chest, settled his accounts, and dismissed his servants. If nothing came of the meeting today, if there was a meeting, he would have to leave in any case. He moved closer to the royal pavilion, pushing his way through the melee of shirtless servants. The elephants for the zenana had been moved into the square and were now being readied. There were, by Hawksworth's rough count, approximately 100 elephants to carry Erangbar's women. The howdahs for the May. And wives were fashioned from gold, with gratings of gold wire around the sides to provide a view, and an umbrella canopy of silver cloth for shade. A special elephant was waiting for Queen Janahara and Princess Layla, decorated with a canvas of gold brocade and bearing a jewel-studded howdah. As Hawksworth watched, another elephant, shining with black paint and the largest he had ever seen, lumbered regally into the square, ridden by a mahout with a gold-braided turban. Its covering was even more lavish than that of the Queen's mount, and its howdah was emblazoned with the imperial standard of Erangbar, a long-tailed lion crouching menacingly in front of a golden sun face. Beneath the veranda's rows of sad old horses waited for the lesser members of the court, each with a slave stationed alongside bearing an umbrella of gold cloth, and in front of the horses were rows of crimson-colored palanquins, their pearl-embroidered velvet gleaming in the light. D for high officials. The roadway leading from the square of the Diwan-i-Am had been lined with a guard of 300 male war elephants, each with a cannon turret on its back. Behind those, 300 female elephants stood idling in the sunshine, their backs covered with gold cloth marked with the Moghul's insignia, waiting to be loaded with household goods from the zenana. Just beyond the gate, a host of watermen were poised with waterskins slung from their backs, ready to run before the Moghul's procession, sprinkling the roadway to banish dust. Near them, a small party of men stood holding the harness of a camel bearing a roll of white cloth, used to cover and banish from sight any dead animals that might lie along the route of the Moghul's party. The courtyard erupted with a sudden blare of trumpets and kettledrums, and Hawksworth turned to see Erangbar being carried in on an open palanquin, supported by uniformed eunuchs. A slave walked along one side, holding a satin umbrella over his head for shade, while on the other, 2 chubby eunuchs walked fanning him with sprays of peacock feathers attached to long poles. As the palanquin neared the tent, Hawksworth pushed through the crowd to gain a better view. Arangbar was dressed for a ceremonial occasion, wearing a velvet turban with a plume of white heme feathers almost 2 feet in length. A walnut-sized ruby dangled from one side of the turban, and on the other side was a massive diamond paired with a heart-shaped emerald. Around his turban was a sash wreathed with a chain of pearls. Rings bearing flashing jewels decorated every finger, and his cloak was gold brocade, decorated with jeweled armlets, as he ended from the palanquin. At the entry of the pavilion, the nobles near him yelled, "Pacha Salamat, long live the emperor," and performed the teslim. As he moved toward his throne, 2 more eunuchs were waiting. One stepped forward and presented an enormous pink carp on a silver tray, while the other held out a dish of starchy white liquid. Arangbar dipped his finger in the liquid, touched it to the fish, then rubbed his own forehead, a Moghul ceremony presaging good omens. For a march, next another eunuch stepped forward, bowed, and presented him with a sword. He stared at it for a moment as though confused, then shakily ran his finger along the diamonds set in the scabbard and the braided gold belt. As the eunuch urged it toward him, he nodded and allowed it to be buckled at his waist. Another eunuch then presented him with a golden quiver containing thin bamboo arrows and a gleaming lacquer bow. As he mounted the dais, 2 eunuchs moved to his side, each waving a gold-handled tail of white yak hair intended to drive away flies. Another fanfare of trumpets and drums cut the air as the eunuchs helped him onto the throne. Only when Arangbar was seated did Hawksworth notice that Nadir Sharif and Zainul Beg were already waiting at the foot of the dais. He also noted Queen Janahara was not present, and then he realized why. The servants had neglected to erect her screen, the one she norm. Ali sat behind to dictate his decisions. Since the appearance of Arangbar's solitary rule still had to be maintained, she could not be seen publicly issuing orders, at least not yet. Hawksworth smiled to himself, wondering whose head would roll for the oversight. Then, as he watched Nadir Sharif begin explaining petitions to Arangbar, he thought he sensed a gleam of triumph in the Prime Minister's eye. Could it be the failure to install a screen was deliberate, the Persian Saf? A Vid ambassador approached with the obligatory gift, this time an ornamental case containing a ruby on a gold chain, and then handed up a paper. Arangbar listened to Nadir Sharif explain the document, then appeared to ponder it. A moment. Finally, he waved his arms lightly and agreed to something Hawksworth did not catch. The ambassador bowed his appreciation, revolved with enormous dignity, and retreated into the sunshine. Arangbar was already beginning to grow restless, clearly anxious to dismiss everyone and begin loading the Zenana women onto their elephants. He turned and spoke to Nadir Sharif, who replied quickly and motioned toward a Portuguese emissary in a starched doublet who stood waiting together with Father Sarmento. It was the first time Hawksworth had noticed them, and he felt his gut knot in hatred as he shoved his own way forward toward the pavilion. Arangbar listened with a glazed expression, nodding occasionally as the Portuguese emissary delivered an elaborate speech, translated by Sarmento, and began laying out the contents of a chest he carried. With theatrical flair, he drew out several large silver candlesticks, a brace of gold-handled knives with jewel-embossed sheaths, a dozen wine cups of Venetian crystal. Then he produced a leather packet with a red wax seal. He spoke a few more words and passed it to Nadir Sharif. The Prime Minister examined it, broke the seal to extract the parchment, then gestured for Sarmento to come forward to translate. The Jesuit suddenly looked very old and very uneasy as he adjusted his peaked black hat and took the paper. Hawksworth shoved closer, and for the first time Arangbar seemed to notice him. The Moghul's eyes darkened, and he started to say something in Hawksworth's direction, but Sarmento had already begun the translation into Turkey. His Excellency, Miguel Vajantes, is this message of his high regard and everlasting friendship for His Most High Majesty, the great Moghul of India. He bows before you and hopes you will honor him by accepting these few small tokens of his admiration. Sarmento shifted and cleared his throat. Arangbar's eyes had fluttered partially closed, and his head seemed to nod sleepily at the conventional flattery. His Excellency asks your Majesty's indulgence of a grievous misdeed last week by a captain of one of our patrol vessels. He assures your Majesty that the captain will be stripped of all rank and returned in chains to Goa within the month. Erengbar's eyes had again opened, and he shifted slightly on the throne. What misdeed is referred to? Armento looked at the emissary, who quickly replied in Portuguese. The Jesuit turned again to Erengbar. Your Majesty will doubtless receive a dispatch from Surat within a short time describing an unfortunate incident. His Excellency wants you to understand in advance that it was a mistaken order, undertaken entirely without his knowledge or approval. Erengbar was fully awake now and staring down at the two Portuguese. What order? Did the Viceroy order something? He now wishes to disown. What was it? It's the unfortunate matter of the Fatima, Your Majesty. Sarmento turned helplessly toward the Portuguese emissary, as though he too were searching for an explanation. What about the Fatima? She's my largest cargo vessel. She's due in Surat in 2 days with goods from Persia. Erengbar's face was sober now. Her Highness Mariam Zamani had 80 lakhs of rupees. The Fatima is safe, Your Majesty. She has only been aimed at sea on a mistaken interpretation of His Excellency's orders. Sarmento seemed to be blurting out the words, but he wishes to assure you. Impossible. Erengbar's voice was suddenly a roar. He would not dare, he knows the Argo was under my seal. I have a copy of the cartas sent to Goa. It was a grievous mistake, Majesty. His Excellency sends his deepest apologies and offers to. It was done on someone's order. It had to be his. How can it be a mistake? Erengbar's face had gone purple. Why was it ordered in the first place? Sarmento stood speechless while the envoy spoke rapidly into his ear. Then he looked back at Erengbar. Mistakes are always possible, Majesty. His Excellency wishes to assure you the vessel and all cargo will be released within 2 weeks. I demand it be released immediately, and damages equal the value of the cargo brought to me personally. Erengbar's face was livid. Or he will never again have a piece of trade in an Indian port. Sarmento turned and translated quickly to the emissary. The Portuguese's face dropped over his mustache, and he hesitantly spoke something to Sarmento. We regret we have no power at this time to authorize a payment for damages, Majesty, but we assure you His Excellency will. Then His Excellency will have no more trade in India. Erengbar turned, his face overflowing with rage, and shouted to the guards, standing behind him. As they ran to his side, he drew his sword and waved it drunkenly at the emissary, whose face had gone white. Take him away. As the guards seized the terrified Portuguese by the arms, sending his hat tumbling into the carpet, he looked imploringly at Nadir Sharif, but the Prime Minister's face was a mask. Then Erengbar turned on Father Sarmento. If His Excellency has anything else to say to me, he will say it himself, or he will send one with the authority to answer me. I do not receive his paeans. Sarmento flinched at the insulting Goan slang for dockhand. Your Majesty, again I assure you. You will never again assure me of anything. I've listened to your assurances for years, largely on matters about which you have only belief, never proof. You assured me of the power of the Christian God, but never once would you accept the challenge of the Islamic mullahs to cast a Bible and the Quran into a fire together to show once and for all which held sacred truth. But their test is no longer needed. Your Christian lies are over. Erengbar rose unsteadily from his throne, his brow harrowed by his fury. I order your stipend to emanated and your church in Agra closed, and your mission in Lahore. There will never again be a Christian church in India. Never. Your Majesty, there are many Christians in India. Sarmento's voice was pleading. They must have a priest to minister the Holy Sacrament. Then do it in your lodgings. You no longer have a church. Erengbar settled back on the throne, his anger seeming to overwhelm him. Never see me again unless you bring news the ship is released and my demand is met. Never. Sarmento watched in horror as Erengbar dismissed him with a gesture of his arm. The old Jesuit turned and moved trembling into the crowd that had pushed around the sides of the pavilion. As he passed by Hawksworth, he suddenly stopped. "This was all because of you." His voice quivered. "I learned of this only today from my foolish prodigal, Pinero. May God have mercy on you, heretic. You and your accomplices have destroyed all his work in India." As Hawksworth tried to find an answer, he heard a drunken shout. "English, what are you doing here? Come forward and explain yourself." He looked up to see Erengbar motioning at him. "Are you deaf? Come forward." Erengbar glared mischievously. "Why are you still in Agra? We were told we sent you away almost a week ago. I think I may decide to have you and every other Christian in India hanged." "May it please your majesty, I came to request an audience." Hawksworth moved quickly forward, past the confused guards, carrying the package he had brought. "And what have you stolen of ours, English? Have you come now to tell us it was all a mistake, before I order your hand cut off? Englishmen are not Portuguese, your majesty. We do not take what is not our own. What have I ever taken that your majesty did not freely give? It's true what you say, English. You are not a Portuguese." Erengbar suddenly beamed as a thought flashed through his eyes. "Tell me, English, will your king destroy their fleets for me now?" "Why would he do so, your majesty? You have denied him the right to trade. You have refused to grant the firman he requested." "Not if he will rout the Portuguese infidels from our seas, English. They are a pestilence, a plague that sickens all it touches." Erengbar waved in the direction of a eunuch ordering wine for himself. "You deceived me once, English, but you did not rob me. Perhaps he will have you stay here a few days longer. I have already made preparations to depart, your majesty, on your orders. You cannot travel without our permission, English. We still rule India, despite what the Portuguese viceroy may think." Erengbar paused and drank thirstily from the glass of wine. "So why did you want an audience, English, if you were planning to leave?" Hawksworth paused, thinking of the decision he had made, wondering again if there was a chance. "I've come to make a trifling request of your majesty." He moved forward and bowed, presenting his parcel, the obligatory gift. "What's this have you brought us, English?" "May it please your majesty, after settling my accounts in Agra, I have no money remaining to purchase gifts worthy of your majesty. I have only this remaining. I offer it to your majesty, in hopes you will understand its unworthiness in your eyes is matched only by its unequaled value to me. It is my treasure. I have had it by my side for over 20 years at sea and on land." Erengbar accepted the parcel with curiosity and flipped aside the velvet wrap. An English lute sparkled against the sunshine. "What is this, English?" Erengbar turned it in his hand, examining the polished cedar staves that curved to form its melon-shaped back. "An instrument of England, your majesty, which we hold in the same esteem you grant your Indian sitter. This is a curious toy, English. It ha so few strings." He examined it a moment longer, then turned to Hawksworth. "Do you yourself play this instrument?" "I do, your majesty." "Then we will hear it." Erengbar passed the lute back to Hawksworth, while the nobles around buzzed in astonishment. Hawksworth cradled it against him. The feel of its body flooded him with sadness as he realized he would never play it again. Memories of London, Tunis, Gibraltar, a dozen cabins and lodgings flooded him. He inhaled deeply and began a short suite by Dowland. It was the one he had played for Sheeran that afternoon so long ago in the observatory in Surat. The clear notes flooded the canopied pavilion with their rich, full voice. Then drifted outward into the square, settling silence in their path. The suite was melancholy, a lament of lost love and beauty, and Hawksworth found his own eyes misting as he played. When he reached the end, the last crisp note died into a void that seemed to be his own heart. He held the lute a moment longer, then turned to pass it back to Erengbar. The Moghul's eyes seemed to be misting as well. "I have never heard anything quite like it, English. It has a sadness we never hear. In a raga, why have you never played for us before? Your majesty has musicians of your own. But no instrument like this, English. Will you have your king send us one? But I have given you mine, majesty." Erringbar examined the lute once more, then looked at Hawksworth and smiled. "But if I keep this instrument now, English, I will most probably forget by tomorrow where I have put it." He winked at Hawksworth and handed back the lute. "Have your king send us an English and a teacher to instruct our musicians." Hawksworth could not believe what he was hearing. "I humbly thank your majesty." "Aye. Now what was it you came to ask of us, English?" Erringbar continued to study the lute as he sipped from his wine. "Ask it quickly. Merely a trifling indulgence of your majesty. Then tell us what it is, English." Erringbar turned and searched the square with his eyes, as though monitoring the state of preparations. Hawksworth cleared his throat and tried to still his pulse. "Your majesty's release of the Persian woman Shirin, who is guilty of no crime against your majesty." Erringbar's smile faded as he turned back to Hawksworth. "You have not yet decided her fate, English. She does not concern you." "May it please your majesty, she concerns me very much. I come to ask your majesty's permission to make her my wife, and to take her back to England with me if your majesty will release her. She will be gone from India soon and will trouble your majesty no further. But we just told you are not returning, English, not until we permit it." He grinned. "You must stay and play this instrument for us more. Then I beg that her life be spared until the time I am allowed to leave." Erringbar studied Hawksworth, and a grudging smile played on his lips. "You are an excellent judge of women, English, perhaps too much so. I suspected it the first time I saw you. She wishes no ill toward your majesty. There is no purpose in taking her life. Do you know what she wishes for us, English? I think we know better than you." Erringbar paused to sip again from his wine cup. "But we will spare her for now, if your king will agree to send warships to drive the infidel Portuguese from our shores, and if you will agree to play more for me. Will your majesty order her release? I will move her to my zenana for now, English. Until matters are settled, I will order her brought with us to Fatehpur. That is my part of the bargain. What will you do about yours?" "I will inform my king of your majesty's wishes, and he will comply if he wants to trade in India." Erringbar turned to Nadir Sharif. "Order a horse for the English. He will ride with us today, and have the woman Shirin sent to the zenana." Nadir Sharif bowed and edged next to Erringbar, adopting a confidential tone. "If I may be allowed, your majesty, you are aware the woman Shirin would not be entirely welcome in the zenana by her majesty, Queen Janahara. Her majesty is not the Moghul of India." Erringbar seemed suddenly exhilarated by the absence of the queen. "I have ordered it. To hear is to obey." Nadir Sharif bowed low, casting a worried glance toward Hawksworth. "But perhaps it would be equally pleasing to your majesty, and to her majesty as well, to allow the woman to travel to Fatehpur under the cognizance of the English ambassador." Erringbar glanced toward the palace, and his exhilaration seemed to dissolve as suddenly as it had come. "Until Fatehpur, then. After that, we will decide where she will be kept until the English satisfies his part of the bargain." Erringbar turned to Hawksworth. "Agreed, English. I bow to your majesty's will. Durbar is concluded." Erringbar rose by himself and moved to the edge of the tent pavilion. As the trumpets and rums again sounded, the fanning eunuch scurried to stay beside him. He stepped into the sunshine, stared about the square for a moment, then turned to Nadir Sharif. "Order everyone cleared and the women brought. I am suddenly growing weary of Agra." Nadir Sharif bowed again and spoke quickly to the captain of the guard. As the order was circulated, he quietly moved next to Hawksworth. "So it seems your luck changed after all, ambassador. For now, but I fear it may not last. As a friend, I suggest you make the most of it." Book 4, Agra, Chapter 26. The dark sky had begun to show pale in the east, heralding the first traces of day. Hawksworth stood in the shadows of his tent at the edge of the vast imperial camp and pulled his frayed leather jerkin tighter against the cold. He watched as the elephants filed past, bulky silhouettes against the dawn. They were being led from the temporary stables on the hill behind him toward the valley below, where cauldrons of water were being stoked. or their morning bath. Heating the water for the elephant baths had become routine during the reign of Akman, who had noticed his elephants shivering from their baths on chilly mornings and decreed their bath water warmed henceforth. As he watched, a line of giant animals winding their way through the camp, waving their trunks in the morning air, he realized they were not docile female Zenana elephants, but male war elephants, first and second rank. First-ranked war elephants, called full-blood, were selected from young males who had demonstrated the endurance and even temper essential in battle. Those granted second rank, called tiger seizing, were slightly smaller, but with the same temperament and strength. Eat. Elephant had 5 keepers and was placed under the training of a special military superintendent, whose responsibility was to school the animal in boldness amid artillery fire. The keepers were monitored monthly by imperial inspectors, who fined them a month's wages if their elephant had noticeably lost weight. Should an elephant lose a tusk through its keeper's inattention to an infection, they were fined 1/8 the value of the animal, and if an elephant died in their care, they received a penalty of 3 months' wages and a year's suspension. But the position of elephant keeper was a coveted place of great responsibility. A well-trained war elephant could be valued at 100,000 rupees, a full lakh and exp. Experienced commanders had been known to declare one good elephant worth 500 horses in a battle. Hawksworth studied the elephants, admiring their disciplined stride and easy footing, and wondered again why the army had stationed its stable so near the imperial camp. Did Arangbar somehow feel he needed protection? They're magnificent, don't you think? Shirin emerged from her tent to join him, absently running her hand across the back of his jerkin. It had been 6 days since they had left Agra, and it seemed to Hawksworth she had grown more beautiful each day, more loving each night. The nightmare of the past weeks had already faded to a distant memory. She was fully dressed now with a transparent scarf pinned to her dark hair by a band of pearls, thick gold bracelets, flowered trousers beneath a translucent skirt, and dark kohl highlighting her eyes and eyebrows. He watched, enthralled as she pulled a light cloak over her shoulders. Especially in the morning, they say Akman used to train his royal elephants to dance to music and to shoot a bow. I don't think I'll ever get used to elephants. Hawksworth admired her a moment longer in the dawn light, then looked back at the immense forms lumbering past, trying to push aside the uneasy feeling their presence gave him. You'd be very amused to hear what people in London think they're like. Nobody there has ever seen an elephant, but there are lots of fables about them. It's said elephants won't ford a clear stream during the day because they're afraid of their reflection, so they only cross streams at night. Shirin laughed out loud and reached to kiss him quickly on the cheek. I never know what they're to believe your stories of England. I swear it. And the horse-drawn coaches you told me about. Describe one again. It has 4 wheels instead of 2 like your carts have, and it really is pulled by horses, usually 2 but sometimes 4. It's enclosed, and inside there are seats and cushions almost like a palanquin. Does that mean your king's Zenana women all ride in these strange coaches instead of on elephants? In the first place, King James has no Zenana. I don't think he'd know what to do with that many women, and there are absolutely no elephants in England, not even one. Can you possibly understand how hard it is for me to imagine a place without elephants and Zenana? Innas, she looked at him and smiled. And no camels either. No camels. But we have lots of stories about camels too. Tell me, is it true that if you're poisoned, you can be put inside a newly slain camel and it will draw out the poison? Shirin laughed again and looked up the hill toward the stables, where pack camels were being fed and massaged with sesame oil. The bells on their chest ropes sounded lightly as their keepers began harnessing them in strings of 5. Hawksworth turned to watch as the men began fitting 2 of the camels to carry a mihafa, a wooden turret suspended between them by heavy wooden poles. All the camels were groaning pitifully and biting at their keepers, their customary response to the prospect of work. That sounds like some tale you'd hear in the bazaar. Why should a dead camel draw out poison? She turned back to Hawksworth. Sometimes you make the English sound awfully naive. Tell me what it's really like there. It is truly beautiful. The fairest land there is, especially in the late spring and early summer when it's green and cool. Hawksworth watched the sun emerge from behind a distant hill, beginning to blaze savagely against the parched winter landscape. Almost the moment it appeared, thoughts of England suddenly made him long for shade, and he took Shirin's arm, leading her around the side of their rise and back into the morning cool. Ahead of them lay yet another bleak valley, rocky and... Seer, I sometimes wonder how you can survive here in summer. It was already autumn when I made landfall and the heat was still unbearable. Late spring is even worse than summer. At least in summer there's rain, but we're accustomed to the heat. I say no fearing he ever gets used to it. I don't think anyone from your England could ever really love or understand India. Don't give up hope yet. I'm starting to like it. He took her chin in his hand and carefully studied her face with a scrutinizing frown, his eyes playing critically from her eyes to her mouth to her vaguely aquiline Persian nose. What part do I like best? He laughed and kissed the tip of her nose. I think it's the diamond you wear in your left nostril. All women wear those? She bit at him. So I have to also, but I've never liked it. You'd better think of something else. He slipped his arm around her and held her next to him, wondering if he should tell her of his bargain with Arangbar that she had been released only because he had offered to take her from India forever. For a moment the temptation was powerful, but he resisted. Not yet. Don't give her a chance to turn headstrong and refuse, you know. I think you'd like England once you saw it, even with no elephants and no slaves to fan away the flies. We're not as primitive as you seem to imagine. We have music, and if you'd learn our language, you might discover England. As many fine poets, like the one you once recited for me. She turned to face him. What was his name? That was John Donne. I hear he's a cleric now, so I doubt he's writing his randy poems and songs anymore. But there are others, like Sir Walter Raleigh, a staunch adventurer who writes passable verse, and there's also Ben Jonson, who writes poems and plays also. In fact, lots of English plays are in verse. What do you mean by plays? English plays, they're like nothing else in the world. He stared wistfully into the parched valley spread out before them. Sometimes I think they're what I miss most about London when I'm away. Well, what are they? They're stories that are acted out by players in playhouses, she laughed. Then perhaps you should begin by explaining a playhouse. The best one is the Globe, which is just across the Thames from London in the bankside edge of Southwark, near the bridge. It was built by some Mert and by an actor from Stratford-upon-Avon, who also writes their plays. It's 3 stories high and circular with high balconies, and there's a covered stage at one side where the players perform. Do the women in these plays dance? Ikar Dividasis. Actually, the players are all men. Sometimes they take the roles of women, but I've never seen them dance all that much. There are plays about famous English kings, and sometimes there are stories of thwarted love, usually set in Italy. Plays are a new thing in England, and there's nothing like them anywhere else. Shirin settled against a boulder and watched the shadows cast by the rising sun stretch out across the valley. She sat thoughtfully for a moment, and she laughed. What would you say if I told you India had dramas about kings and thwarted love over 1,000 years ago? They were in Sanskrit, and they were written by men named Bhavabhuti and Basa and Kalidasa, whose lives are legends now. A pandit, that's the title Hindus give their scholars, once told me about a play called The Clay Cart. It was about a poor king who fell in love with a rich courtesan. But there are no plays here now, unless you count the dance dramas they have in the south. Sanskrit is a dead language, and Muslims don't really care for plays. I'll wager you'd like the plays in London. They're exciting, and sometimes the poetry can be very moving. What's it like to go? To see one. First, on the day a play is performed, they fly a big white banner of silk from a staff atop the globe, and you can see it all over London. The admission is only a penny for old plays and 2 pence for new ones. That's all. You ever have to pay if you're willing to stand in the pit. If you want to pay a little more, you can get a seat in the galleries around the side. up out of the dust and chips, and for a little extra you can get a cushion for the seat. Or for 6, since you can enter directly through the stage door and sit in a stall at the side of the stage. Just before the play begins, there's a trumpet fanfare like Erangbar has when he enters the Diwanayam, and the doorkeepers pass through the galleries to collect the money. What do they do with it? They put it into a locked box, Hawksworth grinned, which wags have taken to calling the box office because they're so officious about it. But the money's perfectly safe. Plays are in the afternoon, while there's daylight. But aren't they performed inside this building? Sheeran seemed to be only half listening. The Globe has an open roof except over the stage, but if it gets too dull on winter afternoons, they light the stage with torches of burning pitch or tar. Who exactly goes to these playhouses? Everyone, except maybe the Puritans. Anybody can afford a penny, and the Globe is not that far from the Southwark Bear Gardens, so a lot of people come aft. Or they've been to see bear baiting. The pit is usually full of rowdy tradesmen who stand around the stage and turn the air blue with tobacco smoke. So high-caste women and women from good families wouldn't go. Of course women go. Heh. Hawksworth tried unsuccessfully to suppress a smile. There are gallants in London who'll tell you the Globe is the perfect place to spot a comely wench, or even a woman of fashion looking for some sport while her husband's drunk at a gaming. Ouse, I don't believe such things happen. Well, that's the way it is in England. Hawksworth settled against the boulder. You have to understand women there don't let themselves be locked up and hidden behind veils, so if a cavalier spies a comely woman at the Globe, he'll find a way to praise her dress, or her figure, and then he'll offer to sit next to her, you know, just to make sure some rude fellow doesn't trod on the hem of her petticoats with muddy boots. And ips fall in her lap. Then, after the play begins, he'll buy her a bag of roasted chestnuts, or maybe some oranges from one of the orange wenches walking through the galleries. And if she carries on with him a bit, he'll offer to squire her hoe. I suppose you've done just that. She examined him in dismay. Hawksworth shifted, avoiding her gaze. I've mainly heard of it. Well, I don't enjoy hearing about it. What about the honor of these women's families? They sound reprehensible. Well, with less dignity than nautch girls. Oh no, they're very different. He turned with a wink and tweaked her ear. They don't dance. That's even worse. At least most nautch girls have some training. You already think English women are wick. And you've never even met one. That's not fair. But I think you'd come to love England. If we were in London now, right this minute, we could hire one of those coaches you don't believe exist, a coach with 2 horses and a coachman. Cost scarcely more than 10 shillings a day, if prices haven't gone up, and ride out to a country inn. Just outside London, the country is as green as Nadir Sharif's palace garden, with fields and hedgerows that look like a great patchwork. Coverlet sewed by some sodden wife. Hawksworth's chest tightened with homesickness. If you want to look like an Englishwoman, you could powder your breasts with white lead and rouge your nipples, and maybe paste some beauty stars on your cheeks. I'll dine you on goose and veal and capon and nappy English ale, and English mutton dripping with more fat than any lamb you'll taste in Agra. Sheeran studied him silently for a moment. You love to talk of England, don't you? Bah. I'd rather you talked about India. I want you to stay. Why would you ever want to leave? I'm trying to tell you you'd love England if you gave yourself a chance. I'll have the firman soon, and when I return the East India Company will. Erangbar will never sign a firman for the English king to trade. Don't you realize Queen Janahara will never allow it? Right now I'm less worried about the Queen than about Jadar. I think he wants to stop the firman too. Why, I don't know, but he's succeeded so far. He almost stopped it permanently with his false rumor about the fleet. He did it deliberately to raise Erangbar's hopes and then disappoint him, with the blame falling on me. Who knows what he'll think to do next? You're so wrong about him. That had nothing to do with you. Don't you understand why he had to do that? You never once asked me. Hawksworth stared at her. Tell me why. To divert the Portuguese fleet. It's so obvious. He somehow discovered Queen Janahara had paid the Portuguese viceroy to ship cannons to Malik Ambar. If the Marathas had gotten cannon, they could have defended Ahmednagar forever. So he tricked the Portuguese into searching for the English fleet that wasn't there. The Portuguese are a lot more worried about their trade monopoly than about what happens to Prince Jadar. He knew they would be. I know you support him, but for my money he's still a certified bastard. Hawksworth studied her for a moment, wondering whether to believe her words. If it were actually true, it would all make sense, would fill out a bizarre tapestry of palace deception. But in the end, his ruse had done Jadar no good. And for all his scheming, he was still defeated in the south. I hear the rumors too. Hawksworth rose and took Shirin's arm. She started to reply, then stopped herself. They began to walk slowly back toward his tent. So he deceive everyone to no purpose. As they rounded the curve of the slope and emerged into the sunshine, Hawksworth noted that some of the war elephants had already been led back to their stables and were being harnessed. He looked across the valley to the tents of the Imperial Army and thought he sensed a growing urgency in the air, as though men and horse were being quietly mobilized to move out. But don't you realize, the prince is not retreating? Shirin finally seized his arm and stopped him. No one here yet realizes that Malik Ambar has. Her voice trailed off as she looked ahead. A group of Rajput officers was loitering aimlessly near the entrance to her tent. I wish I could tell you now what's happening. Her voice grew quieter. Just be ready to ride. Hawksworth stared at her, uncomprehending. Ride where? He reached to touch her hand, but she glanced at the Rajputs and quickly pulled it away. I don't want to ride anywhere. I want to tell you more about England. Don't you think you'd like to see it someday? I don't know. Perhaps. She shifted her gaze away from the Rajputs. For an instant Hawksworth thought he saw her make a quick movement with her hands, urging them to leave, or had she? They casually moved on down the hill, their rhino-hide shields swinging loosely from their shoulder straps. After things are settled. After what? After Erengbar signs the firman? I can't seem to make you understand. She turned to face him squarely. About Prince Jadar, even if you got a firman, it would soon be worthless. I understand this much. If he's thinking to challenge Erengbar and the Queen, then he's God's own fool. Haven't you seen the army traveling with us? It's 3 times the size of Jadar's. He turned and continued to walk. His Imperial Majesty may be a sot, but he's in no peril from young Prince Jadar. As they approached the entrance to his tent, she paused for a moment to look at him, her eyes a mixture of longing and apprehension. I can't stay now. Not today. She kissed him quickly, and before he could speak she was moving rapidly down the hill, in the direction the Rajputs had gone. Queen Janahara studied Aladdin thoughtfully as he strode toward her tent. His floral turban was set rakishly to one side in the latest style, and his purple gauze cloak was too effeminate for anyone but a eunuch or a dandy. She caught a flash from the jewel-handled Qatar at his waist, too ornamental ever to be used, and suddenly realized that she had never seen him actually hold a knife or a sword. She had never seen him respond to any crisis, and Princess Layla had hinted he was not quite the husband she had envisioned, whatever that might imply. Suddenly it all mattered. It had only been a week since Jadar's demands had been refused, and already he had taken the initiative. Now, she sighed, she would have to protect her Nashudani, her good-for-nothing son-in-law. He could never protect himself, not from Jadar. Your Majesty. Aladdin salaamed formally as he dipped below the tapestried portie of her tent, never forgetting that his new mother-in-law was also the queen. The princess sends her wishes for your health this morning. Sit down. Janahara continued to examine him with her brooding dark eyes. Where is Nadir Shah? The eunuch said he would be a few moments late. He always tries to irritate me. Her voice trailed off as she watched Aladdin ensconce himself with a wide flourish against a velvet bolster. Tell me, are you content with your bride? She is very pleasing to me, Majesty. Are you satisfying your obligations as a husband, Majesty? Aladdin looked up at her as though not comprehending the question. Your duties are not merely to her, or to me. They're Also to India, Jadar has a male heir now. Such things matter in Agra, or weren't you aware? Aladdin giggled. I visit her tent every night, Majesty. But for what purpose, after you're drunk and you've spent yourself with a nautch dancer? Don't deny it. I know it's true. Do you forget she has servants? There are no secrets in this camp. I think you'll sooner sire an heir on a slave girl than on my daughter. I will not have it, Majesty. Aladdin twisted uncomfortably and glanced up with relief to see Nadir Sharif pushing aside the portiere of the tent. As he entered, Janahara motioned toward the servants and eunuchs waiting in attendance, and in moments they had disappeared through the curtained doorways at the rear. You're late. My sincerest apologies, Majesty. There are endless matters to attend. You know His Majesty still holds morning darshan from his tent and has 2 Durbar audiences a day. The difficulties. Your difficulties are only beginning. She was extracting a dispatch from a gilded bamboo tube. Read this. Nadir Sharif took the document and moved into the light at the entrance. He had always despised the red chintz tents of the imperial family. Doorways were forever sealed with Persian hangings that kept in all the smoke and lamp soot. As he studied the dispatch, he moved even closer to the light, astonishment growing in his eyes. He read it through twice before turning back to Janahara. Has His Majesty seen this yet? Of course not, but he will have to eventually. Who is it from? Aladdin stared up from the bolster, his voice uneasy. Your brother. Janahara studied him with eyes verging on contempt. Jadar. As declared, he is no longer under the authority of the Moghul. She paused to make sure the news had reached Aladdin. Do you understand what that means? Jadar has rebelled. He's probably marching on Agra right now with his army. That? Impossible, as long as His Majesty lives. Jadar has declared His Majesty is no longer fit to reign. He has offered to assume the burden himself. It's a preposterous affront to legitimate rule. Then he must be brought to Agra. For trial. Aladdin's voice swelled with determination. Obviously. Nadir Sharif moved toward the door of the tent and stared into the sunshine for a long moment. Then he turned to Janahara. We have no choice now but to send the Imperial Army. Your intuition about Jadar last week was all too correct. And now you agree, after a week has been lost. Janahara had followed him with her eyes. Now you can see that the army must move. There's nothing else to be done. Nadir Sharif seemed to study the parched landscape of the valley below. Although containing Jadar may well be more difficult than we first assumed. Why should it be difficult? Aladdin watched Nadir Sharif in bewilderment. His forces were very small to begin with, and after his defeat by Malik Ambar, how many men and cavalry can he have left? Perhaps you should read the dispatch. Nadir Sharif tossed the scrolled paper into Aladdin's lap. Jadar never engaged Malik Ambar. Instead, he forged an alliance. It would appear his retreat north to Burhanpur was merely a ruse. He never met the Maratha armies in the first place, so he did not lose a single infantryman. Instead, he and Tim evaded Malik Ambar and struck a truce with him. There's no knowing how large his army is now, or even where he is. This dispatch came from Mandu, so he's already well on his way north. I think he'll probably lay siege to Agra within 2 weeks if he's not stopped. Merciful Allah. Aladdin's voice was suddenly tremulous. What do we do? Then he looked imploringly at Janahara. I'll lead the army myself if you want. Janahara seemed not to hear him as she rose and walked toward the door of the tent. Nadir Sharif stepped aside as she shoved back the tapestry and stared out into the valley. This morning I ordered Inayat Latif to mobilize and march. Without telling His Majesty? Nadir Sharif stared at her incredulously. I ordered it in his name. I suspected something like this might happen, so I had him sign and stamp the order 4 days ago. Was His Majesty entirely sob? Nadir Sharif hesitated. Was he in full understanding of what he was authorizing? That hardly matters now, but you must place the seal you keep on the order also before it's forwarded to the Wazir to be officially recorded. She did not shift her gaze. From the sunlit valley. It's on the table behind you. Nadir Sharif turned and stared down at the gold-inlaid stand. The order was there, a single folded piece of paper inside a gilded leather cover. The string which would secure it had not yet been tied. You were wise to have taken this precaution, Majesty. Nadir Sharif glanced back at Janahara, his voice flowing with admiration. There's no predicting His Majesty's mind these days. Only yesterday I discovered he had completely forgotten. Have you stamped it? My seal is not here, Majesty. He paused. And I was wondering. Would it be wise to review our strategy briefly with His Majesty, lest he become confused later and forget he authorized the order, perhaps even countermand it? Your seal will be sufficient. It's in the pocket of your cloak where you always carry it, the pocket on the left. Your Majesty's memory is astonishing sometimes. Nadir Sharif quickly extracted the metal case, flipped off the cover, and with a flourish imprinted the black seal of the realm on the top of the order, beneath Arangbar's signature and the impression of his royal signet ring. When will the army be able to move? Tomorrow. Most of the elephants are moving out this morning. Janahara turned back and glanced at the paper with satisfaction. And tomorrow we will all return to Agra. The plague is subsiding, and I think His Majesty should be in the fort. I agree entirely. Has it been ordered? I will order it later today. Jadar cannot move his army that rapidly. I will begin preparations to go with the army. Aladdin rose and adjusted the jeweled qatar at his belt. You will be writ. Earning to the Red Fort with His Majesty and with me? Janahara did not look at him as she spoke, but one want to face Jadar. I insist. He tightened his gauze cloak. I will demand an audience with His Majesty if you refuse. Janahara studied him silently for a moment. I have an even better idea. Since Jadar has refused to lead the army to defend the fortress at Kandahar, how would you like to be appointed in his place? Aladdin's eyes brightened. What rank would I have? I think we can persuade His Majesty to raise your personal rank to 12,000 zat, and your horse rank to 8,000 suwar, twice what you have now. Then I will go. Aladdin tightened his cloak, beaming. I'll drive the Safavid king's Persian troops back into the desert. You are as sensible as you are brave. I will speak to His Majesty tonight. Aladdin grinned a parting salam, squared his shoulders, and pushed his way through the portiere and into the sunshine. Nadir Sharif watched without a word until he had disappeared into his own tent. Was that entirely wise, Majesty? What else do you propose we do? It will keep him in Agra. I'll see to that. You don't really think I'd allow him to leave? Anyway, it's time his rank was elevated. Now all he needs is a son. I'm sure he'll have one in time, Majesty. The Hindu astrologers all say Princess Layla's horoscope is favorable. The Hindu astrologers may have to help him do a husband's work if they want to save their reputation. Give him time, Majesty. Nadir Sharif smiled. And he'll have more heirs than the Holy Prophet. All the Prophet's children were daughters. She took the paper, inserted it into the gold case, and began tying the string. There are times you do not entirely amuse me. I'm always half distracted by worrying. Nadir Sharif followed her with his eyes. Even now. What in particular worries you at the moment? Janahara paused as she was slipping the case into her sleeve. I'm thinking just now about the Imperial Army, the loyalty of some of the men. What do you mean? Inayat Latif is entirely beholden to His Majesty. He would gladly give his life for the Moghul. I've heard it from his own lips, and I know it's true. I've never questioned your commander's loyalty, but now you, His Majesty, will be ordering the men to march against Jadar. Are you aware that fully a third of the army is under Rajput field commanders, officers from the northwest? Some of the Rajas there still bear ill feelings toward His Majesty because of Inayat Latif's campaign there 10 years ago. These Rajputs sometimes have long memories, and who knows what Jadar could be promising them. Remember his treachery with Malik Ambar. What are you suggesting? That the Rajput commanders will not fight for His Majesty, the legitimate Moghul? That's absurd. No. One respects authority more than the Rajput Rajas. I'm not suggesting it at all, but I do believe the Rajputs here should be monitored closely nonetheless. Any discontent should be addressed before it grows unwieldy. Perhaps there come Anders should be placed under a separate authority, someone who could reason with them in His Majesty's name if there are signs of unrest. Inayat Latif is an able general, but he's no diplomat. Janahara studied him closely. Who believe there would be unrest. Your Majesty is perhaps not always fully informed as to the activities of some of the more militant Rajput loyalists. I have ordered them watched at all times. What are you suggesting, then? That the Rajput should be placed under a separate top command, some Raja whose loyalty is unquestionable. I'm suggesting precisely that. If there were extensive defections, it would be demoralizing for the rest of the army at the very least. Who do? You propose? There are any number of Rajput commanders I would trust, to a point, but it's always difficult to know where their final loyalties lie. Nadir Sharif paused, lost in thought. Perhaps an alternate solution might be to allow one of unquestioned loyalty to monitor the Rajput field commanders, someone experienced in handling Rajput concerns, though not necessarily a general. Then the command could remain unified, with orders passing through this other individual, who would ensure compliance. Again, is there someone you would recommend? There are several men near His Majesty who could serve. It is, of course, essential their loyalty to you be beyond question. In a way, it's a pity Prince Aladdin is not older. Blood is always best. That leaves only you or father, who is far too old. My responsibilities here would really make it impossible for me. Nadir Sharif turned and walked again to the door of the tent, pulling back the portiere. Certainly, I could not leave His Majesty for an extended campaign. But if the campaign were short, perhaps for a few weeks. Janahara studied him silently, her thoughts churning. At times, even Nadir Sharif's loyalty seemed problematical, but now there was a perfect way to test it in advance. I will advise Inayat Latif you are now in charge of the Rajput commanders. Your Majesty. Nadir Sharif bowed lightly. I'm honored by your confidence. I'm sure it's well placed. She did not smile. But before I make the arrangements, there's one other assignment for you, totally confidential. Anything within my power. Nadir Sharif bowed elegantly. Tonight I want you to order the Imperial Guards stationed in your compound to execute the Englishman and the woman Shirin, on your sole authority. Of course. Nadir Sharif's smile did not flicker. Hawksworth finally returned to his compound near midnight, carrying his empty flask of brandy. He had wandered the length of the chaotic tent city searching for Shirin. Over the past 5 hours, he had combed the wide streets of the bazaar, searched through the half-empty elephant stables, and circled the high chintz board of the imperial enclosure. The periphery of the camp swarmed with infantrymen and their wives gathering supplies for the march. And already there had been numerous fights in the bazaar, where prices had soared after the announcement the army would march. As he neared his tent, he looked up at the stars, brilliant even through the lingering evening smoke from the cooking fires, and mused about Jadar. The rebel prince would soon be facing Inayat Latif, just recalled to Agra 2 months early, or after a brutally successful campaign in Bengal extending the imperial frontier against local Hindu chieftains. Inayat Latif was a 55-year-old veteran commander who revered the Moghul and would do anything in his power to protect him. Although he had made no secret of his dislike of the Persian junta, he shared their common alarm at the threat of Jadar's rebellion. It was Arangbar he would be fighting to defend, not the queen. The imperial army is invincible now, Hawksworth told himself. Its cavalry outnumbers Jadar's easily 3-1, and its officers are at full strength. There are at least 150,000 men ready to march. How many can Jadar have? 50,000. Perhaps less. Jadar can never meet them. The most he can possibly do is skirmish and retreat. Perhaps, he thought ruefully, it was all just as well. A decisive defeat for Jadar would resolve the paralysis at court and the indecision. And in Shirin's mind, she would realize finally that Jadar had attempted to move too fast. The mission might still be saved. With the Portuguese resistance neutralized, there were even rumors that Arangbar had ordered Father Sarmento back. To Goa, there would be no voices in Agra to poison Arangbar's mind daily against the firman for King James. After all, he asked himself, who else could Arangbar turn to? England alone has the naval strength to challenge Portugal. even if it might require years to break their monopoly completely. He would bargain for a firman in exchange for a vague promise of King James's help against the Portuguese. It was a bargain England surely could keep. Eventually, he slipped through the doorway of his tent and groped for the lamp, an open bronze dish of oil with a wick protruding through the spout. It rested where he had left it, on a stand near his sea chest, and he sparked a flint against the wick. Suddenly, the striped cotton walls of the tent glowed around him. He removed the sword at his belt and slipped it onto the carpet. Then he removed his leather jerkin and dropped against a bolster, still puzzling about Shirin. Her status during the past few days had been ambiguous. As a divorced Muslim woman, she was free to move about as she chose, but everyone knew she was on very uncertain terms with the Moghul. After they had arrived outside the western wall of the old city of Fatehpur, Arangbar had been too preoccupied to remember his threat to move her into the Zenana. She had remained free, able to move inconspicuously about the camp, mingling with the other Muslim women. And each night, after the final watch was announced, Hawksworth had been able to slip unnoticed to her tent. Once, late one night, he had suggested they try to return to the old palace of Ackman, inside the walls of Fatehpur, but they both finally decided the risk would be too great. He had hoped the days and nights at the camp would bring them closer together. And in a way they had, although Shirin still seemed to retreat at times into a special realm of mourning she had devised for herself. She could never stop remembering Samad and his brutal death. Something, he told himself, had to change. He had begun to wonder if he should gamble and tell her of the terms the Moghul had demanded for her release. Would she then understand? She had no choice but to return to England with him. He rose and rummaged through his sea chest, finding another bottle of brandy, almost his last, and to fight his despondency he poured himself a cup. The liquor burned its way down, a warm, soothing salve, and he turned to begin assembling his few belongings for packing in the morning. He had reprimed and loaded his remaining pistol, and now he laid it on the table beside his chest. Then he drew his sword from its scabbard to check its edge and the polish on the metal. Holding it to the lamp, he spotted a few random flecks of rust, and he found a cloth and burnished them away. His few clothes were already piled haphazardly in the chest, now virtually empty save for his loot. He found his leather purse at the bottom and counted his remaining money. 500 rupees. He counted them twice, beginning to wonder if he might eventually have to walk all the way back to Surat. He searched the floor for any stray items and came across Vasant Rao's Qatar caught between the folds of the carpet. It seemed years now since the Rajput aide of Jadar had slipped it into his hand in the square of the Diwanayam. And he had almost forgotten he had it. With a smile of recollection, he gingerly slipped it from its brocade sheath and held it in his hand, puzzling how such a curiously constructed weapon could be so lethal. The grip was diagonal to the blade, so that it could only be used to thrust, like a pike head growing out of your fist. Rajputs were said to kill tigers with only a Qatar and a leather shield, but he wasn't sure he believed the stories. He grasped it and made a few trial thrusts, its 10-inch blade shining in the lamplight like a mirror, then tossed it atop his sea chest. It would make a nice memento of the trip. Every fighting man in India seemed to carry one. Who in London would ever believe such a weapon unless they saw it? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flutter in the portiere of his tent, and he looked up to see Shirin standing silently in the doorway. What? He looked up to greet her, unsure whether to betray his relief. Taking her immediately in his arms, or to scold and tease her a bit first, she silenced him with a wave of her hand. Are you ready? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Ready for what? Where in Christ's name have you been? I've been. Again she silenced him as she moved inside. Are you ready to ride? She glanced in dismay at the belongings he had scattered about the tent. We have to leave now before dawn. Have you gone mad? He stared at her. We're returning to Agar. A day after tomorrow, the Moghul has. We have to leave now tonight. She examined him in the lamplight, consternation growing in her eyes. The prince. Jadar is finished, he cut her off. Don't be a sentimental fool, he brought this on himself. You can't help him. Nobody can now. They stood, eyes locked together, for a moment that seemed as long as eternity. Hawksworth did not move from his place on the carpet. Gradually her eyes clouded with sorrow, and he thought he saw her begin to turn. He was on his feet, seizing her arm, pulling her toward him. I'm not letting you die for Jadar. If he's meant to win, he'll do it without either of. He sensed a movement in the portiere behind her, and looked up to see the glint of a sword thrust exactly where she had been standing. She caught his bewildered look and revolved in time to see the sword slash through the fringed cloth. An imperial guard, wearing light chain mail and a red turban, moved through the doorway, weapon in hand. You son of a whore? Hawksworth reached back for the naked sword lying on the carpet behind him and grabbed his leather jerkin. Holding the leather as a shield, he lunged at the attacker. As Hawksworth's sword thrust reached him, the guard caught the blade with his own and instinctively parried it aside, throwing Hawksworth against a tent pole. As he tried to regain his footing, he heard Sheeran cry out and turned to see a heavy saw had cut through the side of the tent behind them, creating a second opening. A hand ripped away the striped chintz and another Imperial guard entered, weapon in hand. Jesus, Sheeran, get back! Hawksworth shouted in English and shoved her across his sea chest, sending her tumbling away from the second attacker. As she fell, he saw her grab the pocket pistol lying on the table and turn to face the guard approaching her. Hawksworth felt a blade rip through the jerkin in his hand and tangle in the leather. He shoved the jerkin and sword aside and cut upward with his own blade, miraculously embedding it in the exposed neck of the turbaned guard. The man yelled out and dropped his weapon, which slid harmlessly onto the car. Pit. Then he stumbled and fell forward, holding his neck. Still incredulous, Hawksworth looked up to see two more Imperial guards standing in the doorway behind him, both with drawn swords. As he moved to keep them at bay with his awe and weapon, he turned and saw the guard who had entered through the side of the tent advancing menacingly toward Sheeran. Just as the guard raised his weapon, Hawksworth heard a sharp report, followed by a moan, and watched the man crumple and fall directly in front of her smoking pistol. As he fell, two more guards appeared at the opening behind him and began pushing their way through. Sheeran, the lamp? Again he shouted in English before realizing she could not understand. Without waiting, he grabbed the open oil lamp and flung it against the uniforms of the guards, bathing them in burning oil. Their turbans and hair ignited and they pulled back against the side of the tent, slapping at the flames. He turned back to the doorway in time to see the other two guards coming toward him. As he attempted to parry them away, he found his feet tangled in the leather jerkin on the carpet, and he stumbled backward, losing his balance long enough for one of the attackers to bring his sword around with a heavy sweep and knock his own weapon spinning into the dark recesses of the tent. As he grabbed a tent pole for balance, he suddenly noticed the dark outline of two more men approaching behind the guards at the door. In the shadows, he could tell they were shirtless, wearing only dirty loincloths and the gray turbans of servants. They carried no weapons and had been attracted by the uproar. Looking quickly around the tent, he noticed the burning outline of his oil-soaked powder horn lying on the carpet near his feet. He kicked it toward the approaching guard, and as it struck his leg, the cap jarred free, sending hissing powder flaming through the tent. The man stumbled backward in surprise, then lowered his sword. Just as he did, Hawksworth saw one of the servants standing at the doorway slip a naked Qatar from his loincloth and seize the guard by the neck. He pulled the attacker around and with a flash of steel gutted him. Violently with a savage upward thrust, the other Imperial guard at the doorway turned just in time to watch the Qatar drawn by the second servant enter his own throat. Hawksworth stared in astonishment, realizing he had never before seen in the two servants. Even now, their faces were largely obscured by the loose ends of their turbans. He revolved to see the other two guards turning back toward the opening that had been cut through the side of the tent, still slapping at the burning oil on their uniforms. As they reached the opening, they seemed to hesitate momentarily, then stumbled backward. As they sprawled across the carpet in front of him, their throats cut, he saw 2 more grimy servants standing in the opening, holding bloody katars. The burning oil blazed across the fringe of a carpet, and suddenly, the interior of the tent was crisscrossed with fire. The 4 alien servants, all still holding katars, seemed to ignore the flames as they advanced on Sheeran and Hawksworth without a word. He watched them for a moment in horror, then reached and groped blindly across the top of his sea chest. It was bare. Then he remembered Sheeran's fall, and he felt along the carpet behind chest next to where she stood. Just as the first man reached the edge of the chest, Hawksworth's hand closed around the handle of his katar. Jesus, what do they want? Did they kill the Imperial Guard so they could have the pleasure of murdering us themselves? Bracing himself against the side of the chest, he swung the blade upward. He still could not see the attacker's face, masked behind the end of his turban. The man stepped deftly to the side and caught Hawksworth's wrist in a grip of iron, laughing out loud. Never try to kill a Rajput with his own katar, Captain Hawksworth. He knows its temperament too well. Vasant Rao flipped back the ragged end of his turban. What the bloody hell? We've been waiting for you. Sheeran's tent. It would appear your welcome here has run out. He glanced mockingly at Sheeran. So much for your famous Muslim hospitality. You know very well who's responsible. Her eyes snapped back at him. I can probably guess. Vasant Rao released Hawksworth's wrist and stared about the burning tent. Are you ready to ride? What the hell are you doing here? This is hardly the spot for long explanations. The fact is I'm here tonight to lead some of our friends back to the camp of His Highness the Prince, and you, if you cared to join us. Vasant Rao signaled the men around him to move out through the doorway. The smoke was already growing dense. I'm afraid your fire has made our departure that much more difficult. It wasn't a particularly good idea on your part. Now we have to ride quickly. What about all this? Hawksworth looked about the burning tent. I have to. Just roll what you need in a carpet. If you're going with us, you'll have to leave now, before the entire Imperial Army comes to see us off. But who'd want to kill us? Hawksworth still could not move as he stared through the smoke. Whoever it was, they'll probably succeed if we wait here talky much longer. Hawksworth turned on Sheeran. You knew? I couldn't tell you before. It would have been too dangerous. She quickly grabbed a carpet from the floor, stamping out the burning fringe, then flipped open Hawksworth's chest. She grabbed his loot, a handful of clothes, his boots, his books, and his depleted purse. As he watched in a daze, she rolled them in the carpet and shoved it into his hands. He looked around the burning tent one last time and caught the glint of his sword lying behind a tent pole. He grabbed it, scooped up his pistol and jerkin, and took Sheeran by the arm as they pushed through the smoke toward the entrance, stepping over the bodies of the guards as they emerged into the night air. Ahead, aside Sheeran's tent, waited saddled horses and a group of turbaned riders. As they ran toward the horses, Hawksworth recognized several Rajputs from Arangbar's private guard among the horsemen. We were ready to ride. Vasant Rao seized the rein of one of the horses and vaulted into the saddle. You were out walking, or we could have left sooner. Sheeran demanded we wait. It was well we did. Lord Krishna still seems to be watching over you, Captain. Which way are we headed? Hawksworth helped Sheeran into a saddle, watching as she uncertainly grabbed the horn for balance, then, still clasping the bundle, pulled himself onto a pawing Arabian mare. West. The rest of the men are already waiting at the end of a valley. Vasant Rao whipped his horse and led the way as they galloped toward the perimeter of the tent city. This will be a long ride, my friend. As Hawksworth watched the last of the tents recede into the dark, he saw disappearing with them. His final chance for a Furman, he would never see Arangbar again. Probably he would never see London again. I've traded it all for a woman, and I still wonder if she's mine. God help me.